What's up, story lovers? Welcome to Super Harry. In today's video, we have a fantastic tale for you. What if Sorting Hat screamed, soulmate detected, during ceremony and revealed Daphne Greengrass was Harry's destined wife? If this is your first time here, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon so you never miss a story. And if you're a returning viewer, thank you for your continued support. Alright, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1. The Proclamation. The Great Hall of Hogwarts glowed with the warm light of thousands of floating candles as Harry Potter shuffled forward in the line of first years. His stomach twisted with nerves, palms clammy against the fabric of his new school robes. The ceiling above mirrored a perfect night sky, stars twinkling against velvety darkness just as Hermione had explained moments earlier. It would have been beautiful if he weren't so terrified. "Potter, Harry," Professor McGonagall called, her voice crisp and clear above the hushed whispers that instantly erupted throughout the hall. Harry stepped forward, painfully aware of hundreds of eyes tracking his movement. The whispers followed him like persistent shadows. Did she say Potter? The Harry Potter? The worn leather stool creaked as Harry perched on its edge. The last thing he saw before the ancient sorting hat dropped over his eyes was a sea of students craning their necks for a better look at him. Then darkness. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. But where to put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool. Not Slytherin, he thought desperately. Not Slytherin, said the small voice. Are you sure? You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. Not Slytherin, please. Well, if you're sure, better be. The hat paused mid-sentence. Harry felt something strange, like a physical jolt that seemed to run from the hat through his entire body. The small voice gasped. What's this? Oh my goodness. This hasn't happened well, not since the Founder's time. Before Harry could ask what was happening, the hat stiffened atop his head. The great hall fell completely silent, as though someone had cast a powerful silencing charm. Then the hat shouted, louder than it had for any previous sorting, soulmate detected. The silence shattered into confused murmurs. Harry felt his face burning with embarrassment. This wasn't supposed to happen. What was a soulmate? Was this some wizarding tradition no one had bothered to mention? Professor McGonagall approached, her face a mask of astonishment. Sorting Hat, what is the meaning of this interruption? To everyone's shock, the hat answered her directly rather than addressing only Harry. In all my centuries of sorting, this has occurred only thrice before. A perfect magical resonance, rare and powerful. The boy's magic calls out to another. There is no denying destiny when it presents itself so clearly. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. Perhaps we should continue this discussion in the headmaster's office after. Daphne Greengrass is Harry Potter's destined wife, the hat bellowed, its voice echoing off the enchanted ceiling. Harry thought he might faint. A collective gasp swept through the hall, followed by a stunned silence so complete that Harry could hear his own rapid heartbeat. From somewhere in the hall, a girl's voice cried out in surprise or distress, Harry couldn't tell which. This is unprecedented, McGonagall whispered, though in the silence, everyone heard her. Albus? Dumbledore rose from his ornate chair, blue eyes twinkling curiously behind half-moon spectacles despite his obvious surprise. Indeed it is, Minerva. Perhaps we should complete young Mr. Potter's sorting first. The hat seemed to regain its composure. Yes, of course. Where was I? Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted into cheers, though they sounded slightly delayed and confused. Harry stumbled off the stool, legs wobbly beneath him. McGonagall gently removed the hat, giving him a rare sympathetic look before turning back to the remaining first years who now watched Harry with undisguised fascination. As he made his way to the Gryffindor table, Harry scanned the crowd, suddenly desperate to identify this Daphne Greengrass person. He had no idea who she was or what she looked like. Among the unsorted first years, a slender girl with honey blonde hair stood frozen, her face drained of color. Their eyes met briefly before she looked away, her shoulders tense and rigid. The Weasley twins were on their feet as Harry approached, both mimicking throwing rice and making kissy faces until Percy silenced them with a hissed reprimand. Harry sank into an empty seat beside Ron, wishing the stone floor would open up and swallow him whole. "Blimey, Harry," Ron whispered, eyes wide. "Soulmates? That's not normal, even for wizards." Harry couldn't find his voice to respond. Across the hall, he noticed Draco Malfoy glaring at him with undisguised hatred, which somehow made this bizarre situation even worse. McGonagall cleared her throat loudly, restoring some semblance of order. "Let us continue with the sorting." She called the next name, but few were paying attention. Harry tried to make himself as small as possible as whispers rippled through the hall. "Never heard of such a thing. The Greengrasses are an ancient pure-blood family. Imagine being magically bonded at 11. Several names later, McGonagall called Greengrass Daphne. The blonde girl Harry had noticed earlier stepped forward, her movements graceful despite the obvious tension in her shoulders. She sat on the stool with perfect posture, chin held high despite the whispers following her every step. The hat had barely touched her head when it shouted, "Slytherin." As Daphne walked toward the table decorated in silver and green, her eyes briefly met Harry's again. This time, he saw not just shock but something like determination in her ice-blue gaze. She took her seat with poise that seemed impossible for an 11-year-old in such circumstances. After the last student was sorted, Dumbledore rose to his feet. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." Food appeared on the golden plates, but for once, Harry found his appetite diminished. How was he supposed to eat when his entire world had just been turned upside down yet again? "You should eat something," said an older girl nearby, her voice kind. "Whatever just happened, food helps." Harry nodded and mechanically put some roast chicken on his plate. Across the table, Fred and George Weasley had recovered their usual mischievous demeanor. "So, Harrykins, Fred, or possibly George," said with a grin, "fancy yourself engaged already? Moving a bit fast, aren't you?" "I don't even know her," Harry muttered, stabbing at a potato. "I've never even heard of soulmates before." Percy leaned forward, adjusting his prefect badge importantly. Magical soulmates are considered myths by most modern wizards. There are legends, of course, but no documented cases in centuries. The Department of Mystery supposedly has records, but... He trailed off, seeming to realize he was talking to first years. "Well, it's extraordinary, that's all. The Greengrasses are an old pure-blood family," Ron said between bites of roast beef. "Dad says they stay neutral in most wizarding politics. Not like the Malfoys." Harry chanced another glance at the Slytherin table. Daphne sat surrounded by her housemates, her back straight, face composed into a neutral mask as a dark-haired girl beside her whispered urgently in her ear. Several older Slytherins seemed to be studying her with calculating expressions. "What happens now?" Harry asked no one in particular. "Does this mean something?" Percy cleared his throat. "I imagine Professor Dumbledore will contact both your guardians. This isn't just a personal matter, magic this ancient and powerful has implications." Harry's stomach sank further. The Dursleys would have a fit when they heard about this. They'd probably blame him for it somehow. As the feast progressed, Harry noticed professors at the high table deep in conversation. McGonagall looked concerned, while a hook-nosed professor in black robes stared at Harry with such loathing that it took him aback. Dumbledore appeared thoughtful, his long fingers steepled before him as he occasionally glanced between Harry and the Slytherin table. When dessert finally appeared, a ghost with a ruff around his neck floated through the table, introducing himself as Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. After Ron's tactless mention of his nickname, Nearly Headless Nick, and the subsequent gruesome demonstration of why, the conversation turned to families. "My gran brought me up," said Neville Longbottom, a round-faced boy who'd lost his toad earlier. "But the family thought I was all muggle for ages. My great-uncle Algie kept trying to catch me off guard and force some magic out of me. Well, it worked eventually." Harry listened, grateful for the momentary distraction from his own situation. When the feast finally ended, Dumbledore rose again with start-of-term notices about the Forbidden Forest, magic in corridors, and Quidditch trials. Then came the bizarre warning about the third-floor corridor, being out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. "He's not serious," Harry muttered to Percy. "Must be," Percy replied, frowning. "It's odd, because he usually gives us a reason why we're not allowed to go somewhere. The forest's full of dangerous beasts, everyone knows that." Before they could stand for the school song, Professor McGonagall approached their table, her face stern. "Mr. Potter, the headmaster would like to see you in his office after the feast. Miss Greengrass will be joining you." Harry nodded, his mouth suddenly dry. Across the hall, he saw another professor, a severe-looking man with lank black hair, speaking to Daphne, who nodded once, her expression carefully controlled. The school song proved to be a chaotic affair with everyone singing to different tunes. The Weasley twins were the last to finish with their funeral march tempo, and Dumbledore conducted their final lines with his wand before dismissing everyone. "Follow your house prefects to your dormitories," McGonagall instructed the first years. "Mr. Potter, please wait here." As students filed out of the great hall in a cacophony of excited chatter, Harry remained in his seat, feeling oddly isolated despite the crowded room. Ron gave him a sympathetic glance before Percy herded him away with the other Gryffindors. "Good luck, mate," Ron called over his shoulder. "See you in the dormitory. I hope." Soon, only a handful of professors remained, along with Harry and Daphne, who stood near the Slytherin table with the dark-haired professor hovering beside her like an overgrown bat. Harry stood awkwardly as McGonagall approached. "This way, Mr. Potter," she said, not unkindly. "Professor Snape will escort Miss Greengrass." Harry followed McGonagall through corridors and up moving staircases, too overwhelmed to appreciate the wonders of the castle around him. They stopped before an imposing stone gargoyle. "Sugar quills," McGonagall said clearly, and the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing a spiraling staircase that moved upward like an escalator. "The headmaster has a fondness for sweets," she explained, seeing Harry's confused expression. "His passwords tend to reflect this peculiarity." Harry stepped onto the moving staircase with Professor McGonagall just as Professor Snape and Daphne arrived. For a brief moment, Harry and Daphne stood side by side, neither looking directly at the other. The air between them seemed to hum with a strange energy that made the hair on Harry's arm stand up. "Miss Greengrass," McGonagall acknowledged with a nod. "Professor," Daphne replied politely, her voice soft but clear. Harry caught a subtle sweet scent like jasmine as she passed him to step onto the staircase. Without thinking, he blurted, "I'm Harry." But I guess you know that already." Her eyes flicked to his face, then to his scar, before returning to stare straight ahead. "Daphne Greengrass. A pleasure to meet you, despite the unusual circumstances." Her formal tone seemed comically adult coming from someone his own age. Before Harry could respond, they reached the top of the staircase where a polished oak door stood with a brass knocker. McGonagall knocked twice, and the door swung open. Dumbledore's office was a large, circular room filled with fascinating silver instruments that whirred and emitted small puffs of smoke. Portraits of sleeping witches and wizards lined the walls, and on a shelf behind an enormous desk sat the Sorting Hat, looking innocuous now despite having just turned Harry's world upside down. Dumbledore himself sat behind the desk, his long silver beard gleaming in the candlelight. "Ah, Mr. Potter, Miss Greengrass. Please, come in and be seated." Two comfortable chairs appeared before his desk. As Harry and Daphne sat down, the headmaster regarded them with keen interest. "I imagine you both have questions," Dumbledore began, his blue eyes twinkling. "As do we all. What occurred tonight is exceptionally rare magic, so rare that most consider it merely legend." "What exactly happened, Headmaster?" Daphne asked, her voice steady despite the slight tremor Harry noticed in her clasped hands. "The Sorting Hat detected what it calls a soul resonance between your magical cores," Dumbledore explained. "In simple terms, your magic recognizes and calls to each other's in a way that suggests profound compatibility. But we've never even met before tonight," Harry pointed out, feeling a blush creep up his neck as Daphne glanced at him. "Magic often knows things we do not, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said gently. "However, I want to assure you both that while this connection is significant, it does not dictate your futures." The term, destined wife, is the Sorting Hat's somewhat archaic phrasing. Professor Snape made a small noise that might have been a scoff. "Headmaster, the magical implications aside, this creates an untenable situation for both houses. Potter is already a celebrity, and now this. Indeed, Severus. The social implications cannot be ignored." Dumbledore turned to McGonagall. "Minerva, your thoughts?" McGonagall's lips were still pressed into a thin line. "We must contact their families immediately. The Greengrasses will no doubt have concerns, and Mr. Potter's guardians should be informed." "My parents will be displeased," Daphne said quietly, the first sign of real emotion breaking through her composed exterior. "Not because of you," she added hastily to Harry. "But because of the public nature of the announcement. Greengrasses value discretion." "Quite understandable," Dumbledore nodded. "I've already dispatched owls to both families. In the meantime, I believe it would be beneficial for you two to have some supervised time to become acquainted. Perhaps weekly meetings, initially with your heads of house present." "Is that really necessary, Albus?" Snape asked, his dark eyes flicking dismissively over Harry. "They are merely children. Children with a magical connection that hasn't manifested in centuries," Dumbledore replied mildly. "I believe observation and guidance are prudent. However," he addressed Harry and Daphne directly, "I want to emphasize that your primary focus should be your education and adjusting to life at Hogwarts. This connection does not change your immediate responsibilities as students." Harry nodded, relieved yet somehow disappointed. Part of him had irrationally hoped this bizarre situation might mean he wouldn't have to return to the Dursleys next summer. "Will this affect our magic?" Daphne asked, displaying the practical thinking that had likely landed her in Slytherin. "An excellent question, Miss Greengrass," Dumbledore smiled. "Historical accounts suggest that magical soulmates often experience enhanced abilities when working together. You may find certain spells easier to perform in each other's presence, or discover unique magical effects. Professor Flitwick will be most interested, I'm sure." "And will there be side effects if we're apart?" Harry asked, thinking of how his scar sometimes hurt for no apparent reason. He didn't need more mysterious magical ailments. Dumbledore's expression became more serious. "The accounts vary. Some suggest a certain awareness of each other's emotional states may develop. Others mention discomfort when separated for extended periods. We will monitor the situation closely." McGonagall cleared her throat. "Headmaster, perhaps it would be wise to ask the Department of Mysteries for their records on the subject? Surely this warrants their attention." "In due time, Minerva. For now, I prefer to observe without external interference." Dumbledore's tone made it clear the matter was settled. "Now, I believe these young people have had quite enough excitement for their first night at Hogwarts. Professors, please escort them to their respective dormitories." As they stood to leave, Dumbledore added, "Mr. Potter, Miss Greengrass, I suggest discretion when discussing this matter with your peers. While the announcement was public, the details need not be. And please, come to any of us if you experience unusual magical effects or concerns." Harry nodded, suddenly exhausted by the emotional roller coaster of the day. As they descended the spiral staircase, he found himself walking beside Daphne again. "This is weird," he said quietly, for her ears only. "I don't really know what it all means." For the first time, Daphne's composed expression softened slightly. "Neither do I, Potter. But green grasses adapt to circumstances. We'll figure it out." They parted at the bottom of the stairs, Snape leading Daphne toward the dungeons while McGonagall guided Harry upward toward Gryffindor Tower. Harry found himself looking back over his shoulder, watching Daphne's retreating form until she disappeared around a corner. Only then did he notice the strange warmth in his chest had faded. The Gryffindor common room was empty except for Percy Weasley, who waited by the portrait hole. "The others have gone up to bed," Percy explained, leading Harry through the cozy circular room decorated in scarlet and gold. "Your trunk's already been brought up." "Thanks," Harry said, then hesitated. "Percy. Is everyone going to make a big deal about this tomorrow?" Percy adjusted his glasses with a serious expression. "I won't lie to you, Potter. This will be the talk of the school for quite some time. But the novelty will wear off eventually. Just keep your head up and remember your studies come first." Harry nodded, grateful for the prefect's straightforward advice. He climbed the spiral staircase to find the first-year boys' dormitory, where 4 four-poster beds hung with deep red velvet curtains awaited. His fellow Gryffindors appeared to be sleeping, though Harry suspected at least Ron was faking it to avoid an awkward conversation. Harry changed into his pajamas and climbed into bed, his mind racing despite his exhaustion. He had come to Hogwarts expecting to learn magic, make friends, and perhaps find a place he belonged. Instead, he'd been publicly bound to a girl he'd never met before by a talking hat that claimed they were destined for each other. Just another normal day in the life of Harry Potter. Harry woke early the next morning, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar canopy above his bed. The events of the previous night crashed back into his consciousness, and he groaned, pulling his pillow over his face. "You alive over there, mate?" Ron's voice came from the next bed. Harry removed the pillow reluctantly. "Unfortunately." Ron was already dressed, sitting on the edge of his bed with an expression of mingled curiosity and concern. "So, what happened with Dumbledore?" Harry sat up, reaching for his glasses. "Not much, really. He said it's really rare magic and they're going to observe us, whatever that means. So you're not actually, engaged or anything?" Ron asked, looking relieved. "No. We're 11, Ron." Harry pulled on his socks. "Dumbledore said it doesn't have to mean anything right now." "Good," Ron nodded. "Because, mate, she's in Slytherin. That's going to be complicated enough without wedding plans." Harry thought of Daphne's composed face and formal manner. She seemed, all right. Not what I expected from a Slytherin. "They're not always obvious about it," Ron said darkly as they headed down to the common room. "Dad says the cunning ones are the most dangerous." The common room fell silent when Harry entered, dozens of eyes turning to stare at him. He felt his face growing hot but forced himself to walk normally toward the portrait hole. Behind him, conversations resumed, this time with barely concealed whispers and glances. "Can you imagine? Soulmates. Wonder if it's like in the old stories. Poor kid, bonded to a snake." The Great Hall was already bustling with activity when they arrived for breakfast. Harry instinctively looked toward the Slytherin table, spotting Daphne's blonde hair easily. She sat between the dark-haired girl from yesterday and a tall black student, eating toast with deliberate precision while appearing to ignore the constant whispers around her. Harry slid into a seat at the Gryffindor table, trying to focus on his breakfast instead of the stares following his every movement. Professor McGonagall moved along the table distributing course schedules, pausing briefly when she reached Harry. "Mr. Potter, please come to my office after your last class today. Professor Dumbledore has received responses from both families that require discussion." Harry nodded, his stomach churning at the thought of the Dursleys' reaction. He glanced at his schedule, Transfiguration with McGonagall first, followed by Charms, then Herbology with the Hufflepuffs, and finally History of Magic. As Harry and Ron left the Great Hall for their first class, they passed close to the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy stuck out his foot, nearly tripping Harry. "Watch it, Potter," Malfoy sneered. "Planning your wedding already? I'm sure Greengrass is thrilled to be stuck with someone who doesn't even know which end of a wand to hold." Before Harry could respond, a cool voice cut in. "Your concern for my feelings is touching, Draco, but unnecessary." Daphne stood nearby, her school bag slung over one shoulder, the dark-haired girl at her side. Up close, Harry noticed her eyes were a striking shade of blue, like frozen lake water. "I was merely expressing sympathy for your predicament," Malfoy drawled, though he seemed slightly taken aback by her directness. "How thoughtful," Daphne replied with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Potter, Weasley," she acknowledged with a slight nod before turning to leave. As she passed Harry, their shoulders brushed slightly. A visible spark of golden light flickered between them, causing both to jerk back in surprise. The students nearby gasped. "Did you see that? It's true then. Magical soulmates." Daphne recovered first, her face returning to its composed mask despite the pink tinge in her cheeks. "We should discuss this later, Potter. Somewhere less public." She swept away with her friend before Harry could respond, leaving him standing awkwardly in the middle of the entrance hall with what felt like the entire school watching. "Blimey," Ron whispered as they hurried toward Transfiguration. "What was that light thing?" "No idea," Harry muttered. "But I'm guessing it's part of whatever the Sorting Hat detected." Their first day of classes proved both fascinating and overwhelming. Professor McGonagall transformed her desk into a pig and back again, though she spent the rest of the class having them try to turn matches into needles. By the end, only Hermione Granger had made any real progress. Charms with tiny Professor Flitwick was similarly exciting, especially when the diminutive professor squeaked and toppled off his stack of books upon reading Harry's name during roll call. Throughout both classes, Harry was acutely aware of the whispers and stares from his classmates, though the professors themselves maintained professional decorum. At lunch, Harry noticed Daphne surrounded by a group of older Slytherin girls, her posture stiff as they peppered her with questions he couldn't hear. The dark-haired girl beside her, Tracy Davis, Harry learned from an eavesdropped conversation, seemed to be running interference, deflecting the most intrusive inquiries. The afternoon classes passed in a blur of information about magical plants and the goblin rebellions of the 14th century. By the time Harry headed to Professor McGonagall's office, his head was swimming with new knowledge, and he'd almost managed to forget about the soulmate situation, as Ron had taken to calling it. McGonagall's office was austere but comfortable, with a tartan biscuit tin on her desk and a roaring fire in the grate. Daphne was already seated in one of two straight-backed chairs, her hands folded neatly in her lap. "Mr. Potter, please sit," McGonagall gestured to the empty chair. "I've received responses from both your guardians regarding last night's events." Harry braced himself for the worst. "Miss Greengrass, your parents have expressed concern but not disapproval. They request regular updates and have asked permission to visit the school next weekend to discuss the matter in person with you and the headmaster." Daphne nodded, a flicker of relief crossing her features. "That sounds like Mother. She'll want to research precedents before forming an opinion." McGonagall turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, your aunt and uncle have responded." Her lips thinned disapprovingly. "They state that, and I quote, magical nonsense is not their concern, and have authorized the school to handle the matter as we see fit." Harry felt a curious mixture of relief and hurt. He hadn't expected the Dursleys to care, but their complete disregard still stung. "They must be Muggles," Daphne observed, glancing at Harry with new interest. "Yes," Harry confirmed. "They don't like magic much." McGonagall cleared her throat. "In light of these responses, Professor Dumbledore has proposed that you two meet twice weekly, Tuesday evenings and Saturday afternoons, to become better acquainted and allow us to observe any magical effects of your connection." Professor Snape or I will supervise these meetings initially. She fixed them with a stern look. I must emphasize that these meetings are not social engagements but magical research sessions. You will be expected to complete your regular assignments in addition to any exercises we assign regarding your unique situation. Yes, Professor, they responded in unison. Good. Now, Professor Dumbledore has asked me to test a theory. McGonagall stood and retrieved 2 identical feathers from her desk drawer. Each of you, please take 1 feather and attempt the basic levitation charm we know you haven't learned yet. The incantation is Wingardium Leviosa, with a swish and flick motion. Harry accepted his feather, bewildered. But Professor, we haven't had that lesson yet. Precisely, Mr. Potter. We're testing whether your connection facilitates magical learning. Harry and Daphne exchanged uncertain glances before positioning their wands over their respective feathers. Harry felt foolish attempting a spell he'd never practiced, but he dutifully said, Wingardium Leviosa, while moving his wand in what he hoped was a swish and flick motion. Nothing happened. Beside him, Daphne's attempt yielded similar results. As expected, McGonagall nodded. Now, please stand and face each other. They complied, standing awkwardly about 2 feet apart. Miss Greengrass, place your feather on Mr. Potter's open palm. Mr. Potter, hold your hand steady. Now, both of you concentrate on the feather while Miss Greengrass performs the charm. Daphne placed her feather gently on Harry's outstretched palm, her cool fingers briefly brushing his skin. Harry felt that same strange warmth from the night before spreading through his chest. Daphne positioned her wand, took a deep breath, and spoke the incantation. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather rose smoothly from Harry's palm, hovering between them at eye level. Both children stared in amazement. I felt it, Daphne whispered. It was like, my magic knew what to do. Excellent, McGonagall said, making a note on a piece of parchment. Now reverse positions. They switched places, Daphne holding her palm up while Harry attempted the charm. To his astonishment, the feather rose just as easily, as though he'd been practicing for weeks. It's like there's no resistance, Harry said wonderingly. Like the magic wants to flow. McGonagall nodded, continuing her notes. This confirms one aspect of the historical accounts. Your magic amplifies and supports each other's when in direct proximity. Most interesting. She had them try several more simple charms they hadn't learned yet, with similar results. When working together, spells came naturally that should have required weeks of practice. That will be all for today, McGonagall said finally, setting down her quill. Your first official meeting will be Saturday at 2 o'clock in classroom 11. Until then, I suggest you both focus on adjusting to your classes and house routines. As they left McGonagall's office, Harry found himself walking beside Daphne down the empty corridor. Neither spoke immediately, the silence stretching awkwardly between them. So, Harry began, unsure what to say. That was pretty amazing with the feathers. Daphne nodded, her steps measured beside his. It was unexpected. I've been reading about magic my whole life, but I've never heard of anything like this. I only found out I was a wizard a month ago, Harry admitted. So all of this is new to me. Daphne stopped walking, turning to face him with surprise. You didn't know. But you're Harry Potter. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. My aunt and uncle never told me. I didn't know about my parents or Vold. He stopped when Daphne flinched. Sorry, you know who. I didn't know about any of it until Hagrid came to get me. Something in Daphne's expression shifted, her analytical gaze softening slightly. That's unfortunate. No wonder you looked so overwhelmed at the sorting. Even before the hat yelled about soulmates, Harry agreed with a self-deprecating smile. The corner of Daphne's mouth twitched upward. Yes, well. That was a surprise for both of us. They resumed walking, the silence now more comfortable. We should probably head to dinner, Daphne said as they reached a juncture where their paths would diverge. Harry upward toward Gryffindor Tower, Daphne down toward the dungeons. Right, Harry nodded. See you Saturday, I guess. Saturday, Daphne confirmed with a small nod. She hesitated, then added, Potter. Harry. Whatever this connection means, I intend to approach it logically. I suggest you do the same. With that parting advice, she turned and walked away, her blonde hair swinging slightly with each precise step. Harry watched her go, feeling that curious warmth in his chest again. Whatever this soulmate business meant, he had a feeling life at Hogwarts had just gotten considerably more complicated. Word of Harry and Daphne's magical display in McGonagall's office somehow leaked to the student body by breakfast the next day. Harry suspected the portraits, which he was quickly learning reported everything they witnessed to anyone who would listen. Is it true you can do fifth-year spells when you're together? A Hufflepuff third year asked as Harry tried to eat his porridge. No, he mumbled through a mouthful. Just first-year spells, and only some of them. The questions continued throughout the day, growing increasingly absurd. By lunchtime, rumors claimed Harry and Daphne could perform wandless magic, read each other's thoughts, and even teleport when holding hands. This is mental, Ron complained as they trudged down to the dungeons for their first potions lesson. You'd think people had never heard of magic before. Harry had been dreading potions since learning it was taught by Professor Snape, who seemed to despise him on sight. The fact that they shared the class with the Slytherins added another layer of complexity, his first class with Daphne since the sorting. The dungeon classroom was chilly and dimly lit, with pickled animals floating in glass jars along the walls. Harry and Ron found seats in the middle of the room just as the Slytherins filed in. Daphne entered with Tracy Davis, both taking seats near the front. She didn't look in Harry's direction, though he felt that now familiar warmth increased slightly with her proximity. Snape began the class with roll call, pausing at Harry's name with a sneer. Ah, yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Draco Malfoy and his friends sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling names and launched into a speech about the subtle science and exact art of potion-making. Despite his evident dislike of Harry, his words captured the imagination, bottling fame, brewing glory, even stopping death. Then, without warning, Snape rounded on Harry. Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry blinked, completely lost. Hermione's hand shot into the air nearby. I don't know, sir, he admitted. Snape's lips curled into a sneer. Tut, tut, fame clearly isn't everything. He ignored Hermione's raised hand. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Again, Harry had no idea. From the corner of his eye, he saw Daphne watching the exchange, her expression unreadable. I don't know, sir. Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, Potter. Snape's voice was soft but cutting. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Before Harry could admit his ignorance a third time, another voice spoke. Professor, Daphne said clearly, perhaps Potter could answer if the questions were from our assigned reading rather than the third-year curriculum. The dungeon fell silent. Snape turned slowly to face Daphne, his expression inscrutable. Miss Greengrass, he said quietly. While your connection to Potter is noted, interrupting a professor's questioning is unacceptable. 5 points from Slytherin. Daphne didn't flinch. Yes, Professor. My apologies. Snape turned back to Harry. For your information, Potter, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and it will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, also known as aconite. He glared around the room. Well? Why aren't you all copying that down? There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Snape added, and a point will be taken from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter. Things didn't improve during the practical portion of the lesson. They were set to mixing a simple potion to cure boils, and Snape swept around criticizing almost everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to favor. He was just telling everyone to look at the perfect way Malfoy had stewed his horned slugs when clouds of acid green smoke and a loud hissing filled the dungeon. Neville had somehow managed to melt Seamus's cauldron, and their potion was seeping across the stone floor. Within seconds, the whole class was standing on their stools while Neville, drenched in the potion, moaned in pain as angry red boils sprang up all over his arms and legs. "Idiot boy!" Snape snarled, clearing the spilled potion with a wave of his wand. "I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire?" Neville whimpered as boils started to pop up all over his nose. "Take him up to the hospital wing," Snape spat at Seamus, then rounded on Harry and Ron, who had been working next to Neville. "You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you?" "That's another point from Gryffindor." This was so unfair that Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Ron kicked him behind their cauldron. "Don't push it," he muttered. "I've heard Snape can turn nasty." As they climbed the steps out of the dungeon an hour later, Harry's spirits were low. He'd lost 2 points for Gryffindor in his very first week. "Cheer up," said Ron. "Snape's always taking points off Fred and George. And did you see? Greengrass actually stood up for you. Cost her house points too." Harry had been thinking about that. Why would Daphne risk Snape's displeasure to defend him? They hardly knew each other. He got his answer after dinner when a small folded note was delivered by a first-year Slytherin girl with dark pigtails. "From Greengrass," she said simply before scurrying away. Harry unfolded the note, written in neat, precise handwriting. "Potter, Professor Snape's behavior was unprofessional and unbecoming. While I don't regret intervening, I would appreciate if you'd refrain from mentioning it during our meeting tomorrow. Slytherin politics are complicated enough without appearing to favor Gryffindors." Until Saturday, D.G. Harry reread the note twice, unsure whether to be touched by her defense or annoyed by her apparent embarrassment about it. Ron read it over his shoulder and snorted. Typical Slytherin. Does something decent then doesn't want anyone to know about it. But Harry wasn't so sure. The more he thought about it, the more he wondered if Daphne's request had less to do with embarrassment and more to do with self-preservation. If her housemates thought she was siding with Gryffindors against their head of house, her life in the dungeons could become very difficult. "I think she's just being careful," Harry said finally. "You heard McGonagall, the Greengrasses are coming to visit next weekend. She probably doesn't want to cause problems before then." Ron shrugged, clearly unconvinced. "If you say so. Just don't forget she's a Slytherin, mate. They always have angles." Harry tucked the note into his pocket, wondering what other surprises his magical soulmate might have in store. Saturday afternoon arrived with surprising speed. Harry had spent the morning exploring the grounds with Ron and Hermione, who had finally stopped sniffing disapprovingly at them after they defended her from some cruel remarks by Malfoy. Now, as 2 o'clock approached, Harry found himself standing outside classroom 11, oddly nervous. He wasn't the first to arrive. Professor Snape stood by the door, looking even more sour than usual, while Daphne waited nearby with perfect posture, her school robes immaculate despite it being the weekend. "Potter," Snape acknowledged coldly. "Right on time for once. Enter." The classroom had been rearranged with a large circular table in the center surrounded by 4 chairs. The blackboard displayed a list of spells and potions with notes beside each. "Sit," Snape instructed, gesturing to 2 chairs facing each other. "Professor McGonagall will join us shortly. Until then, we will begin with some basic observations." He placed a set of silver instruments on the table between them, including what looked like scales, a crystal pendulum, and something resembling a compass. "These will measure magical resonance, emotional congruence, and proximity sensitivity," he explained, his tone suggesting he found the entire exercise beneath him. "Miss Greengrass, Mr. Potter, please place your wands on the table and extend your dominant hands, palm up." They complied, Harry feeling increasingly awkward under Snape's critical gaze. The professor placed the crystal pendulum between their outstretched hands. Concentrate on the pendulum. Do not speak or move. Harry focused on the crystal, acutely aware of Daphne sitting opposite him, her blue eyes similarly fixed on the pendulum. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the crystal began to swing in small circles despite neither of them touching it. Snape made notes on a piece of parchment, his expression unreadable. As they continued to concentrate, the pendulum's circles grew larger and faster, and the crystal itself began to glow with a soft golden light similar to the spark that had appeared when they touched in the entrance hall. Fascinating, came Professor McGonagall's voice from the doorway. Just as the historical accounts describe. Snape stopped the pendulum with a tap of his wand. The resonance is stronger than anticipated for their age and limited magical training. What does it mean, Professor? Daphne asked, her voice perfectly polite despite Snape's coldness toward Harry. It means, McGonagall answered, taking the fourth seat, that your magical cores are attempting to synchronize. In adult soulmates, this would manifest as shared magical abilities and enhanced power when working together. But we're not adults, Harry pointed out. Precisely, Potter, Snape said with a slight sneer. Which makes this situation potentially volatile. Undeveloped magical cores should not attempt synchronization. McGonagall nodded. Which is why we'll be teaching you both some basic exercises to manage the connection. Think of it as, magical boundaries. For the next hour, they practiced techniques that seemed like a strange combination of meditation and controlled magic. They learned to sense the flow of magic between them, which Harry found surprisingly easy, like noticing a current in water, and how to moderate it. The goal is not to sever the connection, McGonagall explained, but to establish healthy limits. Too much uncontrolled resonance could result in magical depletion or even core damage. Like magical exhaustion? Daphne asked, looking concerned. Similar, but potentially more severe, McGonagall confirmed. However, with proper management, your connection should stabilize naturally as you grow older. They moved on to practical applications, testing whether the enhanced spellcasting they'd demonstrated in McGonagall's office extended to other magic. It did. Transfiguration, charms, and even potions ingredients responded more potently when they worked together. This explains why soul-bonded pairs were so valued historically, McGonagall remarked. Particularly in times of conflict. As weapons, Daphne said quietly, her eyes meeting Harry's across the table. The thought hung uncomfortably in the air before Snape broke the silence. Which is precisely why discretion is advisable. The wider wizarding world need not know the full extent of your capabilities. By the end of the session, Harry felt mentally exhausted but also oddly settled, as though something that had been buzzing discordantly inside him had found its proper frequency. Practice the centering exercise daily, McGonagall instructed as they gathered their things. And record any unusual magical occurrences in the journals we've provided. As they left the classroom, Harry found himself walking beside Daphne once more. This time, the silence between them felt less awkward. That was, educational, Harry offered finally. Daphne nodded, a small smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Mother would approve. She's always saying knowledge is power. Are you nervous about seeing them next weekend? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Daphne considered the question. Not nervous, exactly. They'll want to understand the situation fully before forming opinions. Father might be concerned about political implications, but he's reasonable. Political implications? Harry echoed, confused. Harry Potter is a significant name in our world, she explained carefully. Being linked to you has consequences. Some favorable, some less so, depending on one's allegiances. Understanding dawned. You mean because of Vold, sorry, you know who. Daphne nodded, glancing around to ensure they weren't overheard. My family remained neutral during the last conflict, but many Slytherin families did not. Their children are now my housemates. Like Malfoy, Harry guessed. Among others. She adjusted her bag on her shoulder. It makes my position complex. Harry hadn't considered how the soulmate situation might affect Daphne's standing in Slytherin. While he was getting teasing and curious questions in Gryffindor, she might be facing genuine hostility. Is it causing problems for you? He asked, concerned. Nothing I can't handle, she replied with dignity. Greengrasses are adept at navigating difficult social waters. They had reached the entrance hall where their paths would diverge again. Daphne paused, seeming to debate something internally before speaking. Potter. Harry. Would you be amenable to occasionally studying together? The magical enhancement could be beneficial for both our academic standings. Harry was surprised by the request but found himself nodding. Sure, that makes sense. Library? 3rd floor, East Wing. There's a study alcove behind the section on magical theory that's usually empty. She gave him a considering look. Tuesday after classes. Before our evening meeting. I'll be there, Harry promised, oddly pleased by the arrangement. Daphne nodded once, satisfied. Until then, Potter. As she walked away, Harry realized that despite all the strangeness, he was actually looking forward to Tuesday. Whatever else this magical connection might mean, Daphne Greengrass was turning out to be far more interesting than he'd expected. The week that followed settled into a routine that almost felt normal, despite the extraordinary circumstances. Classes continued, with Harry gradually adjusting to the workload and magical education. The whispers and stares diminished slightly as students found new topics of gossip, though Harry and Daphne's situation remained a subject of fascination. Their Tuesday study session proved unexpectedly productive. The alcove Daphne had mentioned was indeed secluded, with a small round table and comfortable chairs nestled between tall bookshelves. They worked on transfiguration essays and charms practice, discovering that even when not actively casting together, their proximity seemed to enhance their magical understanding. It's like having a second perspective on the magic, Daphne observed as she successfully transformed a matchstick into a needle on her 3rd attempt, a feat that had taken most students multiple classes. I'm just glad I'm not falling behind, Harry admitted. I was worried, coming from a Muggle family and all. Daphne gave him a considering look. You're more capable than you give yourself credit for, Potter. Your practical magic is quite strong, even without our enhancement. The compliment, delivered in her matter-of-fact tone, somehow meant more than Ron's enthusiastic encouragement or Hermione's detailed advice. Their evening session with Professors McGonagall and Snape focused more on controlling the magical resonance between them. They practiced exercises that reminded Harry of the meditation techniques he'd once seen on a program Aunt Petunia watched about stress reduction. Visualize your magical core as a sphere of light, McGonagall instructed. Now imagine a permeable boundary, not a wall, but a membrane that allows controlled flow. By the end of the session, Harry could sense Daphne's magic without looking at her, a cool, precise presence that somehow complemented his own more volatile energy. He suspected she could sense his as well, from the way her eyes occasionally flicked to him when his concentration slipped. As Saturday approached, Harry found himself increasingly curious about meeting the Greengrasses. Would they blame him for this situation? Would they forbid Daphne from associating with him? He had no idea what magical parents might think about their daughter being magically bonded to an orphan who'd grown up with Muggles. His concerns must have shown on his face during breakfast, because Daphne paused briefly beside the Gryffindor table on her way out of the Great Hall, ignoring the surprised looks from both houses. My parents arrive at 11, she said quietly. Professor Dumbledore has requested your presence in his office at 11:30. The password is, Peppermint Toad. Before Harry could respond, she continued on her way, leaving him staring after her while Ron gawked beside him. Did she just talk to you in public? Ron asked, sounding scandalized. It's not forbidden, Ron, Hermione pointed out reasonably. They're in an unprecedented magical situation. Of course they need to communicate. Yeah, but in front of everyone. Ron gestured around the hall where, indeed, many students were watching with interest. That's practically a declaration in pure blood circles. A declaration of what? Harry asked, confused. Ron lowered his voice. That she's acknowledging the connection. Publicly. Harry hadn't considered that Daphne's brief communication might have social significance beyond the practical information shared. The realization that she might be making a statement, potentially risking her standing in Slytherin, made his stomach flip in a not entirely unpleasant way. At 11:25, Harry found himself climbing the spiral staircase to Dumbledore's office, his school robes freshly pressed and his hair as neat as he could make it, which wasn't saying much. He knocked tentatively on the polished door. "Enter," called Dumbledore's serene voice. The office looked much as it had the night of the sorting, though now afternoon sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating the various silver instruments and sleeping portraits. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, while three figures occupied the chairs before it. Daphne sat straight-backed in the center chair, flanked by a man and woman who could only be her parents. Mrs. Greengrass was elegantly beautiful, with the same honey-blonde hair as her daughter, though styled in an intricate updo that emphasized her aristocratic features. Mr. Greengrass was tall and distinguished, with dark brown hair streaked with silver at the temples and piercing blue eyes identical to Daphne's. "Ah, Harry. Please join us," Dumbledore gestured to a fourth chair that appeared beside Daphne's. Harry crossed the room, acutely aware of three pairs of eyes evaluating his every move. "Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass, may I present Harry Potter," Dumbledore said formally. "Harry, these are Hyperion and Celeste Greengrass, Daphne's parents." "It's nice to meet you," Harry said, wishing his voice sounded more confident. "Mr. Potter," Mr. Greengrass acknowledged with a nod. His voice was deep and cultured. "We've heard much about you." "Only some of it from our daughter," Mrs. Greengrass added with a small smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "The rest, of course, is rather public knowledge." Harry shifted uncomfortably, unsure how to respond. Dumbledore came to his rescue. "We have been discussing the nature of the bond detected by the Sorting Hat," he explained. "I've shared what historical precedents exist, though they are admittedly limited. What concerns us," Mr. Greengrass said, his gaze moving from Harry to Dumbledore, "is the public nature of the revelation. Such matters are typically handled with greater discretion." "Unfortunately, the Sorting Hat has its own agenda," Dumbledore replied, looking somewhat apologetic. "It believes in fulfilling the Founder's intentions for the school, which apparently include identifying rare magical connections." "Be that as it may," Mrs. Greengrass interjected smoothly, "the situation presents certain challenges. Daphne's position in Slytherin House. The political implications. The children's education and development. All valid concerns," Dumbledore nodded. "Which is why we've implemented supervised meetings and magical management techniques. Professors McGonagall and Snape report that both children are handling the situation admirably." "Daphne has always been level-headed," Mr. Greengrass said, a note of pride in his voice. "Her letters home have been characteristically thoughtful on the matter." Harry glanced at Daphne, who sat with perfect composure, though he noticed her hands were clasped tightly in her lap. "And you, Mr. Potter," Mrs. Greengrass turned her attention fully to Harry. "How are you finding this unexpected development?" All eyes turned to him, and Harry swallowed nervously. "It's been strange, ma'am. But interesting too. Daphne's been really helpful with explaining things I don't understand about the wizarding world." Mrs. Greengrass raised an elegant eyebrow. "Yes, we understand you were raised by Muggles. A most unusual arrangement for a child of your significance." There was something in her tone that made Harry bristle slightly. "I didn't know I was significant until a month ago. Or a wizard, for that matter." Mr. Greengrass leaned forward, his expression sharpening with interest. "You were unaware of your heritage?" "Entirely." "Yes, sir," Harry nodded. "My aunt and uncle don't like magic. They never told me about my parents or Hogwarts or anything." The greengrasses exchanged a look that Harry couldn't interpret, but which seemed significant. "Most irregular," Mr. Greengrass murmured. "Dumbledore, surely this was not the intent when the boy was placed with these muggles?" "The circumstances of Harry's placement were complex," Dumbledore replied carefully. "But perhaps not ideal for his understanding of our world. However, he is making remarkable progress in adjusting." The conversation continued in this vein for some time, with the greengrasses asking probing questions about Harry's background, the nature of the bond, and the school's plans for managing it. Throughout, Daphne remained largely silent, though she occasionally added precise clarifications when asked directly. Finally, Mr. Greengrass sat back in his chair. "I believe we understand the situation more clearly now. While unexpected, this connection need not be disruptive to either child's education. Indeed, the magical benefits described could prove advantageous. We would request regular updates," Mrs. Greengrass added, "and the opportunity for Daphne to return home during holidays for proper reflection and distance." "Of course," Dumbledore agreed readily. "Distance will be important for both children to process these developments." "And Mr. Potter?" Mrs. Greengrass inquired. "Will he be returning to his Muggle relations?" "For the summer holidays, yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "There are protective measures in place that make this necessary." Harry tried to hide his dismay at this reminder of his inevitable return to Privet Drive. "Perhaps," Mr. Greengrass said thoughtfully, "arrangements could be made for supervised interaction during the summer months. If the magical connection requires maintenance, it would be prudent." Harry looked up in surprise. Was Mr. Greengrass suggesting he might see Daphne during the summer? "An excellent suggestion," Dumbledore nodded. "We can discuss specific arrangements as the time approaches." The meeting concluded shortly thereafter, with the Greengrasses requesting a private lunch with their daughter. As they prepared to leave, Mrs. Greengrass paused beside Harry. "Mr. Potter," she said quietly, "whatever circumstances brought you and Daphne together, please understand that the Greengrass family takes magical bonds seriously. We will approach this situation with the respect it deserves." "Thank you, ma'am," Harry replied, unexpectedly touched by the formal acknowledgement. Mr. Greengrass extended his hand, which Harry shook somewhat awkwardly. "We shall undoubtedly meet again, Mr. Potter. Until then, I trust you will continue to work with Daphne responsibly." "Yes, sir," Harry nodded. "I will." As the Greengrasses departed with Daphne between them, Harry was left alone with Dumbledore, who studied him with twinkling blue eyes. "They seem nice," Harry offered uncertainly. Dumbledore chuckled. "The Greengrasses are known for their diplomacy and measured approach to magical matters. I believe they were quite impressed by you, Harry, though they would never show it openly." "By me?" Harry asked incredulously. "But I barely said anything." "Sometimes," Dumbledore said wisely, "it is what one does not say that reveals the most. You demonstrated dignity and respect despite your unfamiliarity with such formal interactions. That would not go unnoticed by a family like the Greengrasses." Harry considered this as he walked back to Gryffindor Tower, replaying the meeting in his mind. The Greengrasses had been formal but not unkind, curious but not intrusive. Most surprisingly, they seemed to accept the connection between Harry and Daphne as something to be managed rather than rejected. For the first time since the Sorting Hat's proclamation, Harry felt a small measure of relief. Whatever this soulmate business meant for his future, at least Daphne's family didn't seem to hate him for it. Given his limited experience with magical families so far, that seemed like a surprisingly good start. When Harry entered the Great Hall for dinner that evening, his gaze automatically sought out the Slytherin table. Daphne had returned from lunch with her parents and sat in her usual spot beside Tracy Davis. As if sensing his attention, she looked up, meeting his eyes across the hall. She gave a small, almost imperceptible nod before returning to her conversation. "How'd it go with the in-laws?" Fred Weasley asked with a grin as Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table. We're not," Harry spluttered, feeling his face grow hot. "He's only teasing, Harry," George assured him, though his eyes danced with mirth. But seriously, what are they like? The Greengrasses keep to themselves mostly. They were formal, Harry said, trying to find the right words. But not unfriendly. Just very proper about everything. Classic neutral pureblood family, Ron nodded knowingly as he piled mashed potatoes onto his plate. Dad says Mr. Greengrass is well respected in the ministry but never takes sides. Is that good? Harry asked, genuinely unsure. Better than being dark, Ron shrugged. But some say not choosing a side is still making a choice, you know. Hermione, who had been listening intently, leaned forward. Did they discuss what happens next with the bond? More supervised meetings, Harry explained. And maybe some arrangements for the summer, though nothing specific yet. The conversation shifted to Quidditch as dinner progressed, much to Harry's relief. The constant attention on his connection with Daphne was exhausting, and he welcomed the chance to think about normal things like sports and classes. Later that evening, as Harry sat in the common room attempting to finish a potions essay, an unfamiliar tawny owl tapped at the window. Neville, who was closest, opened it to let the bird in. To everyone's surprise, it flew directly to Harry and extended its leg. Got yourself a secret admirer, Harry? Dean Thomas teased as Harry untied the small scroll. It's probably from Dumbledore about the meetings, Harry muttered, though the elegant penmanship on the sealed parchment looked nothing like the headmaster's looping script. He unrolled the message away from prying eyes. Potter, my parents have requested I inform you of their impressions following our meeting. They found you refreshingly direct and admirably composed given the circumstances. From them, this is high praise. They have also approved our study arrangements and magical practice sessions. Father specifically mentioned your unfortunate upbringing and has provided several books on wizarding customs that might prove useful. I can bring them to our Tuesday meeting if you're interested. My mother has also extended a tentative invitation for you to visit Greengrass Manor during a portion of the summer holidays, subject to Professor Dumbledore's approval regarding the protective measures he mentioned. Please send your response with Athena. She is quite discreet. Cordially, Daphne Greengrass. Harry read the letter twice, a strange mixture of emotions washing over him. The formal tone was so typically Daphne, yet there was something almost friendly in her offer of books and the mention of a summer visit. The elegant owl, Athena, watched him patiently, head tilted to one side. Can I borrow a quill? Harry asked Hermione, who was working nearby. She handed him one with a curious look but didn't pry. Harry turned the parchment over and wrote, Daphne, thanks for letting me know about your parents. I'm glad they didn't think I was a complete disaster. I'd definitely be interested in those books. I don't want to keep making mistakes just because I don't know the customs. A summer visit sounds brilliant, honestly. The Dursleys would probably be relieved to be rid of me for a while anyway. Let me know what Professor Dumbledore says about the arrangements. See you Tuesday, Harry. He hesitated, wondering if his response was too informal compared to her precise letter, but decided it was better to be himself than to attempt a formality that would likely sound awkward. He tied the response to Athena's leg, and the owl gave a soft hoot before flying back out the window. Secret correspondence with Miss Greengrass? Fred whispered dramatically, having appeared behind Harry's chair. Just about the meeting today, Harry replied, not entirely untruthfully. Her parents wanted to pass along some information. Fred nodded sagely. Ah, the mysterious workings of pure-blood diplomacy. Well, if you need any advice on winning over a Slytherin heart, I don't, Harry interrupted quickly. We're just figuring things out. Fair enough, Fred grinned. But the offer stands. George and I know secrets about this castle that could make for very impressive private meetings. As Fred sauntered away, Harry returned to his potions essay, finding it suddenly easier to focus. Whatever else the soulmate situation might bring, the possibility of escaping the Dursleys for part of the summer was an unexpected silver lining. And the fact that Daphne's parents seemed willing to include him in their family's plans was both surprising and oddly touching. Perhaps, Harry thought as he described the properties of flobberworm mucus, this strange magical connection wouldn't be entirely complicated after all. He should have known better than to tempt fate. Chapter 2, Whispers and Wonders. Autumn descended upon Hogwarts with breathtaking swiftness. The forbidden forest transformed into a tapestry of crimson and gold, while morning fog rolled across the lake in ethereal waves. For Harry, the changing season marked a surprising milestone. He had survived his first month at Hogwarts despite the chaos of being magically connected to a Slytherin girl he barely knew. Their twice-weekly meetings had become a fixed point in Harry's increasingly busy schedule. Tuesdays were for studying in the library alcove, followed by supervised magical practice with either McGonagall or Snape. Saturdays were more intensive, focusing on controlling and understanding their unusual bond. Harry found himself looking forward to these sessions more than he cared to admit, especially as Daphne gradually relaxed her formal demeanor when they were alone. "You're overthinking it again," she observed one Saturday afternoon as they practiced maintaining magical equilibrium while casting simultaneously. "The magic knows what to do if you'll just let it." Harry sighed in frustration. "Easy for you to say. You've been around magic your whole life." "And yet," Daphne countered with that slight upward quirk of her lips that passed for a smile, "in this particular magic, we're equally novices." She had a point. The books on magical bonds that Professor McGonagall had provided contained only vague references to soul connections, most couched in romantic poetry or historical footnotes. Nothing offered practical guidance for two first years navigating an ancient magical phenomenon. "Try again," Daphne suggested, extending her hand palm up on the table between them. "But this time, don't focus on controlling the magic. Just feel it." Harry placed his hand palm down about an inch above hers, not touching but close enough to feel the warmth radiating between them. They had discovered that direct skin contact created powerful magical surges that were difficult to manage, so proximity exercises had become their standard practice. He closed his eyes, reaching for the now familiar sensation of Daphne's magical signature, cool, precise, with unexpected depths like a mountain lake. Their magic responded instantly, golden threads of light weaving between their palms in an intricate dance. "There," Daphne said softly. "Now hold that feeling while we cast." Together they raised their wands with their free hands and spoke the incantation for a simple color-changing charm. The white feather between them shifted through a perfect rainbow spectrum before settling on a deep purple that matched neither of their magical signatures but somehow represented both. "Excellent progress," Professor McGonagall noted, making another entry in her ever-present observation journal. "The synchronization is much smoother now." Harry pulled his hand back, the golden threads dissipating like morning mist. "Professor, I've been wondering, does this connection mean we'll always have to be near each other to do strong magic?" McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Not necessarily, Mr. Potter. Historical accounts suggest that mature magical bonds develop differently. Initially, proximity enhances abilities, but eventually, the connection stabilizes regardless of distance. Like magical muscle memory, Daphne suggested thoughtfully. "An apt analogy, Miss Greengrass." McGonagall nodded approvingly. "Now, I believe we should discuss the upcoming Halloween feast and potential complications." Harry and Daphne exchanged glances. The professors had begun referring obliquely to complications whenever discussing public events that would put them in proximity without the structure of their supervised sessions. "We've been managing fine in classes," Harry pointed out. The incident and potions notwithstanding, they had developed an unspoken agreement to maintain a polite distance in public, acknowledging each other with brief nods when necessary but otherwise minimizing interaction to avoid fueling gossip. "The Halloween feast is different," McGonagall explained. "Heightened emotions, magical decorations, the anniversary significance for Mr. Potter, all these could potentially amplify your connection unpredictably." Harry stiffened at the mention of Halloween's significance. He had only recently learned it marked the murder of his parents and his own miraculous survival. The thought of experiencing such a painful anniversary in the middle of a school celebration while managing an unpredictable magical bond was distinctly unappealing. Perhaps, Daphne suggested carefully, we could implement a modified version of our proximity exercise during the feast. A mutual agreement to check and balance our magical output at regular intervals. McGonagall considered this a sensible approach, Miss Greengrass. I would also recommend that both of you inform a trusted friend of the potential issues, someone who could discreetly assist should any complications arise. As they gathered their things at the session's end, Harry found himself walking beside Daphne down the empty corridor, their footsteps echoing in comfortable synchrony. "Who will you tell?" he asked curiously. "About Halloween, I mean." "Tracy," Daphne replied without hesitation. "She's already aware of most details, and she can be trusted to be discreet." "You two seem close." "We've known each other since we were small," Daphne confirmed. "Our families have adjacent summer properties in Wales." She glanced at him. "And you?" "Weasley, I presume." "Ron," Harry nodded. "Though maybe Hermione too. She's brilliant with magical theory, might spot problems I'd miss." Daphne's expression remained neutral, though Harry detected a slight tension in her shoulders at Hermione's name. "Granger is academically accomplished," she acknowledged carefully. Harry had noticed that Daphne never used the term Muggleborn, though she also never said mudblood like Malfoy. She seemed to navigate blood status conversations with practiced diplomacy, neither embracing nor explicitly rejecting pure blood ideology. "She's been researching magical bonds in her spare time," Harry mentioned. "Thinks our connection might relate to ancient protective magics." "An interesting theory," Daphne allowed. "Not entirely incompatible with some older family grimoires I've consulted." They had reached the point where their paths diverged, Harry upward toward Gryffindor Tower, Daphne down toward the dungeons. These moments of parting had developed their own small ritual over the past weeks. "Until Tuesday, Potter. See you then, Greengrass." Simple, cordial, but with an undercurrent of something neither could quite define, not quite friendship, but no longer the wariness of strangers. As Harry watched her descend the stone steps, he realized with surprise that he had begun to think of Daphne not as the Slytherin girl I'm magically stuck with, but simply as Daphne, complex, interesting, and increasingly important in ways that had nothing to do with the Sorting Hat's proclamation. "Magical bonds often manifest physical representations," Hermione explained earnestly, spreading several large tomes across the library table. "In the 15th century, a bonded pair in Venice reportedly shared a matching birthmark that would glow when they used magic together." Ron rolled his eyes, reaching for another chocolate frog. "Fascinating, Hermione. I'm sure Harry's thrilled to know he might develop glowing birthmarks." Harry, who had been dutifully taking notes for their history of magic essay while half listening to Hermione's bond research, looked up with alarm. "That's not actually going to happen, is it?" "Probably not," Hermione admitted. "Most accounts are semi-legendary at best. But there are consistent themes: shared magical enhancement, emotional awareness, sometimes prophetic significance." "Great," Harry muttered. "More prophecies. Just what I need." The approach of Halloween had made him increasingly moody. The excitement around the school about the upcoming feast only heightened his awareness that he would be celebrating while his parents' murder anniversary passed unacknowledged by most of the wizarding world. "What does Greengrass think about all this research?" Ron asked, lowering his voice despite their secluded corner. "I haven't really discussed it with her," Harry admitted. "Our meetings mostly focus on the practical stuff, controlling the magic, preventing accidents." Hermione looked disappointed. "But doesn't she want to understand the theoretical basis of what's happening to you both?" In her own way, Harry shrugged. "She mentioned family grimoires, but Slytherins aren't exactly known for sharing their secret knowledge, are they?" "Speaking of secrets," Ron said, leaning forward conspiratorially, "did you hear about the break-in at Gringotts? Dad mentioned it in his last letter. Happened back on July 31st, your birthday, Harry." "I remember seeing a newspaper headline at Hagrid's," Harry nodded. "But what's that got to do with secrets?" The vault that was broken into had been emptied earlier that day, Ron explained. And get this, Dad says it was a Hogwarts vault. One that Dumbledore had personally arranged. Hermione frowned. How would your father know that? Works for the ministry, doesn't he? Here's things. Ron looked pleased with himself. Anyway, doesn't it seem suspicious? A Hogwarts vault emptied just before someone breaks in, and now Dumbledore's warning everyone away from the third-floor corridor. Harry's eyes widened as connections formed. Hagrid took something from a vault that day, when we went to Gringotts for my school supplies. A small, grubby package. Said it was Hogwarts business, very secret. So whatever was nearly stolen is now hidden at Hogwarts, Hermione whispered, looking both scandalized and intrigued. Behind that door on the third floor. Probably guarded by something horrible, Ron added with relish. Charlie says Hagrid's always wanted a dragon. Bet that's what the painful death is about. Their speculations were interrupted by the arrival of Neville Longbottom, looking distressed. Harry, he said urgently, Malfoy's cornered Greengrass outside the Charms classroom. He's saying awful things about you both. Harry was on his feet instantly, shoving his books into his bag. What kind of things? Neville hesitated. That she's betraying her house. That her family must be desperate to tie themselves to Potter through old magic. Really nasty stuff. I'd better go, Harry said, torn between anger at Malfoy and concern for Daphne. He knew she could handle herself, but the political situation in Slytherin had been growing increasingly tense as Halloween approached. We'll come too, Ron declared, shoving the remains of his chocolate frog into his mouth. Hermione gathered her books with brisk efficiency. Harry, remember what Professor McGonagall said about heightened emotions affecting your connection. Try to stay calm. They hurried through the library and down the corridors toward the Charms classroom. As they approached, Harry could hear Malfoy's drawling voice. Probably thinks it'll protect her family when the right sort come back to power. Hedging bets with Potter's fame, aren't you, Greengrass? Harry rounded the corner to find Daphne standing rigidly before Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Tracy Davis stood beside her, wand gripped tightly but not raised. Daphne's face was a mask of cold dignity, though Harry could see the tension in her jaw. My family's political positions are not your concern, Malfoy, Daphne was saying, her voice level despite the public confrontation. And I don't recall asking for your assessment of my situation. It concerns all of Slytherin when one of our own consorts with Potter, Malfoy sneered, not yet noticing Harry's arrival. What would your grandfather say? The great Hyperion Greengrass, whose neutrality is just a convenient mask for what, exactly? Harry interrupted, stepping forward. Go on, Malfoy. I'm curious what you think you know about the Greengrasses. Malfoy spun around, his pale face flushing with anger. Potter. Come to defend your destined bride? How touching. The corridor had filled with students drawn by the confrontation. Harry felt a flicker of magic between himself and Daphne, the connection responding to their heightened emotions despite their efforts to control it. I came because a friend told me you were harassing a fellow student, Harry said, working to keep his voice calm as he remembered McGonagall's warnings. Seems that information was accurate. Daphne's eyes met his briefly, a silent warning in their blue depths. This was dangerous territory. Any public alignment between them would only inflame the Slytherin politics she navigated daily. This doesn't concern you, Potter, Tracy Davis interjected smoothly, surprising everyone. Merely an internal house discussion that Malfoy has inappropriately moved to a public venue. Exactly, Daphne agreed, her composure perfect despite the tension crackling in the air. A momentary lapse in house discretion that I'm sure Prefect Farley will address when informed. The mention of the Slytherin prefect made Malfoy hesitate. Gemma Farley was known for her strict enforcement of house unity in public, regardless of private disagreements. This isn't over, Greengrass, Malfoy muttered, backing down but clearly unwilling to lose face entirely. Your family's fence-sitting won't protect you forever. Fascinating prediction, Daphne replied coolly. I'll be sure to include it in my next letter home alongside my divination homework. A ripple of laughter broke the tension, and Malfoy stalked away with Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him. The gathered crowd began to disperse, satisfied that the drama had concluded without hexes being thrown. Harry approached cautiously, aware that Daphne might not welcome his presence after nearly escalating the situation. Are you all right? Perfectly fine, thank you, she replied formally, though he detected gratitude beneath her composed exterior. Malfoy's tantrum was predictable, if tediously timed. He's been worse lately, Tracy added, giving Harry a measuring look. Seems the approach of Halloween has certain factions, restless. Harry understood the implication. The anniversary of Voldemort's defeat stirred up old loyalties and resentments, with Daphne caught in the crossfire due to her connection to him. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I didn't think about how this might affect your house standing. Don't apologize for things beyond your control, Potter, Daphne said, adjusting her book bag with precise movements. Slytherin politics would exist regardless. This is merely a new variable to navigate. Ron, Hermione, and Neville had hung back during the exchange, but now approached cautiously. Malfoy's a git, Ron offered bluntly. Don't let him get to you. Daphne raised an eyebrow at the unexpected support. An insightful analysis, Weasley. I'll consider it appropriately. Despite her dry tone, Harry noticed the slight relaxation of her shoulders. The confrontation had clearly affected her more than she was willing to show. We should go, Tracy said, glancing meaningfully at Daphne. Potions essay to finish before dinner. Daphne nodded. Until Saturday, Potter. She hesitated, then added with formal politeness, Granger, Weasley, Longbottom. As the two Slytherin girls walked away, Ron let out a low whistle. Blimey, Harry. She acknowledged our existence. That's practically a declaration of friendship in Slytherin terms. She's under a lot of pressure, Harry said quietly, watching Daphne's retreating form. This connection is complicated enough without house politics. You care about her, Hermione observed, her tone carefully neutral. Harry considered denying it, then shrugged. Hard not to, I guess. We're in this weird situation together, and she's not what I expected. Just be careful, Hermione warned. Magical bonds can create artificial emotional responses. Some texts suggest they can mimic attachment feelings. It's not the bond, Harry replied with surprising certainty. It's just, she's brave, in her own way. Standing up to her whole house can't be easy. Ron looked skeptical but didn't argue. Come on, let's get back to the library. I still haven't started that transfiguration homework. As they walked back, Harry found himself thinking about the approaching Halloween feast with renewed concern. If house tensions were already this high, what would happen during an emotionally charged celebration marking Voldemort's downfall? The Halloween feast arrived with all the spectacle Hogwarts could muster. Thousands of live bats fluttered from the walls and ceiling while carved pumpkins floated above the tables, their candlelit grins casting eerie shadows. The air hummed with magic and excitement as students filled the great hall, exclaiming over the decorations and the feast appearing on golden plates. Harry entered with Ron and Hermione, trying to appreciate the splendor despite the hollow feeling in his chest. Somewhere in his mind, he had always pictured his parents celebrating Halloween with him, costumes and sweets and laughter. Now he knew they had died on this very night, murdered while trying to protect him. You all right, mate? Ron asked quietly as they took their seats. Yeah, Harry nodded, not entirely truthfully. It's just, a lot. His eyes automatically sought out the Slytherin table, finding Daphne in her usual spot. She met his gaze briefly, giving him a small nod that conveyed understanding. They had discussed the emotional significance of Halloween during their last session, and while she had maintained her usual composure, Harry had detected genuine sympathy in her response. Remember the plan, Hermione whispered as the feast began. If you feel any magical surges, signal one of us immediately. Harry nodded, reaching for a baked potato. They had agreed that Ron would sit on his left and Hermione on his right, providing a buffer should any magical manifestations occur. Across the hall, he could see Tracy similarly positioned beside Daphne, watching her friend with casual vigilance. The feast progressed without incident as Harry forced himself to eat despite his lack of appetite. The food was delicious as always: roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, vegetables of every description, followed by tarts, cakes, and candied apples. Harry had just declined a second helping of treacle tart when Professor Quirrell burst through the doors, his turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll!" he shouted, stumbling toward the high table. "Troll in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He collapsed in a dead faint as pandemonium erupted. Students screamed and leapt to their feet while Dumbledore called for silence, sending purple firecrackers from his wand to restore order. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." As Percy began herding the Gryffindors with officious commands, Harry froze in sudden realization. The Slytherin dorms are in the dungeons, where the troll is. Ron's eyes widened. "Blimey, you're right. Do you think Dumbledore forgot?" Before Harry could respond, he felt a sharp tug in his chest, not painful but insistent, like an invisible thread pulling toward the Slytherin table. His eyes met Daphne's across the hall, and he knew instantly she felt it too. Their connection was reacting to the danger, stronger than it had ever been before. "Harry, come on," Hermione urged, pulling at his sleeve. "We need to go with the others." But Harry couldn't move, transfixed by the magical current flowing between him and Daphne. He watched in confusion as Snape slipped away through a side door instead of heading to the dungeons with the other teachers. What was more concerning was that Professor Quirrell, who had apparently recovered from his faint, was now also disappearing in a different direction, not toward the dungeons where the troll supposedly was. "Something's wrong," Harry muttered, the pull in his chest intensifying. "This doesn't make sense." Across the hall, he saw Daphne say something urgent to Tracy before breaking away from the Slytherin group. The other prefects were leading their houses in different directions, Hufflepuffs toward their basement common room, Ravenclaws up toward their tower, and the Slytherins being directed, indeed, toward the dungeons. "Harry, where are you going?" Ron demanded as Harry suddenly stepped away from the Gryffindor line. "The troll's in the dungeons and they're sending Slytherin straight to it," Harry explained, moving against the flow of students. "Something feels off about all of this. I need to find Daphne." "We'll come with you," Hermione declared, grabbing Ron's arm before he could protest. They slipped away from the Gryffindor procession, weaving through the chaos toward where Harry had last seen Daphne. The magical pull guided him like a compass, leading them down a side corridor where they nearly collided with Daphne and Tracy. "Potter," Daphne acknowledged, looking unusually agitated. "You felt it too?" "Like something pulling me," Harry nodded. "And Snape's gone off somewhere, not to the dungeons with the other teachers." "So did Quirrell," Tracy added, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "Right after his dramatic announcement." Daphne's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "A distraction, perhaps." "For what?" Ron asked. "The third floor," Harry and Daphne said simultaneously, their connection momentarily synchronizing their thoughts. "Whatever's being hidden there," Harry continued. "If everyone's focused on a troll. Perfect opportunity to attempt theft," Daphne finished. Hermione looked scandalized. "Are you suggesting a teacher is trying to steal whatever's hidden?" "That's," a sudden crash echoed from nearby, followed by a terrible smell wafting down the corridor. All 5 students froze. "I thought the troll was supposed to be in the dungeons," Ron whispered. "Evidently not," Daphne replied dryly, though Harry could sense her fear through their connection. They pressed themselves against the wall as heavy footsteps approached, thudding steps accompanied by low grunting and the dragging of something massive. Then it appeared, 12 feet tall, granite-gray skin, a lumpy body like a boulder with a small bald head, short legs as thick as tree trunks, and carrying a huge wooden club that dragged along the floor. "Back up slowly," Harry whispered. "If it hasn't seen us," the troll stopped, its tiny ears twitching. It turned its ugly head, small eyes focusing on their huddled group, and let out a roar that shook the stone walls. "Run!" Tracy shouted, but the troll was already charging, swinging its club in a wide arc that forced them to duck and scatter. "We need to split up," Daphne called, her usual composure giving way to urgency. "Davis, get help." Tracy hesitated only briefly before sprinting back toward the great hall. The troll, confused by multiple targets, bellowed in rage and smashed its club into a suit of armor, sending metal pieces flying. "This way!" Harry shouted, grabbing Daphne's arm instinctively as they dodged another swing. Ron and Hermione followed, all four ducking into a narrow corridor that the troll would struggle to navigate. They ran blindly, turning corners and taking stairs, the troll's roars echoing behind them. Eventually they burst through a door and found themselves in an unused classroom, dusty desks piled against the walls. "I think we lost it," Ron panted, bending over with his hands on his knees. "Bloody hell, that was close." Hermione was trembling but trying to appear calm. "We need to find a professor immediately." "Wait," Harry said, still holding Daphne's arm. A strange warmth had spread from where their skin touched, golden light beginning to shimmer around their joined hands. "What's happening?" "The connection," Daphne murmured, staring at their glowing hands. "It's responding to the danger, protective magic." The door crashed open before they could discuss further, the troll having apparently tracked them by scent or sound. It squeezed its massive frame through the doorway, wood splintering around it. "Behind the desks!" Ron shouted, pulling Hermione with him as they dove for cover. Harry moved to follow, but Daphne stood her ground, her wand raised despite the terror evident in her eyes. "We need to hold it back until help arrives." Without thinking, Harry stood beside her, raising his own wand. The golden glow intensified, spreading up their arms and across their bodies like armor. "Together," Daphne said, her voice steadier now. "On 3. 1, 2, 3, flipendo," they shouted in unison, their voices blending strangely as the knockback jinx, a simple first-year spell they had only recently learned, erupted from their wands with unprecedented force. Twin jets of golden light struck the troll square in the chest, lifting the monster off its feet and slamming it against the far wall with a crash that shook the entire room. Stone cracked under the impact, dust and debris raining down as the troll slumped to the floor, its club falling from limp fingers. For a moment, no one moved. The golden light surrounding Harry and Daphne pulsed once more before slowly fading, leaving them standing side by side, wands still raised, breathing heavily. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered, emerging from behind the desks with wide eyes. "That was brilliant." Hermione stared at the unconscious troll in disbelief. "That's not, the knockback jinx isn't supposed to be that powerful. It's meant for small objects, not 12-foot trolls." The connection amplified it, Daphne explained, her voice slightly unsteady as she lowered her wand. "Protective magic responding to immediate danger." Harry realized he was still holding Daphne's arm and released it awkwardly. "Are you okay?" She nodded, composing herself with visible effort. "That was intense. I've never felt magic like that before." Before any of them could say more, the door burst open again to reveal Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. McGonagall's face went from fear to shock as she took in the scene, for first years standing before an unconscious mountain troll with a cracked stone wall behind it. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded, cold fury in her voice. "You could have been killed. Why aren't you in your dormitories?" Surprisingly, it was Hermione who spoke first. "Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, you know, because I've read all about them. If Harry, Ron, and Greengrass hadn't found me, I'd be dead now." Ron dropped his wand in shock at Hermione's lie while Daphne's eyebrows rose fractionally. Harry maintained a neutral expression with effort. "Miss Granger, I am extremely disappointed," McGonagall said severely. 5 points from Gryffindor for this serious lack of judgment. As for you three, she turned to Harry, Ron, and Daphne, well, not many first years could take on a full-grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. 5 points each to Gryffindor, and Slytherin, she added with a glance at Daphne. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this. Snape bent over the troll, examining it with narrowed eyes before shooting a suspicious look at Harry. How exactly did 4 first years manage to incapacitate a fully grown mountain troll? Harry and Daphne exchanged glances. The truth would reveal the full extent of their magical connection's power, something they had been cautioned to keep private. "It was the knockback jinx, Professor," Daphne said carefully. "We've been practicing it in charms." "A simple knockback jinx would not produce this effect," Snape said silkily, gesturing to the cracked wall. "It was more effective than we expected," Harry added, holding Snape's gaze despite his discomfort. McGonagall's sharp eyes darted between them, understanding dawning. "I see. Well, this further confirms certain theories about your unique situation. We will discuss this in detail tomorrow. For now, you should all return to your dormitories immediately." As they filed out, Harry noticed Quirrell staring at him and Daphne with an expression that wasn't entirely fear. There was calculation there, and something darker that made the scar on Harry's forehead prickle uncomfortably. "That was terrifying," Hermione whispered as they walked. "But also, incredible magic." "Thanks for covering for us," Harry replied, genuinely grateful. "You didn't have to do that." "Friends stick together," she said simply. "And I think we're all friends now, after facing a troll together." Ron looked dubious at the inclusion of a Slytherin in this friendship declaration, but the shared danger had clearly shifted something in their dynamic. As they reached the point where they would separate, Gryffindors up, Slytherins down, Daphne paused. "That magic we did," she said quietly to Harry. "It wasn't just amplification. It felt different. Almost sentient." Harry nodded, having felt the same strange awareness in the golden light. "Do you think we should tell Dumbledore?" "I think," Daphne said carefully, "we should understand it better ourselves first. Meet me in our usual spot tomorrow after classes. Before the official session." "I'll be there," Harry promised. As he watched her walk away, composed and dignified despite the dust on her robes and the lingering magical glow that only he could see surrounding her, Harry realized that Halloween had indeed marked a turning point, just not the one he'd been dreading all month. Something had changed between them in that classroom. The magical connection that had been imposed upon them by the Sorting Hat no longer felt like an external force to be managed. For the first time, it felt like something that belonged to them, a shared power they had wielded together by choice rather than by magical decree. He wasn't entirely sure what that meant, but as he climbed the stairs toward Gryffindor Tower with Ron and Hermione, Harry found himself looking forward to tomorrow's meeting with an anticipation that had nothing to do with magical research and everything to do with Daphne herself. The aftermath of the troll incident rippled through Hogwarts in unexpected ways. For the Gryffindor trio, it solidified a friendship that had been tentative before, Ron and Harry accepting Hermione's bookish intensity while she relaxed her rigid adherence to rules. For Daphne, the consequences were more complex. "The Slytherin common room is divided," she explained during their clandestine meeting in the library alcove. "Some think I've betrayed house values by working with Gryffindors. Others see the practical advantages of our magical connection." "And Malfoy?" Harry asked, knowing the pale boy would be her most vocal critic. Playing both sides, Daphne replied with a slight grimace. "Publicly ridiculing me while privately suggesting an alliance through Parkinson. They're curious about the magic we performed." Word had spread quickly about how they had defeated the troll, though the details remained muddy. Some claimed Harry had wrestled it barehanded while Daphne cast obscure dark spells. Others believed they had performed advanced transfiguration, turning the Trolls Club into a bouquet of flowers. The truth, that their magical connection had amplified a basic first-year spell to extraordinary levels, remained known only to those who had witnessed it. "What did you tell Malfoy?" Harry asked, curious about Slytherin politics despite himself. That if he wanted magical information, he should try opening a book occasionally. A small smile played at the corner of Daphne's mouth. "I may have suggested that even Granger managed it, so surely he could make the attempt." Harry laughed, imagining Malfoy's outraged expression. "Bet that went over well." "About as expected," she acknowledged. "But politics aside, we need to discuss what happened with our magic. That golden light wasn't part of the standard connection we've been studying." "It felt protective," Harry said, struggling to articulate the sensation. "Like the magic knew we were in danger." "Yes, exactly." Daphne pulled a small, leather-bound book from her bag. "I wrote to Mother about it. She sent this from our family library. It's a journal from my great-great-grandmother who apparently experienced something similar." Harry leaned forward eagerly. "What does it say?" "Not much specific detail, unfortunately. She describes a golden aegis that manifested during a duel to protect her husband. They weren't soulmates in the magical sense, but they did share a powerful marriage bond." Daphne flipped through the delicate pages. "She calls it magic with intent, spells that respond to emotional need rather than specific incantations. Like accidental magic children do." Harry suggested, remembering his own pre-Hogwarts experiences, growing his hair back overnight, finding himself on the school roof while escaping bullies. "Similar, but more controlled," Daphne nodded. "Our connection seems to form a conduit for intent-based magic during moments of high emotion. So in the classroom with the troll, our shared intent to protect each other and our friends amplified the knockback jinx beyond its normal capacity." Daphne closed the journal thoughtfully. "Which raises interesting questions about what else we might accomplish if we deliberately focused our intent." Harry considered this. Professor McGonagall would probably say it's dangerous to experiment without supervision. "Probably," Daphne agreed, a spark of rebellion in her eyes that Harry found surprisingly appealing. "But then, we didn't exactly plan the troll incident, and we managed that successfully." The subtle shift in Daphne's attitude fascinated Harry. The perfectly proper pure-blood girl who had once emphasized control and caution now suggested magical experimentation outside approved boundaries. The troll encounter had changed something fundamental between them, creating trust where there had been only polite cooperation before. "What did you have in mind?" Harry asked, unable to resist his own curiosity. Daphne leaned forward, her voice dropping to ensure their privacy despite the secluded alcove. "I've been researching protective magic, specifically, ancient warding techniques. They're normally too advanced for first years, but with our connection, we might be able to cast them," Harry finished, catching her enthusiasm. "But what would we ward? And why?" "The third-floor corridor," Daphne said simply. "Someone tried to use the troll as a distraction to get past whatever's guarding the hidden item. They'll try again. You think we should set our own wards to detect intruders?" Harry clarified, both impressed and concerned by her boldness. "Nothing that interferes with existing protections," she assured him. "Just a simple alerting ward. If triggered, we'd know someone had attempted entry." Harry considered the plan. It was risky. Unauthorized magic in a forbidden area could mean serious trouble. But someone was already breaking much bigger rules, potentially endangering the entire school. "We'd need to be careful," he said finally. "No direct confrontation, just information gathering." Daphne nodded, satisfied with his cautious agreement. "We should practice first. Tomorrow's Saturday, our regular session with the professors. We could suggest protective magic as a research topic." "Hiding in plain sight," Harry grinned. "Very Slytherin of you." "High praise indeed, coming from a Gryffindor," she replied with that small, private smile that Harry had come to recognize as genuine amusement rather than social politeness. As they gathered their books to leave, Harry felt a curious warmth that had nothing to do with their magical connection. For perhaps the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he felt like he was part of something that was entirely his own, not the boy who lived, not the Sorting Hat's proclamation, but a partnership of his choosing with someone who saw beyond his lightning scar. Daphne, he said impulsively as they prepared to part ways, using her first name for the first time outside their formal sessions. I'm glad it was you. That the hat chose, I mean. A faint pink tinged her cheeks, though her composure remained intact. Oddly enough, Potter, I'm beginning to share that sentiment. She didn't use his first name in return, but somehow that made the moment even more significant, a recognition of their growing connection without abandoning the careful boundaries they had established. As Harry watched her walk away, he wondered if this was what having a true magical partner felt like, someone who challenged and complimented you in equal measure. Focus on the intent behind the shield, Professor Flitwick instructed, his tiny form perched atop a stack of books to better observe their practice. The incantation is merely a vehicle for directing your magical purpose. Their Saturday session had taken an unexpected turn when Professor McGonagall invited Flitwick to join them, explaining that his expertise and protective charms would be valuable following the troll incident, as it was now being called. The shield charm is typically taught to third years, Flitwick continued, but given your unique circumstances and recent demonstration of advanced magical capability, Professor Dumbledore has approved accelerated instruction in defensive magic. Harry exchanged a quick glance with Daphne, both thinking the same thing. This was perfect for their plan. The incantation is Protego, Flitwick demonstrated with a precise wand movement. But remember, it's your intent to create a barrier that makes the spell effective. They practiced individually first, each producing faint, flickering shields that Flitwick tested with minor stinging hexes. Harry's shield lasted 3 seconds before collapsing, while Daphne's held for nearly 5, though both were far weaker than a properly cast third-year shield. Now, let's try with your connection active, McGonagall suggested, making notes in her ever-present journal. They stood facing each other, implementing the proximity exercise they had perfected over weeks of practice. Rather than touching directly, they had learned to activate their connection through focused intent while maintaining a small physical distance, typically with their hands a few inches apart, palms facing. Golden threads of light danced between their palms as they synchronized their magic. Harry found the process almost effortless now, his magic recognizing and reaching for Daphne's with familiar eagerness. Excellent control, Flitwick squeaked approvingly. Now, while maintaining the connection, cast the shield charm simultaneously, but aim for a shared shield that encompasses both of you. Protego. They cast in unison, their wands moving in mirrored patterns. The result exceeded everyone's expectations. Instead of separate shields, a dome of golden light erupted around them, pulsing with visible power. Flitwick's test stinging hex bounced off harmlessly, rebounding with such force that the tiny professor had to duck. Extraordinary! Flitwick exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Not merely an amplified shield but a reflective barrier. This has properties similar to ancient warding magic rather than the standard shield charm. McGonagall studied the golden dome with intense interest. The connection continues to evolve in unexpected ways. Are you both maintaining it with the same level of effort as your individual shields? Less, actually, Daphne admitted, her voice calm despite the excitement visible in her eyes. It almost feels self-sustaining. Like it knows what we want it to do, Harry added. Flitwick bounced on his toes excitedly. Intent-based manifestation. Precisely what the historical accounts describe in mature magical bonds. Though typically such development takes years to achieve. Could this shield be modified for specific purposes? Daphne asked carefully. For instance, to alert the casters if someone crossed a protected boundary. Harry admired her subtle approach, asking exactly what they needed to know without revealing their plans. Theoretically, yes, Flitwick nodded enthusiastically. Advanced warding often includes alerting components tied to the caster's magical signature. With your connection, you might achieve effects usually requiring much more complex spell work. He proceeded to demonstrate several variations of protective magic, explaining the theory behind intent-based modifications. By the session's end, Harry and Daphne had successfully created shields that could selectively allow certain people through while blocking others, shields that responded to specific magical signatures, and shields that could send a magical pulse back to the casters when triggered. "I must say, this is the most fascinating magical research I've conducted in decades," Flitwick declared as they concluded the lesson. "With your permission, I'd like to document these findings for academic purposes, anonymously, of course." "We don't mind, Professor," Harry responded after a confirming glance at Daphne. "Especially if it helps understand what's happening with our connection." As they gathered their things to leave, Professor McGonagall held them back briefly. "A moment, please," she said, waiting until Flitwick had departed. "I feel compelled to emphasize that the magic you're developing, while extraordinary, comes with significant responsibility. Protective magic, in particular, borders closely with warding arts that are strictly regulated by the Ministry." Harry tried to maintain an innocent expression. "We understand, Professor." "Indeed," McGonagall replied, her shrewd eyes moving between them. "I trust you will confine your practice to supervised sessions and approved classwork. It would be unfortunate if such remarkable magical talent were directed toward unauthorized explorations of the castle's existing protective measures." Daphne's composure didn't waver. "Of course, Professor. We recognize the importance of proper magical supervision." McGonagall studied them a moment longer before nodding. "Very well. You are dismissed, though I suggest you both spend some time outdoors this afternoon. It's important to maintain balance between magical research and normal childhood activities." As they walked away from the classroom, Harry waited until they were safely out of earshot before murmuring, "She knows." "She suspects," Daphne corrected. "But without evidence, she can only offer oblique warnings." "Should we reconsider?" Harry asked, genuinely uncertain now. "If McGonagall's already suspicious." Daphne was quiet for a moment, clearly weighing options in her methodical way. "I think," she said finally, "that depends on how serious you believe the threat to be. Is someone truly attempting to steal whatever's hidden, or was the troll incident merely a coincidence?" Harry thought about Snape's and Quirrell's odd behavior, the break-in at Gringotts, and the forbidden corridor with its promise of painful death. "It's not a coincidence," he said with conviction. "Someone wants whatever's being hidden badly enough to risk breaking into Gringotts and releasing a troll in a school full of children. Then the greater risk lies in doing nothing," Daphne concluded. "We need information, and the alerting ward provides that without direct confrontation." "Tonight, then?" Harry suggested. "After curfew, when the corridors are empty?" Daphne nodded, though she looked less certain than before. "Meet me at the third-floor staircase at midnight." "And Potter?" "Yes. Bring that invisibility cloak you think no one knows about." Harry's mouth fell open in shock. "How did you? You disappeared rather dramatically during that confrontation with Malfoy last week, yet remained close enough to hear what was said." Daphne's lips curved in a slight smile. "I pay attention to details." As she walked away toward the Slytherin dungeons, Harry shook his head in bemusement. Once again, Daphne Greengrass had proven herself more observant and resourceful than he'd anticipated. The prospect of their midnight mission suddenly seemed less reckless and more like a well-considered operation with a capable partner. The question remained, what exactly were they getting themselves into? The castle was eerily silent as Harry crept down the darkened corridors beneath his invisibility cloak. Portraits snored in their frames, and suits of armor stood sentinel in the shadows, occasionally creaking as though shifting position when no one was looking. He moved carefully, avoiding Filch's known patrol routes that Fred and George had helpfully mapped out for him. At precisely midnight, he reached the third-floor staircase where Daphne had agreed to meet him. The corridor appeared empty, but as he approached, a soft voice came from an alcove to his left. "Right on time, Potter." Harry pulled the cloak aside enough to reveal his face. "How did you know I was here?" Daphne stepped from the shadows, her blonde hair almost silvery in the moonlight filtering through a high window. I could feel you approaching. The connection seems more sensitive at night. She wore dark clothes beneath her open school robes, practical for sneaking around, though still impeccably neat in typical Daphne fashion. A small pouch hung at her waist, presumably containing magical supplies. "Room under the cloak for both of us?" she asked practically. Harry nodded, lifting the shimmering fabric. "It's plenty big. My father left it to me, apparently." Daphne's eyebrows rose slightly as she examined the cloak. "This is no ordinary invisibility cloak. The weave pattern and magical residue suggest significant age and power." She moved beside him, careful to maintain a small distance even in this circumstance. "A remarkable heirloom." Together they proceeded down the forbidden corridor, moving in surprising harmony despite never having practiced walking together under the cloak. Harry was acutely aware of Daphne's proximity, the faint scent of jasmine, the careful precision of her movements, the subtle warmth of their connection responding to their closeness. They stopped before the locked door that guarded whatever secret the school was hiding. Harry raised his wand to attempt the unlocking spell Hermione had used during their earlier explorations, but Daphne placed a gentle hand on his arm. "We don't need to open it," she reminded him. "Just set the alerting ward on the doorway itself." "Right," Harry nodded, lowering his wand. "How exactly do we do this?" "First, we establish the connection," Daphne explained, turning to face him beneath the cloak. "Then we modify the shield charm as Professor Flitwick demonstrated, focusing our intent on creating an alert rather than a barrier." They stood facing each other in the cramped space under the cloak, close enough that Harry could see flecks of darker blue in her eyes despite the dim lighting. As they raised their hands in their familiar palm-to-palm position, golden light immediately sparked between them, stronger and more responsive than during their daylight practices. "The magic is more potent at night," Daphne whispered, sounding both fascinated and slightly concerned. "Old magic often is, it follows lunar and solar cycles." With the connection established, they raised their wands toward the door, focusing on the specific intent they had practiced earlier, a ward that would alert them if anyone attempted to pass through the doorway. "Protego monitorum," they whispered together, using the modified incantation Flitwick had taught them. Golden light flowed from their wands, encasing the door in a barely visible shimmer before sinking into the wood and stone, becoming invisible to normal sight. Harry felt the magic settle into place, connecting itself to both his and Daphne's magical signatures like invisible threads. "It worked," he said with certainty, feeling the ward's presence even though he couldn't see it. Daphne nodded, looking satisfied. "Now if anyone passes through that door, we'll know instantly. The ward will send a magical pulse directly to us, regardless of where we are in the castle." They were about to leave when a soft growl emanated from behind the door. Both froze, listening intently as the growl deepened, multiplied, and became several growls overlapping. "What is that?" Harry whispered, unconsciously moving closer to Daphne under the cloak. "Nothing friendly," she replied quietly. "And definitely something large. Possibly multiple creatures." Another sound joined the growling, the faint notes of a musical instrument, perhaps a flute or recorder. The growling subsided gradually, replaced by heavy breathing that suggested something massive had fallen asleep. Harry and Daphne exchanged alarmed glances. "Someone's in there," Harry mouthed silently. Daphne nodded, her eyes wide. The ward they had just placed shimmered briefly, not triggered by someone entering, but registering someone already inside. Without discussion, they backed away from the door, maintaining the invisibility cloak's coverage until they reached a safer distance. The magical connection between them hummed with shared tension and alertness. "We need to leave," Daphne whispered once they were halfway down the corridor. "Whoever's in there could emerge any moment." They retreated swiftly but silently, the cloak billowing around their ankles as they descended the staircase and found refuge in an empty classroom one floor below. Harry pulled off the cloak, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair. "Someone's trying to get past whatever that creature is," he said, pacing anxiously. "Tonight, right now. And using music to subdue it, Daphne added thoughtfully. That narrows the possibilities of what creature it might be. Not many magical beasts respond specifically to music. Does it matter what it is? Harry asked. Shouldn't we tell a professor immediately? Daphne considered this, her practical nature asserting itself. And say what exactly? That we were breaking curfew and school rules to place unauthorized wards on a forbidden corridor. But if someone's stealing, we don't know that for certain, she pointed out. It could be a professor checking the protections. It could be Filch. Without more information, reporting this could expose our activities without actually preventing anything. Harry knew she was right, though it frustrated his Gryffindor instincts to do nothing when action seemed required. The ward will alert us if they actually pass through the door in either direction, Daphne continued. We should wait and see if it triggers. If it does, then we'll have confirmation someone is interfering with whatever's hidden. And then we tell Dumbledore. Harry pressed. And then we reassess based on what we know, Daphne countered diplomatically. If necessary, we can find a way to alert the professors without incriminating ourselves. They waited in tense silence for nearly 20 minutes, but the ward remained dormant, no one had passed through the doorway in either direction. Eventually, Daphne sighed. Whoever was in there must have entered earlier and remains inside, or they left through another exit we're unaware of. There's another way in. Harry frowned. That complicates things. It's a magical castle, Potter. I'd be more surprised if there weren't multiple entrances to important areas. She checked the delicate silver watch at her wrist. It's nearly 1. We should return to our dormitories before our absence is noticed. Harry nodded reluctantly, knowing they had accomplished their main objective despite the unexpected complications. He held out the invisibility cloak. Should we? I'll make my own way back, Daphne decided after brief consideration. 2 separate targets are harder to catch than 1, and I know passages near the dungeons that Filch rarely checks. Are you sure? Harry asked, concerned. If you're caught, I'm a Slytherin, Potter, she reminded him with a hint of pride. We're quite adept at not getting caught. The confidence in her voice was oddly reassuring. Harry had begun to understand that beneath Daphne's proper exterior lay a determined and resourceful witch who was more than capable of handling herself in difficult situations. All right, he conceded. But our ward worked. That's something, at least. Indeed, Daphne agreed. And now we wait for it to prove its worth. They parted ways with quiet nods, no further words necessary between them. As Harry made his solitary journey back to Gryffindor Tower under the invisibility cloak, he found himself wondering when exactly Daphne Greengrass had transformed from the Slytherin girl the Sorting Hat connected me to, into a trusted ally and friend. More concerning, however, was the mystery of who had been in the forbidden corridor tonight, and what might be lurking behind that door that required both fearsome guardians and the highest levels of secrecy to protect. The following weeks passed in a blur of classes, homework, Quidditch practices, and continued magical research sessions with Daphne. Their alerting ward remained dormant, suggesting that whoever had been in the forbidden corridor that night had either abandoned their efforts or was biding their time. November brought biting winds and the first snow, transforming the Hogwarts grounds into a winter wonderland that delighted most students. Harry found himself unexpectedly included in plans for the upcoming Christmas holidays when Ron announced that his parents had invited Harry to join their family at the Burrow. Mum insists, Ron explained as they huddled near the fire in the Gryffindor common room. Says no one should be alone at Christmas, especially after finding your, soulmate and everything. Harry felt a flood of warmth at the invitation that had nothing to do with the crackling fire. That's brilliant, Ron. I'd love to come. What about Greengrass? Hermione asked, looking up from her Transfiguration essay. Will she be going home to her family? I think so, Harry nodded. She mentioned something about traditional family obligations during the winter solstice. He had grown accustomed to discussing Daphne casually with Ron and Hermione, though he still maintained a certain privacy around their connection. Some aspects of their magical bond and growing friendship felt too personal to share, even with his best friends. "Won't it be weird being apart?" Ron asked curiously. "With your connection and all?" Harry shrugged. "Professor McGonagall says distance is actually important for developing healthy boundaries. We might feel a bit aware of each other, but nothing serious. There are historical accounts of magical bonds creating emotional feedback loops over time," Hermione added helpfully. "Distance helps prevent unhealthy dependencies." "Sounds complicated," Ron declared, returning to his chocolate frog card collection with relief that the conversation was shifting away from magical theory. Later that week, during their Tuesday study session in the library alcove, Harry mentioned his Christmas plans to Daphne. "The Weasleys have invited me to stay with them," he explained as they practiced the switching spell for transfiguration. "It'll be my first proper wizarding Christmas." Daphne nodded, her attention on the snail shell and button they were attempting to switch. The Weasleys are known for their exuberant holiday celebrations. Harry detected no judgment in her tone, merely observation. Over the months, he had grown better at recognizing when her formal phrasing masked criticism versus simple statement of fact. "What about you?" he asked. "Special plans with your family?" "The usual winter solstice rituals," she confirmed. "My grandparents will visit from the continent, and will host the traditional Greengrass Yule gathering on the 21st. "Sounds fancy," Harry commented, successfully switching his snail shell with the button on his third attempt. "Formal but not particularly enjoyable," Daphne admitted, a rare personal disclosure. "Lots of political maneuvering disguised as seasonal goodwill. Mother makes it bearable by scheduling simultaneous children's activities in the East Wing, away from the adults." Harry tried to imagine Daphne as a normal child, playing games with cousins while adults discussed politics over wine. The image was both amusing and oddly endearing. "I've been meaning to ask," he ventured, changing subjects. "Have you noticed anything strange with our ward lately?" "I've felt something, but not a full alert." Daphne looked up with interest. "Yes, actually. Like a faint vibration rather than the pulse we designed. I wasn't sure if it was just my imagination. It feels like someone's testing the door without actually going through," Harry frowned. "Or maybe examining the magical protections." "That's concerning," Daphne agreed. "It suggests whoever is interested in what's hidden hasn't given up." "Should we check on it again?" Harry suggested. "Maybe reset the ward with stronger parameters." Daphne considered this, weighing risks against benefits in her methodical way. "Perhaps after the holidays," she decided finally. "Security will be tighter with fewer students in the castle. And we should research more effective warding techniques first." Harry nodded, accepting her reasoning. Their first attempt had been remarkably successful, but they had much to learn about magical protections, particularly if they were facing an opponent knowledgeable enough to detect their amateur efforts. "I'll ask my father for books on protective magic," Daphne added. "He has an extensive collection, and I can claim academic interest without raising suspicions." "Good idea," Harry agreed, impressed once again by her ability to navigate complex situations while maintaining appearances. "I'll see if Hermione has found anything useful in the library. She's been researching magical artifacts that might need such heavy protection." They continued their spell practice in comfortable silence for a while, each lost in thought. Eventually, Daphne spoke again. "Potter," she said carefully, "there's something else I've been meaning to discuss. About the holidays." "What is it?" Harry asked, curious about her unusually hesitant tone. "Our connection has been strengthening steadily since Halloween," she explained. "The separation during Christmas will be the longest we've experienced since it formed. There might be effects." "What kind of effects?" Harry frowned. "Nothing dangerous," she assured him quickly. "But the historical accounts mention a certain awareness that develops between connected individuals, emotions, sometimes even flashes of surroundings if the bond is particularly strong." "You mean we might sense each other? Even between Greengrass Manor and the Burrow? The prospect was both intriguing and slightly alarming. It's possible, Daphne nodded. I thought you should be prepared, especially since you'll be in an unfamiliar environment. If you suddenly feel emotions that don't make sense in context. They might be yours, Harry finished, understanding dawning. Does this work both ways? Will you sense me too? Likely, yes. A faint blush tinged her cheeks. It would be prudent to establish some mental boundaries before we separate. Professor Snape mentioned basic occlumency techniques that might help. Occlumency? The term was unfamiliar to Harry. Mental shielding, Daphne explained. The ability to compartmentalize thoughts and emotions. Most pureblood children receive basic training from an early age. It's considered part of proper deportment. Harry couldn't help but smile at this typically pureblood approach to emotional control. So that's how you maintain that perfect composure all the time. Magic mind shields. Not all of us wear our feelings as openly as Gryffindors, she replied, though the slight curve of her lips softened the observation. Fair enough, Harry conceded. So how do I learn this occlumency? We'll need Professor Snape's assistance, Daphne said. He's a skilled practitioner, though not the most patient teacher. Harry grimaced at the prospect of extra time with Snape, who continued to treat him with barely concealed dislike despite months of supervised sessions. Is there another way? Daphne hesitated. I could attempt to teach you the basics myself, but it's typically learned through mental intrusion. The student learns to shield by having someone attempt to access their thoughts. You can read minds? Harry asked, alarmed. Nothing so crude, she assured him. Legilimency, the counterpart to occlumency, allows perception of emotions and surface thoughts under specific conditions. My skills are rudimentary at best, but possibly sufficient for basic training. Harry considered the alternatives. Additional sessions with Snape sounded dreadful, but allowing Daphne access to his thoughts felt intensely vulnerable. Yet of all people, she had proven herself trustworthy over the past months. If I agree to this, he said slowly, there would need to be rules. Some thoughts are private. Of course, she nodded immediately. We would establish clear boundaries and safe words to halt the process at any point. I would only attempt to access surface emotions, nothing deeper. And you'd teach me to block even that? That's the entire purpose, Daphne confirmed. Not to invade your privacy, but to help you protect it, especially from our own connection. Harry took a deep breath, making his decision. All right then. When do we start? Saturday, Daphne suggested. After our regular session. We'll need privacy and time without interruption. As they packed up their books to leave, Harry found himself both nervous and oddly touched by Daphne's concern for his mental privacy. Most people in the wizarding world seemed more interested in what they could learn about Harry Potter than in helping him maintain boundaries. Daphne, he said as they prepared to go their separate ways. Thanks for, thinking of this. She paused, her composed expression softening slightly. We're connected, Potter. That means your well-being is inherently linked to mine. It was a practical assessment, typical of her approach to their situation, yet Harry detected genuine care beneath the pragmatic explanation. As he watched her walk away, he realized that their connection had evolved far beyond the Sorting Hat's declaration. What had begun as a magical imposition had become a partnership of choice, one he valued more each day. The room of requirement appeared exactly as Daphne had described, a comfortable space with 2 armchairs facing each other before a crackling fire, shelves of relevant books lining the walls, and soft lighting that created a calm atmosphere conducive to mental exercises. I still can't believe this room exists, Harry marveled, running his hand along a bookshelf filled with texts on mind magic. And that it creates whatever you need. Hogwarts has many secrets, Daphne replied, arranging cushions on the armchairs for optimal comfort. My mother mentioned this room in her school journals, though its precise location was apparently elusive even then. They had come directly after their Saturday session with Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, having been dismissed early due to pre-holiday preparations consuming the staff's attention. Daphne had led Harry to the 7th-floor corridor, explaining the precise requirements for making the magical room appear. "All right," she said, taking a seat and gesturing for Harry to do the same. "Before we begin, let's establish the framework. Occlumency is fundamentally about control, not suppression of emotions, but conscious management of how they manifest and who can perceive them." Harry nodded, settling into the chair opposite her. "And it works against our connection?" "Not against it, precisely," Daphne clarified. "Rather, it establishes healthy boundaries within it. The connection itself is neutral, a conduit that can be regulated." She proceeded to explain the basic principles: visualization of mental barriers, compartmentalization of thoughts, and the critical distinction between shielding and blocking. "The mistake most beginners make is attempting to create impenetrable walls," she noted. "This consumes enormous energy and ultimately fails. Effective occlumency is more like selective filtering. You allow benign thoughts to flow naturally while protecting sensitive ones. Like a net rather than a dam," Harry suggested. "Exactly," Daphne looked pleased with his understanding. "Now, we'll start with a simple exercise. Close your eyes and visualize a place that represents safety to you, somewhere you feel completely secure." Harry closed his eyes, considering. Hogwarts was the obvious choice, but too complex for beginners. The Gryffindor common room? No, too many people. After a moment, he settled on an unexpected image, the library alcove where he and Daphne studied. It had become a place of quiet trust over the months, a neutral territory where house rivalries and external pressures faded away. "I have it," he said, holding the image in his mind. "Good. Now imagine this safe place has layers, outer areas where casual visitors might come, and inner sanctums that are private. Begin organizing your thoughts accordingly. Surface thoughts and emotions in the outer areas, deeper secrets and feelings in the protected spaces." Harry tried to visualize this structure, placing casual thoughts about classes and Quidditch in the open area of the alcove, while moving personal feelings about his parents, the Dursleys, and his confusing connection with Daphne into shelved books and locked drawers within the space. "I'm going to attempt a very gentle legilimency probe now," Daphne said softly. "You'll feel a light pressure against your mind. Don't resist directly, instead, guide me toward the outer thoughts while maintaining the organization you've created." Harry nodded, eyes still closed, focusing on his mental sanctuary. "Legilimens," Daphne whispered. The sensation was unlike anything Harry had experienced, not painful, but distinctly foreign. It felt like a cool breeze stirring the edges of his consciousness, seeking entry into his mental library alcove. Instinctively, he tried to block it completely, which only made the pressure increase. "Don't fight it," Daphne's voice came from a distance. "Guide it where you want it to go." Harry adjusted his approach, imagining opening the outer door of his sanctuary while keeping the inner drawers and shelves secure. The pressure eased as he directed it toward casual thoughts about their recent transfiguration homework. "Good," Daphne encouraged. "Now I'm going to push a little deeper. Continue guiding rather than blocking." The pressure increased slightly, probing toward more personal areas. Harry felt it brush against memories of his first Quidditch match, his friendship with Ron and Hermione, his frustrations with Snape's unfair treatment. He allowed these to be visible while carefully guiding the presence away from deeper emotions, his loneliness at the Dursleys, his confused feelings about Daphne herself, his fears about the connection changing him in ways he couldn't control. After what felt like several minutes but was likely only seconds, the pressure receded completely. Harry opened his eyes to find Daphne watching him with a mixture of surprise and approval. "That was remarkably good for a first attempt," she said. "Most beginners either block completely or offer no resistance at all. You found the middle path almost immediately." "It felt natural, somehow," Harry admitted. "Like I already knew what to do once I stopped fighting it directly." "Interesting," Daphne murmured. It's possible our connection has created an intuitive understanding of mental boundaries. That would be consistent with the protective nature of the magic we've experienced. They continued practicing for another hour, with Daphne gradually increasing the intensity of her legilimency probes while Harry refined his mental organization. By their final attempt, he could reliably direct her to safe thoughts while protecting sensitive ones, though maintaining the shields required considerable concentration. The key is practice, Daphne explained as they took a break, sipping the hot chocolate the room had thoughtfully provided. Eventually, these mental barriers become second nature, requiring conscious effort only in cases of strong emotion or direct magical attack. Do you think it will be enough? Harry asked. For the holiday separation, I mean. Daphne considered this carefully. For basic emotional bleed-through, yes. This level of occlumency should provide adequate buffering. For stronger manifestations of the connection, it's difficult to predict. What do you mean by stronger manifestations? Harry frowned, sensing there was something she wasn't telling him. Daphne hesitated, choosing her words with characteristic precision. There are accounts of magically bonded pairs experiencing shared dreams during significant separations. The subconscious mind connects in ways the waking mind cannot. Shared dreams? Harry repeated, unsure whether to find the prospect intriguing or alarming. Like, I might dream your experiences. Or we might inhabit the same dreamscape, Daphne clarified. A mental space created by the connection itself, neither fully yours nor mine. Harry considered this. Is there a way to prevent it? Dreamless sleep potion would work, but it's not recommended for extended use, especially in developing magical cores. Daphne set down her mug, her expression thoughtful. Honestly, Potter, if it happens, it might provide valuable insights into the nature of our connection. The subconscious often understands magical bonds better than conscious study can achieve. Her practical approach to even this intimate possibility was so typically Daphne that Harry found himself smiling. Always the researcher, aren't you? Even our dreams are just data points. A faint blush tinged her cheeks. I prefer to approach unusual situations methodically. It makes them less overwhelming. Fair enough, Harry conceded. So if we start dream sharing over Christmas, we'll just consider it an educational experience. Precisely, Daphne nodded, seemingly relieved by his acceptance. And we can document any occurrences for Professor McGonagall's research. As their session concluded and they prepared to return to their respective dormitories, Harry found himself oddly reluctant to part ways. The approaching holidays would mean nearly 3 weeks without their regular meetings, the longest they had been apart since the Sorting Hat's proclamation. I have something for you, Daphne said suddenly, reaching into her bag and withdrawing a small, wrapped package. An early Yule gift. For practical purposes. Harry accepted it with surprise. I didn't get you anything, he admitted, feeling awkward. It's not a social exchange, she assured him quickly. Rather, a magical precaution. Open it. Inside the simple green wrapping paper was a small leather-bound journal with HP embossed on the cover in gold. A paired journal, Daphne explained. I have its twin. Whatever you write in yours appears in mine, and vice versa. If our connection manifests unusually during the separation, we can communicate directly rather than relying on owls. This is brilliant, Harry said genuinely, running his fingers over the soft leather. Thank you. It's enchanted with privacy charms, she added. Only you can read the contents, even if someone else opens the physical book. The thoughtfulness of the gift touched Harry deeply. It acknowledged both the practical concerns of their situation and the personal connection that had developed between them, neither overly sentimental nor coldly pragmatic. I'll write, he promised. Let you know if anything unusual happens. Daphne nodded, her composure perfect as always, though Harry thought he detected a certain softness in her eyes. Happy Christmas, Potter. Happy Christmas, Daphne. As they parted ways at the Room of Requirements door, Harry felt a curious mixture of emotions: anticipation for his first real Christmas celebration, apprehension about the unknown effects of their separation, and a surprising wistfulness at the thought of 3 weeks without Daphne's calm presence and insightful observations. The Sorting Hat's declaration of soulmate still felt excessive and premature, but Harry could no longer deny that whatever existed between them had become significant, a connection he valued and would miss during their time apart. The Hogwarts Express wound its way through snow-covered landscapes as Harry, Ron, and Hermione shared a compartment on their journey back to London for the holidays. The train buzzed with festive excitement, students exchanging gifts and plans for the break. "Fred and George are planning a massive snowball fight when we get home," Ron was saying enthusiastically. "Bill's coming back from Egypt too, so you'll get to meet almost the whole family." "Sounds brilliant," Harry grinned, genuine excitement bubbling inside him at the prospect of a family Christmas, even if it wasn't his own family. Hermione was buried in a massive tome titled Ancient Protective Artifacts, A Comprehensive History. She had become obsessed with identifying what might be hidden on the 3rd floor, compiling a list of possibilities ranging from the Philosopher's Stone to legendary wands and amulets. "I still think it's the stone," she said, looking up from her reading. "Nicholas Flamel is Dumbledore's friend, and the timing of the Gringotts break-in matches with when Hagrid emptied that vault. But why hide it at a school?" Ron countered, unwrapping a chocolate frog. "Seems mental to put something that valuable around a bunch of kids." "Perhaps it's safer here than anywhere else," Hermione suggested. "With Dumbledore protecting it." Harry nodded distractedly, his attention drawn to a familiar blonde figure passing in the corridor outside their compartment. Daphne walked with Tracy Davis and another Slytherin girl Harry didn't recognize, her posture perfect as always. As she passed, her eyes briefly met his through the glass, and he felt a faint warm pulse through their connection, an unspoken acknowledgement. "Earth to Harry," Ron waved a hand before his face. "You still with us, mate?" "Sorry," Harry said, returning his attention to the conversation. "Just thinking about something." Hermione gave him a knowing look but mercifully changed the subject. "Have you both finished Professor McGonagall's holiday assignment? The essay on animate-to-inanimate transfiguration is quite complex." The remainder of the journey passed pleasantly, with talks of homework giving way to Christmas plans and speculation about presents. As the train pulled into King's Cross, Harry felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness. He'd be meeting Ron's family properly for the first time, spending the holidays with a real wizarding family. On the platform, amid the chaos of students reuniting with parents, Harry caught one last glimpse of Daphne. She stood between a distinguished couple he recognized as her parents, her mother's hand resting lightly on her shoulder as Mr. Greengrass shrunk her trunk with a casual wave of his wand. As though sensing his gaze, Daphne turned slightly, offering a small, private nod before allowing her parents to guide her toward the platform exit. "There's Mum!" Ron exclaimed, pointing toward a plump, kind-faced woman with bright red hair surrounded by several equally red-headed children. "Come on, Harry." The introduction to the Weasley family was a whirlwind of warm greetings and friendly chaos that stood in stark contrast to the composed formality of the Greengrass family Harry had just observed. Mrs. Weasley enveloped him in a maternal hug that momentarily took his breath away, while Mr. Weasley pumped his hand enthusiastically and immediately began asking questions about Muggle objects with childlike curiosity. As they made their way toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Harry felt a curious sensation, a gentle tug in his chest as the distance between him and Daphne gradually increased. It wasn't painful, merely noticeable, like becoming aware of a previously unnoticed background noise when it suddenly stops. The sensation continued as they traveled to the burrow via Floo network, a disorienting experience that left Harry covered in soot and sprawled on the Weasley's hearth. By the time he was settled into Ron's vividly orange bedroom that evening, the awareness had faded to a faint background presence, a sense of Daphne existing somewhere distant but connected. That night, as Harry lay in the camp bed beside Ron's snoring form, he opened the journal Daphne had given him. The blank pages seemed to invite communication, though he felt suddenly unsure what to write. After several minutes of consideration, he finally pressed his quill to the paper, made it to the burrow safely. Connection feels distant but stable, like knowing you're there without specific details. The Weasleys are brilliant, loud and chaotic in the best way. Hope you arrived home safely too. He watched as the ink shimmered briefly before sinking into the page, disappearing from sight. For a moment, he wondered if it had worked correctly. Then, new words began appearing in a neat, precise handwriting he recognized as Daphne's. Arrived at the manor this evening. Connection registers similarly here, a background awareness without particular clarity. The family solstice preparations are already underway. Mother sends her regards and hopes you're settling in comfortably with the Weasleys. Harry smiled at the formal phrasing that was so characteristically Daphne, yet contained genuine concern for his well-being. He wrote back, "Everything's great here. Ron's room is completely orange, Chudley cannons everywhere. His mom keeps trying to feed me, saying I'm too skinny. Different from the Dursleys, that's for sure." There was a longer pause before Daphne's response appeared. "I'm glad you're experiencing proper wizarding hospitality, even if the Weasleys' version differs from more traditional approaches. Mother mentioned that she's corresponding with Professor Dumbledore regarding summer arrangements. Nothing definite yet, but promising discussions." Harry's heart leapt at this news. The possibility of spending part of the summer away from the Dursleys was even more appealing than Christmas at the Burrow. "That would be brilliant," he wrote eagerly. "Let me know what they decide." "Of course. It's late now, you should rest after your journey. The connection seems to stabilize during sleep. Good night, Potter." "Night, Daphne," Harry replied, feeling a curious contentment as he closed the journal and placed it carefully beside his pillow. As he drifted towards sleep in the unfamiliar but welcoming room, with the sounds of the Weasley household creaking and settling around him, Harry felt the connection to Daphne like a gentle thread stretching across the distance between them, not pulling or binding, but simply connecting, a reminder that neither of them faced their separate worlds entirely alone. Christmas at the Burrow exceeded Harry's every expectation. The ramshackle house burst with magical decorations, fairy lights that were actual tiny fairies, enchanted snow falling from the ceiling but disappearing before reaching the floor, and a Christmas tree topped with a garden gnome painted gold and stuffed into a tutu, courtesy of Fred and George, much to Mrs. Weasley's dismay. Each day brought new wonders, enchanted snowball fights where the snowballs chased specific targets, hot chocolate that changed flavors with each sip, and Mrs. Weasley's cooking, which made Hogwarts feasts seem almost ordinary by comparison. Harry wrote to Daphne each evening, sharing these experiences with an enthusiasm that sometimes surprised him. Her responses were more measured but gradually revealed glimpses of her own holiday traditions, the formal Yule ritual where family magic was renewed, the surprisingly competitive games of wizard chess with her younger sister Astoria, and the quiet moments in the family library where her father shared histories and magics not taught at Hogwarts. "Mother asked about you specifically," Daphne wrote on the third evening. "She's been researching historical soulmate bonds and has discovered several interesting precedents for educational accommodations. She plans to discuss options with Dumbledore after the holidays." Harry wasn't entirely sure what educational accommodations might entail, but the fact that Mrs. Greengrass was taking such interest in their situation felt significant. Unlike the Dursleys, who would have been horrified by any magical connection, the Greengrasses seemed to approach it as something to be understood and managed rather than feared or ignored. The connection itself remained a subtle background presence during waking hours, occasionally flaring with stronger awareness when either experienced intense emotions. Harry felt a spike of Daphne's nervous tension during what he later learned was her piano performance at the Greengrass Yule gathering. In turn, she mentioned sensing his delight when he received his very first Christmas stocking from Mrs. Weasley. It was during sleep, however, that the connection manifested most powerfully, just as Daphne had predicted. The first shared dream occurred 3 nights before Christmas. Harry found himself walking through an unfamiliar garden, snow crunching beneath his feet as he followed a path lined with carefully trimmed hedges and dormant rose bushes preserved under magical barriers. The sky above held the peculiar clarity of dreamscapes, stars impossibly bright and numerous. "Potter?" He turned to find Daphne standing nearby, wearing formal winter robes of deep blue velvet, her blonde hair loose around her shoulders rather than in its usual neat arrangement. "Daphne," he responded, instinctively knowing this was no ordinary dream. "Are we sharing a dreamscape?" "Yes," she confirmed, looking around with analytical interest despite the strangeness of their situation. "Fascinating. It appears to be a composite of the Greengrass Winter Garden and what looks like Hogwarts grounds." Harry noticed she was right. Beyond the formal garden stretched the familiar shores of the Hogwarts lake, the water frozen and gleaming under starlight. "So we're really talking to each other?" he asked, marveling at the vividness of the experience. "This isn't just me dreaming about you." "It appears to be genuine mental connection," Daphne nodded. "Our consciousness meeting in a constructed space while our bodies remain physically separated. Exactly as the historical accounts described." Even in a shared dream, her approach remained practical and research-oriented. Harry couldn't help but smile. "Only you would treat shared dreams like a study assignment," he teased gently. The corner of her mouth quirked upward. "Would you prefer dramatic declarations about mystical destiny?" "God no," Harry laughed, the sound echoing strangely in the dream landscape. "I've had enough prophecy and destiny for one lifetime, thanks." They began walking together along the garden path that gradually transformed into the familiar route around the Hogwarts lake, their conversation flowing more easily than it often did in waking interactions. Dream space seemed to lower certain barriers, allowing a frankness that their conscious selves sometimes avoided. "Do you ever wonder," Harry asked after a comfortable silence, "what would have happened if the hat hadn't announced anything? If we'd just been sorted normally and never known about this connection?" Daphne considered this thoughtfully. "I suspect the connection would have manifested regardless, just more gradually and confusingly. We might have found ourselves drawn together without understanding why. Would we have become friends?" Harry pressed, genuinely curious. "A Slytherin and a Gryffindor?" "Unlikely under normal circumstances," Daphne admitted candidly. "House divisions are powerful social forces. Without external pressure forcing interaction. We'd have stayed on opposite sides of the Great Hall," Harry finished, surprisingly disappointed by the thought. "Most probably," she agreed. "Though I'd like to think I would have recognized your unique qualities eventually." "My unique qualities?" Harry raised an eyebrow, amused by her formal phrasing. "Your practical approach to unusual situations," Daphne elaborated. "Your loyalty to friends. Your willingness to consider perspectives beyond your house's typical viewpoint." She paused, adding with unusual directness, "You're not what I expected, Harry Potter." "Neither are you," he replied honestly. "When the hat first called your name, I thought that I'd be another Malfoy," she suggested wryly. "Something like that," Harry admitted. "But you've never once called Hermione a, you know, mudblood?" Daphne supplied, her expression unreadable in the dream starlight. Such terminology reflects poorly on the speaker, not the subject. One can acknowledge blood status without resorting to slurs. It wasn't exactly a progressive stance on Muggleborns, Harry noted, but it reflected the complex middle ground Daphne occupied, neither embracing blood supremacy nor entirely rejecting the traditional pure-blood worldview she'd been raised in. "Your family remained neutral during the war," Harry said, half statement and half question. "Yes," Daphne nodded. "My grandfather believed that blood status obsession was ultimately self-defeating for wizarding society. Not because he valued Muggleborns particularly, but because he recognized that magical talent appears regardless of ancestry. Practical rather than ideological," Harry observed. "The Greengrass approach to most matters," she agreed. "Which has made our family inconvenient to both sides at various times." The dreamscape shifted subtly around them, the path now winding through a curious blend of the Hogwarts library and what Harry assumed must be the Greengrass family study, comfortable leather chairs interspersed with familiar library tables, bookshelves extending impossibly upward. "This is remarkable magic," Daphne noted, trailing her fingers along book spines that shifted between Hogwarts texts and more ancient-looking tomes. Our connection is creating shared space from both our memories and associations. Will we remember this when we wake up? Harry asked. I believe so, yes. These aren't ordinary dreams, they're a form of mental communication. They continued exploring the dream library, occasionally pulling books from shelves to find the text constantly shifting, sometimes Hogwarts lessons, sometimes passages Harry didn't recognize that must have come from Daphne's reading. Time worked differently here, stretching and compressing in the way of dreams, but Harry felt no urgency to end the experience. We should practice our occlumency here, Daphne suggested eventually. See if we can control what elements of our minds are shared in this space. Harry agreed, and they spent what might have been minutes or hours testing the boundaries of their shared consciousness, discovering they could create private rooms within the dreamscape that the other couldn't enter without invitation. This will be useful, Daphne noted with satisfaction. Particularly as the connection continues to develop. Eventually, the dreamscape began to fade around the edges, signaling that one or both of them was approaching wakefulness. I think we're about to, Harry began. Wake up, yes, Daphne nodded. Remember to document this experience in your journal. Professor McGonagall will find it valuable for her research. Even facing imminent dream dissolution, her practical nature remained intact. Harry smiled, oddly comforted by her consistency. See you tomorrow night, he suggested, uncertain if they could intentionally create these shared dreams or if they happen spontaneously. Perhaps, Daphne replied. Dream connection appears tied to significant magical dates. With the solstice approaching. The dream faded before she could finish, and Harry woke in Ron's orange bedroom, early morning light filtering through the curtains. Despite the physical distance between them, he felt closer to Daphne than ever before, the shared dreamscape having created a bridge between their separated minds. He reached immediately for the journal beside his pillow, dream connection established last night, exactly as you predicted. Shared dreamscape combining Hogwarts and what I assume was Greengrass Manor. Full conscious awareness and communication. Occlumency practice successful within the dream. Daphne's response appeared minutes later, confirmed. Remarkable clarity and stability in the dreamscape. Successfully created private mental areas while maintaining shared space. Connection appears to be maturing along predicted lines. The winter solstice tomorrow will likely produce even stronger manifestations. Should we attempt deliberate dream meeting? Harry considered this, writing back, worth trying. Same time tonight. I'll focus on our study alcove as a meeting point before falling asleep. Agreed. The alcove provides neutral territory with positive associations for both of us. An ideal anchor point. We'll synchronize sleep timing appropriately. The matter-of-fact way they discussed meeting in dreams struck Harry as surreal yet oddly normal, just another aspect of their unique situation to be approached methodically. He wondered briefly what Ron would think of these developments but decided some aspects of the connection were too personal to share, even with his best friends. That evening, as planned, Harry focused intently on the library alcove as he drifted toward sleep, visualizing every detail, the worn wooden table, the comfortable chairs, the way light filtered through the high windows, the sense of peaceful collaboration that permeated the space. His last conscious thought was of Daphne sitting across from him, her quill moving precisely across parchment as they studied together. The shared dream formed more quickly this time, the library alcove materializing around him with perfect clarity. Daphne arrived moments later, appearing simply to step through a doorway that hadn't existed before. Deliberate connection successful, she noted with evident satisfaction. The familiar anchor point provided excellent focus. This is brilliant, Harry grinned, settling into his usual chair. Do you realize what this means? We can actually talk and work together even while we're apart. Within limits, Daphne cautioned. Dream state isn't ideal for complex magic or detailed study. But for discussion and planning, yes, it offers unique possibilities. They spent the dream hours exploring the expanded possibilities of their connection, discovering they could conjure books they'd read in waking life, revisit shared memories with perfect clarity, and even practice simple spells that produce dream effects without actual magic. The following night, the winter solstice itself, their dream connection reached new intensity. The dreamscape expanded beyond familiar locations into realms of pure magical manifestation, golden light swirling around them as they discovered they could actually feel the connection as a tangible force in this shared mental space. The solstice amplifies all magic, Daphne explained as they stood in a dreamscape that resembled a clearing in the forbidden forest, stars wheeling overhead in accelerated patterns. Particularly old magic like our bond. The golden threads that normally appeared briefly during their proximity exercises now surrounded them constantly, weaving between and around them in complex, beautiful patterns. Within the dream, they could actually see the nature of their connection, not as simple tether but an intricate, living magic that responded to their emotions and intentions. "It's beautiful," Harry said softly, watching golden light dance across Daphne's features. In the dreamscape, she appeared simultaneously as her current self and something else, older, her magic more defined and mature, potential futures ghosting around her present form. "It is," she agreed, her usual reserve softened in this space where pretenses held less power. "I never expected." "What?" Harry prompted when she hesitated. "I never expected to value this connection as I do now," she admitted with dream-enhanced candor. "When the hat first announced it, I saw it as an obligation to be managed, a complication in my carefully planned Hogwarts experience." "And now?" Harry asked, somehow knowing her answer mattered deeply. Daphne met his eyes directly, the golden light reflecting in her blue irises. "Now I consider it one of the most valuable aspects of my magical education. Perhaps of my life." The simple honesty of her statement touched something deep within Harry, a recognition that whatever label the wizarding world placed on their connection, what mattered most was what they chose to make of it themselves. "Me too," he said simply, extending his hand toward the golden threads between them. Daphne mirrored his gesture, their fingertips not quite touching as they both connected with the magical manifestation of their bond. In the dreamscape, the contact created a cascade of golden light that surrounded them completely, momentarily merging their magical awareness into a single harmonious whole. For a brief, transcendent moment, Harry felt what it was to be Daphne, her ordered mind, her careful balancing of family expectations and personal desires, her genuine curiosity about magic in all its forms, and most surprisingly, her growing affection for him that she kept carefully controlled in waking hours. In turn, he knew she experienced his perspective, his wonder at the magical world, his determination to prove himself worthy of his place in it, his fierce loyalty to friends, and his own developing feelings for her that confused and intrigued him in equal measure. When the moment passed and their separate consciousnesses reformed, something fundamental had changed, not erasing their individual selves, but creating a deeper understanding between them that would persist beyond the dream. That was. Harry began, struggling to find words adequate to the experience. "Profound," Daphne supplied, looking equally affected despite her composed demeanor. "And probably not something we should document in detail for Professor McGonagall." Harry laughed, the tension breaking. "Definitely not. Some things are just for us, I think." "Indeed," Daphne agreed, a genuine smile transforming her usually reserved expression. "Though I suspect tonight's experience will have lasting effects on our connection." "Good ones, I hope." "I believe so," she nodded. "Greater stability, more intuitive control. The solstice magic has harmonized aspects that were previously discordant." As the dream began to fade with approaching morning, Harry felt none of the usual regret at leaving a pleasant dream behind. Whatever had happened in this shared dreamscape would remain with them, strengthening a connection that had evolved from unwanted magical imposition into something they both now valued. "Happy solstice, Daphne," he said as the golden light began to dissolve around them. "Happy solstice, Harry," she replied, using his first name in a rare moment of personal warmth. "Until we meet again." When Harry woke in Ron's bedroom on Christmas Eve morning, the connection to Daphne felt different, not more intense, but clearer somehow, like a radio signal that had been properly tuned. He reached for his journal immediately. Solstice connection was significant. Something's changed. Can you feel it? Daphne's response came quickly, yes. Remarkable clarity without increased intensity. The connection has matured beyond expected parameters for our age and experience level. I suspect the solstice magic accelerated a natural developmental process. Is that good or bad? Harry wrote, uncertain how to interpret this development. Neither inherently. It simply is. But I believe the change is beneficial. The connection feels more natural now, less imposed. Mother would say the magic has settled into its proper form. Harry considered this as he dressed for breakfast, recognizing the truth in her assessment. The connection no longer felt like something external that had been placed upon them, but rather an integral part of his magical self, like learning to cast a spell that eventually becomes instinctive. As he joined the Weasley family for their Christmas Eve breakfast, surrounded by cheerful chaos and genuine warmth, Harry found himself feeling curiously complete despite the physical distance from Daphne. The connection between them had transcended simple proximity, becoming something that existed regardless of separation, not a tether binding them against their will, but a bridge they had both chosen to strengthen and maintain. Whatever challenges awaited them back at Hogwarts, the mystery of the Forbidden Corridor, the politics of their houses, the continued development of their unusual magic, they would face them with a deeper understanding of both themselves and each other. For now, that knowledge was the most precious gift of all. Chapter 3, Trials of Fire. The return journey to Hogwarts aboard the Hogwarts Express carried a curious sense of homecoming for Harry. As much as he had enjoyed Christmas at the Burrow, his first real holiday celebration, there was something deeply satisfying about returning to the castle that had become his true home. The train windows framed snow-covered landscapes sliding past in pristine white sheets, while compartments buzzed with students comparing holiday stories and gifts. Mum nearly had kittens when Charlie started talking about the Norwegian ridgeback they're raising, Ron recounted, unwrapping his third chocolate frog since departure. Said dragon breeding stories weren't appropriate Christmas dinner conversation. Hermione looked up from her book, a new magical theory text she'd received for Christmas. Your brother actually helps raise dragons? That sounds incredibly dangerous. That's the brilliant part. Ron enthused. He's got these wicked burn scars all up his arms. Showed them to us after Mum went to bed. Harry smiled at his friend's obvious hero worship, though his attention frequently drifted to the train corridor outside their compartment. He hadn't seen Daphne since boarding, and despite the newly stabilized connection between them, a comfortable background awareness rather than the earlier uncertain pulls, he found himself unexpectedly eager to see her in person. The shared dreams during the solstice had shifted something fundamental between them. It wasn't just their magical bond that had matured, but their understanding of each other. Harry had glimpsed aspects of Daphne's inner self that her careful public persona kept hidden, her genuine intellectual curiosity, her dry humor, her complex navigation of family expectations and personal ambitions. In turn, he knew she had seen beyond his boy-who-lived facade to the person beneath who still struggled to find his place in the wizarding world. Earth to Harry, Hermione waved a hand before his face. Were you listening at all? Sorry, Harry said, returning his attention to his friends. What were you saying? I was asking if you'd had any unusual magical experiences over the holidays, Hermione repeated, her tone suggesting this wasn't the first time. Given your connection with Greengrass and the winter solstice being a magically significant date. Harry hesitated, unsure how much to share. The solstice dreams felt intensely personal, not something he wanted to explain even to his closest friends. Nothing dramatic, he said finally, settling for partial truth. The connection felt more settled afterward. Like it found its proper rhythm. Hermione's eyes lit with academic interest. That's consistent with historical accounts of magical bonds. The solstice often serves as a stabilizing influence on developing magical connections. I found several references in mystical concordances through the ages suggesting that. The compartment door slid open, interrupting Hermione's enthusiastic explanation. Tracy Davis stood in the doorway, her expression carefully neutral. Potter, she acknowledged with a brief nod. Daphne asked me to deliver this. She extended a small envelope sealed with green wax bearing the impression of what appeared to be the Greengrass family crest, a stylized tree with spreading branches. Thanks, Harry said, accepting it with surprise. Daphne typically communicated through their journals rather than formal notes. Tracy lingered a moment longer than necessary, her eyes assessing Harry with undisguised curiosity. The holidays agreed with you, she observed cryptically before departing without further explanation. What was that about? Ron frowned, watching Tracy's retreating form. No idea, Harry shrugged, turning the envelope over in his hands. The high-quality parchment felt heavy and expensive, suggesting this was more than casual correspondence. Aren't you going to open it? Hermione prompted after Harry stared at the envelope for several seconds. He broke the seal carefully, extracting a folded piece of parchment written in Daphne's precise handwriting. Potter, my parents request your presence for a formal introduction at King's Cross upon our arrival. This is customary following significant magical developments during traditional seasonal observances. Please meet us at the platform's north exit after disembarking. Formal school robes are appropriate attire. Cordially, Daphne Greengrass. The Greengrasses want to meet me at the station, Harry explained, refolding the note with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. Something about significant magical developments during the holidays. Hermione's eyes widened. Harry. You said nothing dramatic happened. Nothing did, at least, nothing I thought would warrant a formal meeting, he protested, though privately he wondered if the Solstice connection had been more significant than he realized. Mate, pureblood families don't request formal introductions over nothing, Ron said, looking impressed despite himself. That's serious traditional stuff. Usually reserved for, you know. He trailed off awkwardly. For what? Harry pressed. Ron's ears reddened. Well, for acknowledging potential, matches. You know, between families. We're 11. Harry exclaimed, horrified. It's not like they're arranging marriage contracts, Ron backpedaled quickly. It's just, recognizing that magic has created a significant connection. Making it socially official, sort of. Fascinating, Hermione breathed, looking like she wanted nothing more than to document this cultural practice for academic study. The social acknowledgement of magical phenomena is a cornerstone of traditional wizarding society. This suggests the Greengrasses view your connection as legitimate beyond mere academic interest. Harry slumped in his seat, suddenly nervous. He'd met the Greengrasses before, of course, but this sounded considerably more formal than their previous meeting in Dumbledore's office. What did one say to the parents of a girl the Sorting Hat had declared your destined wife, especially after experiencing profound magical connection during the solstice? What should I do? He asked, looking between his friends. Is there some special protocol I should know about? Just be polite, Ron advised with a shrug. Let them lead the conversation. Purebloods like the Greengrasses put a lot of stock in proper manners, but they're not like the Malfoys, they won't expect you to know all the old customs. And stand up straight, Hermione added practically. First impressions matter, and you tend to slouch when you're nervous. Harry spent the remainder of the journey alternating between anxiety about the upcoming meeting and anticipation about seeing Daphne again. The connection between them remained calm and steady, none of the turbulent pulls from earlier in the year, which suggested she wasn't particularly concerned about the meeting. When the train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry changed into his neatest school robes and attempted to flatten his perpetually unruly hair. It's hopeless, he sighed after the fifth failed attempt. The Potter hair is legendary, Ron grinned, clapping him on the shoulder. Dad says your father's was exactly the same. Consider it a family trademark. They joined the crowd of students disembarking onto the snowy platform, trunks and pet cages creating cheerful chaos as everyone sorted themselves for the journey back to the castle. Hagrid's familiar figure towered above the crowd, directing first-years toward the carriages rather than the boats they'd taken at the start of term. There's Daphne, Hermione murmured, nodding toward a spot near the platform's edge. Daphne stood slightly apart from the main crowd, her blonde hair neatly arranged, school robes immaculate despite the long train journey. As though sensing Harry's gaze, she looked up, their eyes meeting across the busy platform. A subtle shift in her expression, barely perceptible to anyone who didn't know her well, suggested recognition and perhaps something more. Harry felt the connection between them hum with quiet acknowledgement, neither pulling nor pushing, simply confirming their presence to each other after the weeks apart. It was, he realized, the magical equivalent of the small nods they exchanged when passing in Hogwarts corridors, a private communication requiring no words or gestures. "We'll see you at the castle," Hermione said, nudging him forward. "Good luck with the greengrasses." Harry nodded gratefully, making his way through the crowd toward Daphne. Students parted before him, some watching curiously, others too busy with their own reunions to notice. As he approached, Daphne straightened slightly, her public mask of composure firmly in place. "Potter," she greeted him with a formal nod, though her eyes held warmth that belied the coolness of her tone. "I trust your journey was pleasant." "It was, thanks," Harry replied, falling into their established pattern of public interaction despite the deeper connection they developed. "Yours?" "Quite satisfactory," she confirmed. "My parents await us at King's Cross. We'll be traveling by Portkey directly to the platform rather than taking the carriages." "Portkey?" Harry asked, unfamiliar with the term. "A transportation method," Daphne explained. "Objects enchanted to transport anyone touching them to a specific location. More precise than flu travel, though somewhat disconcerting for first-time users." Before Harry could ask for clarification on disconcerting, Professor McGonagall approached, her expression as stern as ever despite the holiday season. "Miss Greengrass, Mr. Potter," she acknowledged briskly. "Professor Dumbledore has authorized your temporary departure. You're expected back at the castle no later than 8 o'clock this evening." "Of course, Professor," Daphne replied respectfully. "My parents have arranged for our prompt return." McGonagall handed Daphne a tarnished brass key that seemed entirely ordinary to Harry's eyes. "The Portkey will activate in precisely 2 minutes. I suggest you both take hold." Daphne extended the key between them, holding it carefully by one end. "Place your finger on it and don't let go, no matter what," she instructed Harry. "The sensation is unpleasant but brief." Harry touched the key gingerly, feeling nothing but cold metal beneath his fingertip. "How will we know when?" His question was cut short as a violent jerk behind his navel yanked him forward. The world dissolved into a whirlwind of color and sound, his finger seemingly glued to the key while the rest of his body flailed helplessly. Just when he thought he might be sick from the spinning sensation, his feet slammed into solid ground, knees buckling beneath him. Only Daphne's quick grip on his arm prevented him from sprawling completely on what turned out to be the polished floor of King's Cross Station. She had somehow managed to land perfectly upright, not a hair out of place despite the turbulent journey. "First Portkey travel is always challenging," she murmured sympathetically as she steadied him. "Even purebloods raised with magical transportation usually fall their first few attempts." "Now you tell me," Harry grumbled good-naturedly, straightening his glasses and robes as he regained his balance. They had arrived in a secluded corner of the station, partially concealed by a pillar bearing a small, unobtrusive marking that Harry now recognized as a wizardspace designation. Nearby, Hyperion and Celeste Greengrass waited with the poised patience of people accustomed to formal occasions. Mr. Greengrass cut an impressive figure in tailored charcoal robes with subtle green accents that Harry now recognized as the Greengrass family colors. Mrs. Greengrass wore elegant winter robes in a complementary shade, her blonde hair, so similar to Daphne's, arranged in an intricate style that suggested both sophistication and magical significance. "Mother, father," Daphne greeted them with a respectful inclination of her head. "May I present Harry Potter?" "Harry, my parents, Hyperion and Celeste Greengrass." Harry was grateful for the prompt, recognizing that Daphne had deliberately used his first name to establish the appropriate level of formality for this encounter. "Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass," he acknowledged, mimicking Daphne's respectful nod. Thank you for inviting me to meet with you. Mr. Potter, Mr. Greengrass extended his hand, which Harry shook with what he hoped was appropriate firmness. We appreciate your accommodation of our somewhat unusual request. Indeed, Mrs. Greengrass added with a smile that softened her aristocratic features. Particularly given the limited notice. Solstice developments often necessitate prompt response. There was that phrase again, solstice developments, suggesting the Greengrasses somehow knew about the profound connection he and Daphne had experienced during their shared dreams. Perhaps we might continue this conversation somewhere more private, Mr. Greengrass suggested, gesturing toward a doorway that Harry would have sworn wasn't there a moment before. The station offers a traditional meeting room for such occasions. Harry followed the Greengrasses through the doorway into a surprisingly elegant chamber that bore no resemblance to the utilitarian architecture of the rest of King's Cross. Wood-paneled walls lined with portraits of distinguished-looking witches and wizards surrounded a circular table of polished mahogany. A fire crackled in a stone hearth, and enchanted windows displayed snow-covered gardens that certainly weren't part of central London. The old families established these meeting spaces centuries ago, Mr. Greengrass explained, noting Harry's wonder. Before the statute of secrecy required more creative approaches to magical gathering places. They settled around the table, Harry following Daphne's subtle cues about where to sit. A house elf appeared silently, placing a silver tea service before them before disappearing with a soft pop. Now then, Mrs. Greengrass began, serving tea with graceful efficiency, to address the matter at hand. The winter solstice typically amplifies existing magical connections, but our family grimoires recorded an unusual surge this year, specifically in the ancestral magic tied to Daphne. Harry glanced at Daphne, who maintained her composed expression though he could sense her slight tension through their connection. Our daughter's letters home have been characteristically reserved, Mr. Greengrass continued, his tone suggesting this was both expected and somewhat amusing. However, the magical registry at Greengrass Manor indicated a significant development in what the ancient families recognize as a soul bond. Harry shifted uncomfortably, unsure how to respond. How much should he acknowledge about their shared dream experiences? Before he could decide, Mrs. Greengrass spoke again. Mr. Potter, Harry, if I may, we are not here to pry into private aspects of your connection with our daughter. Magical bonds of this nature develop in their own time and in their own way. Rather, Mr. Greengrass added, we wish to formally acknowledge what magic itself has already confirmed, that the connection between you and Daphne has evolved beyond initial detection into a recognized bond within the old magic our families honor. Harry relaxed slightly, sensing no demand for specific details about their solstice experiences. I appreciate your acknowledgement, sir, he said carefully. The connection has become important to me as well. It was a simple statement but a sincere one. Whatever labels the magical world placed on their bond, Harry could no longer imagine his Hogwarts experience without Daphne's steady presence and insightful perspective. Something in his tone must have satisfied the elder Greengrasses, as both nodded with apparent approval. Well said, Mr. Greengrass murmured. Direct and honest, qualities the Greengrass family has always valued. Mrs. Greengrass set down her teacup with deliberate precision. Given these developments, we wish to extend a formal invitation for you to visit Greengrass Manor during a portion of the summer holidays. Professor Dumbledore has indicated that certain protective measures necessitate your residence with your Muggle relations, but has agreed that a 2-week stay beginning in late July would be magically viable. Harry felt a surge of excitement at this news. 2 weeks away from the Dursleys, in a proper wizarding home with Daphne and her family, sounded like a dream come true. That would be brilliant, he said enthusiastically, then caught himself, adding more formally, I would be honored to accept your invitation. The corner of Daphne's mouth quirked in the subtle expression Harry had come to recognize as her version of amusement. Excellent, Mr. Greengrass nodded approvingly. The arrangements will be finalized through the appropriate channels. We'll send formal correspondence to both yourself and your Muggle guardians, though Dumbledore assures us his intervention will ensure their cooperation. The conversation continued for another 20 minutes, touching on Harry's academic progress, his adjustment to wizarding society, and his impressions of Hogwarts. The Greengrasses asked thoughtful questions without being intrusive, and Harry found himself gradually relaxing despite the formal setting. They seemed genuinely interested in him as a person beyond his connection to their daughter or his boy-who-lived status. Throughout the exchange, Daphne remained primarily silent, though occasionally offering precise clarifications when needed. Harry noticed Mr. Greengrass watching the interaction between them with analytical interest, while Mrs. Greengrass observed with a more intuitive eye. As the meeting concluded and they prepared to return to Hogwarts, Mrs. Greengrass drew Harry slightly aside while Daphne spoke with her father. "Mr. Potter," she said quietly, her voice warm but serious, "I hope you'll forgive a mother's directness. Magical connections such as the one you share with my daughter are both privilege and responsibility. They offer unique opportunities for magical growth but require careful nurturing." "Yes, ma'am," Harry nodded, unsure where she was heading. "Daphne has always been exceptionally self-contained," Mrs. Greengrass continued with a fond glance toward her daughter. "Even as a child, she preferred observation to participation, analysis to emotional expression. It is both her strength and her limitation." Harry nodded again, recognizing the truth in this assessment. "Your influence appears to be beneficial," Mrs. Greengrass said carefully. "The holiday separation revealed an unexpected emotional maturation that I attribute at least partially to your connection. Whatever transpired during the solstice has brought certain aspects of her magic into better alignment. We experienced some shared dreams," Harry admitted, feeling he owed her at least this much honesty. "Nothing inappropriate," he added hastily, "just conversations in a sort of magical dreamscape." Mrs. Greengrass nodded, unsurprised. Dreamwalking is a recognized manifestation of mature magical bonds. That it occurred so early in your connection speaks to its fundamental strength. She paused, choosing her next words carefully. "I believe you and my daughter balance each other in ways that will prove increasingly important in the coming years." There was something in her tone that suggested she knew more than she was saying, some deeper concern or foresight that she couldn't or wouldn't express directly. "I'll remember that, Mrs. Greengrass," Harry promised, instinctively understanding the weight of her words. She touched his shoulder lightly, a gesture of surprising familiarity from someone so formally composed. "See that you do, Mr. Potter. Now, I believe it's time for your return to Hogwarts. Your education awaits." The journey back to Hogwarts via Portkey was marginally less disorienting for Harry, though he still stumbled upon landing in Professor McGonagall's office. Daphne caught his arm once again, steadying him with practiced ease that suggested she had anticipated his awkward arrival. "I see you've returned intact," McGonagall observed dryly from behind her desk. "I trust your meeting with the Greengrasses was productive." "Yes, Professor," Daphne answered smoothly. "My parents extend their regards and appreciation for the accommodation." "Very well." McGonagall made a brief notation in the ledger before her. "You may proceed to the Great Hall. The welcome feast will begin shortly." As they left McGonagall's office and walked through the empty corridors toward the Great Hall, Harry and Daphne found themselves alone for the first time since their shared dreams. Despite all they had experienced in the dreamscape, Harry felt suddenly uncertain how to interact with Daphne in person. "Your parents are impressive," he offered finally, breaking the silence. "They were pleased with you," Daphne replied, her tone carefully neutral though Harry detected warmth beneath it. "Father particularly noted your directness. He dislikes the verbal circling typical of pure-blood negotiations." "I wasn't aware we were negotiating anything," Harry said, confusion evident in his voice. Daphne's lips curved in her subtle almost smile. "Every interaction between magical families involves negotiation, Potter. By acknowledging our connection formally, my parents have established certain social precedents that will become significant as we grow older." More pure-blood politics, Harry sighed, though without real frustration. He had come to appreciate the complex social landscape Daphne navigated daily. "Indeed," she agreed. "Though in this case, surprisingly straightforward. They genuinely approve of you," not merely your name or political significance, but your character. That's unusual in their circles. The simple statement carried weight beyond its words, and Harry felt unexpected warmth at this acknowledgement. As they approached the great hall, the sounds of hundreds of students reuniting after the holidays grew louder. Before they entered the crowded space that would necessitate their usual public distance, Harry paused. "Daphne," he said quietly, using her first name deliberately. "The dreams during the solstice, they changed something, didn't they? In the connection, I mean." She met his eyes directly, her composure softening slightly. "Yes. The magical bond has settled. Found its proper form rather than the raw connection the Sorting Hat initially triggered. And that's why your parents wanted to meet formally? Because they could tell something had changed?" "Partially," she nodded. "The family grimoires recorded a significant magical event tied to our ancestral magic. But also—" She hesitated, choosing her words with characteristic care. "Mother is unusually perceptive about magical connections. She likely sensed changes in my own magical signature through our correspondence." Harry recalled Mrs. Greengrass's enigmatic comments about balance and influence. "She said something about me being good for you," he admitted. "Though I'm not sure how." A faint blush tinged Daphne's cheeks, though her expression remained composed. "Mother has always worried that my analytical tendencies might limit certain aspects of my magical development. Emotion plays a significant role in the most powerful magic, despite what many textbooks claim. And I'm all emotion, according to Snape." Harry grinned, lightening the moment. "Not all," Daphne corrected with that subtle quirk of her lips. "But you do approach magic with an intuitive understanding that complements my theoretical framework. It's why our combined casting produces such unexpected results." They had reached the entrance to the Great Hall, where they would need to separate to their respective house tables. The connection between them hummed with comfortable recognition, settled into a rhythm that felt right in ways Harry couldn't articulate. "See you tomorrow?" he asked, referring to their regular study session. "The usual time and place," Daphne confirmed with a brief nod. "We have much to discuss regarding our research project." Harry understood she meant their ongoing investigation of the Forbidden Corridor and its mysterious contents. With a final exchanged glance, they entered the Great Hall separately, rejoining their respective house groups as though they hadn't just experienced a profound magical bonding and formal family acknowledgement. Some things, Harry reflected as he made his way toward the Gryffindor table where Ron and Hermione waited expectantly, were simply between him and Daphne, a private world within the very public one they navigated daily. Dumbledore's friend Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione announced triumphantly, slapping an enormous old book onto the library table with enough force to make Madame Pants glare from her desk. "Shoo!" Ron hissed, glancing nervously at the librarian. "Are you trying to get us banned from the library for life?" "Sorry," Hermione whispered, though her excitement remained undiminished. "But this confirms everything. Look here," she pointed to a passage in the ancient text. "Nicholas Flamel, the noted alchemist, is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary substance with astonishing powers. The stone will transform any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal." Harry leaned forward, reading the passage for himself. "So that's what's being guarded in the Forbidden Corridor. The Philosopher's Stone." "It makes perfect sense," Hermione continued in an urgent whisper. "Flamel recently celebrated his 665th birthday. He and his wife Perenelle have been living for centuries because of the elixir of life. The stone must have been in that Gringotts vault that was broken into. Hagrid moved it here for safekeeping on Dumbledore's orders." Ron whistled softly. "Blimey. No wonder someone's trying to steal it. Immortality and unlimited gold. That's worth risking a three-headed dog for." Harry frowned, piecing together the implications. But who's trying to steal it? And why from Hogwarts, of all places? It must be someone who can't access it through legitimate means, Hermione reasoned. And someone desperate enough to risk Dumbledore's wrath. Harry's thoughts turned to Snape, whose suspicious behavior during the troll incident had first alerted them to possible threats against whatever was hidden. Yet something about that theory had never quite fit. Snape was unpleasant, certainly, but would Dumbledore truly employ someone he didn't trust to teach at Hogwarts? We should tell Daphne, Harry decided. She might have insights we're missing. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, a silent communication that Harry had noticed happening more frequently since Christmas. What? He asked, sensing their hesitation. It's just. Ron began awkwardly, are you sure we should be sharing this with a Slytherin? I mean, what if she tells Snape or other Slytherins who might be involved? Harry felt a flare of indignation on Daphne's behalf. She's been helping us investigate since Halloween. She placed that alerting ward with me, remember? Of course she has, Hermione interjected diplomatically. It's just that Slytherin House has complex internal politics. What if sharing this information puts her in a difficult position? Harry hadn't considered this angle. He knew Daphne walked a precarious line in Slytherin, her connection to him creating tensions with housemates from families aligned with Voldemort during the war. Perhaps Hermione was right to be cautious. I'll discuss it with her privately first, he compromised. See what she thinks without revealing everything immediately. This seemed to satisfy his friends, and they returned to analyzing Flamel's connection to Dumbledore and the possible security measures protecting the stone. Harry, however, found his thoughts repeatedly returning to Daphne. The connection between them had evolved beyond magical curiosity into genuine trust. Whatever house politics might exist, he knew instinctively that she would never betray that trust. His opportunity to speak with her came the following afternoon during their regular study session in the library alcove. Daphne arrived precisely on time as always, her school bag neatly organized, hair arranged in its usual perfect style. Yet Harry noticed small changes in her demeanor, a slightly more relaxed posture, a fractionally warmer greeting, subtle shifts that likely only someone with their unique connection would perceive. The stone has remained undisturbed since our return to Hogwarts, she noted after they'd exchanged greetings and established the privacy wards they now routinely placed around their study area. Our alerting ward has registered only minor magical probes, similar to those we detected before the holidays. Actually, about that, Harry began, choosing his words carefully. Hermione's discovered what's being hidden. It's the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. Daphne's eyebrows rose fractionally, a significant display of surprise by her standards. Flamel's Stone. At Hogwarts? Her analytical mind visibly processed this information, connections forming rapidly. That would explain the extreme security measures. The stone grants immortality and unlimited gold, powerful temptations. Exactly, Harry nodded, relieved by her immediate understanding. But we're still not sure who's trying to steal it. Snape seems suspicious, but Dumbledore trusts him, Daphne finished thoughtfully. Despite his personal limitations. Professor Snape is a powerful wizard and accomplished potions master. His services are valuable to the school. However, she added with careful precision, that doesn't preclude the possibility of divided loyalties. You think he might be after the stone? Harry pressed. Daphne considered this with characteristic thoroughness. It's possible but requires additional evidence. His behavior during the troll incident was certainly suspicious, but there could be alternate explanations. What concerns me more is Professor Quirrell's consistent proximity to these events. Quirrell? Harry repeated in surprise. He seems too pathetic to be threatening anything. Perhaps, Daphne acknowledged. Yet consider, he announced the troll's presence, allegedly fainted, then was noticeably absent from the dungeons where the danger supposedly existed. He frequently patrols the third-floor corridor despite it not being on the standard staff rotation. And his stutter becomes less pronounced when he believes no students are paying attention. Harry stared at her. You've been watching Quirrell? A slight shrug, another break in her usual perfect composure. Slytherins observe, Potter. It's how we navigate complex social and political environments. Professor Quirrell demonstrates inconsistencies that warrant attention. Harry recalled his own encounters with the nervous defense professor, the strange pain in his scar during their first meeting, Quirrell's oddly calculating expression after the troll incident, his convenient absences during suspicious events. You might be right, he admitted. But why would Quirrell want the stone? Immortality appeals to many, Daphne noted pragmatically. As does unlimited wealth. However, there's another possibility we should consider. She hesitated, her voice dropping lower despite their privacy wards. The stone's primary power is the elixir of life, which could potentially restore someone who exists in a diminished state. Harry's blood ran cold as he grasped her implication. You mean Voldemort? You think Quirrell is working for Voldemort? To her credit, Daphne didn't flinch at the name as most wizards did, though her expression tightened slightly. It's a theoretical possibility that fits certain observed facts. The Dark Lord was defeated but never confirmed dead. Many of his followers anticipated his return. The stone would provide a means to restore physical form if he exists in some reduced state. The theory sent chills down Harry's spine, yet made terrible sense. If Voldemort wasn't truly gone, the stone would be an irresistible target, a pathway to resurrection. We need to strengthen our alerting ward, Harry decided. And maybe add some additional protections of our own. I've been researching more advanced warding techniques, Daphne agreed, pulling several books from her bag. Our connection provides unique advantages. Traditional wards require complex runic arrays, but our combined magical signatures can achieve similar effects through intent-based casting. They spent the remainder of their session studying advanced protective magic, identifying spells that might complement their existing ward. The comfortable rhythm of their collaboration, Harry's intuitive understanding balancing Daphne's precise theoretical knowledge, had become so natural that neither commented on it anymore. Their magical signatures harmonized with practiced ease, golden threads manifesting between their palms when they tested small channeling exercises. We should implement these additional protections tonight, Daphne suggested as they gathered their materials to leave. The castle will be relatively quiet with everyone settling back into term routines. Harry nodded, already anticipating another midnight excursion under his invisibility cloak. Same meeting place as before. Third floor staircase at midnight, Daphne confirmed. Bring the cloak, though our connection seems to provide a degree of magical concealment when we're working together. This was something they had discovered accidentally during their supervised sessions with McGonagall and Flitwick. When channeling magic together with focused intent, a subtle distortion effect occurred that made them difficult to perceive clearly, almost like a visual version of the Notice Me Not charm. As they prepared to part ways, Harry hesitated. Daphne, he said quietly, using her first name as he increasingly did during their private conversations, if Quirrell is working for Voldemort, this could be genuinely dangerous. Maybe we should tell Dumbledore our suspicions instead of investigating ourselves. Daphne considered this suggestion with characteristic thoroughness. And what would we tell him, precisely? That we placed unauthorized wards on a forbidden corridor. That we've been conducting independent research into heavily restricted protective magic. That we have suspicions but no concrete evidence. Put that way, their position seemed precarious. So we continue as planned, Harry sighed. But we need to be extra careful. If it really is Voldemort behind this, then our alerting ward becomes even more crucial, Daphne finished. Knowledge is our primary advantage. If the stone is truly threatened, we'll alert the professors immediately, regardless of potential disciplinary consequences. Her practical assessment reassured Harry. Whatever house rivalries existed, whatever complex politics surrounded their unusual connection, Daphne's fundamental sense of right and wrong aligned with his own, a fact he found increasingly important as the mystery of the stone grew more dangerous. Until tonight, then, he said, gathering his books. Daphne nodded, her composed expression betrayed only by the slight intensity in her blue eyes. Until tonight, Potter. Midnight found them once again beneath the invisibility cloak, moving silently through Hogwarts' darkened corridors toward the forbidden third floor. The castle felt different at night, more alive somehow, its ancient magic humming just below the threshold of perception as portraits dozed in their frames and suits of armor creaked occasionally as though adjusting their posture. "Filch is patrolling the second-floor east wing," Daphne whispered as they ascended a staircase. "I noticed the patrol schedule in Professor Snape's office during our last session." "Resourceful," Harry commented appreciatively. Somehow it didn't surprise him that Daphne would make note of such details while appearing to focus entirely on their assigned work. Their connection felt particularly strong in the nighttime quiet, a warm, steady presence linking them beneath the cloak's concealing magic. Harry had grown so accustomed to sensing Daphne's magical signature that he could almost track her emotional state through subtle shifts in its texture, the focused precision when she concentrated, the cool clarity when analyzing a problem, the rare but significant warmth when something genuinely pleased her. They reached the forbidden corridor without incident, pausing at the entrance to confirm they were alone. Their existing ward remained in place, invisible to normal sight but perceptible to them as a faint golden shimmer across the doorway. "It's been probed but not breached," Daphne observed, studying the magical signature with experienced eyes. "The pattern suggests testing rather than attempted entry, someone evaluating its magical properties without triggering the alert." "Quirrell?" Harry suggested. "Possibly. The magical signature is too diffuse to identify specifically, but it's consistent with exploratory magic rather than accidental contact." They set to work enhancing their original ward, Daphne directing their efforts with the precise knowledge she'd gleaned from her research. Channeling their magic through the now familiar palm-to-palm connection, they layered additional protective elements onto the existing framework, detection components that would record magical signatures, alert modifiers that would provide more specific information about attempted breaches, and subtle misdirection charms that would make the door appear slightly different from its actual location to anyone attempting entry with malicious intent. The work was delicate and complex, requiring sustained concentration from both of them. Golden light flowed between their hands and into the doorway, sinking into stone and wood as their combined intent shaped the magic into precise protective structures. Harry marveled at how instinctive the process had become, his magic responding to Daphne's guidance without the verbal incantations or rigid wand movements typical of taught spellwork. "That should suffice," Daphne said finally, lowering her hands as the last golden threads disappeared into the ward. "Much more sophisticated than our original attempt." Harry nodded, feeling the solid presence of their combined magic settled into its new configuration. "It feels stronger. More intentional." "Precisely," Daphne agreed. "Intent-based magic responds to purpose rather than mere technical execution. Our shared purpose has become clearer since our first attempt." The simple observation carried deeper implications that neither felt the need to articulate. Their connection had evolved from an imposed magical curiosity into a partnership of choice, their shared purpose stemming from mutual trust and understanding rather than external direction. They were preparing to leave when a soft sound from further down the corridor froze them in place. Light footsteps approached, accompanied by the faint rustling of robes against stone. Harry pulled Daphne closer under the cloak, both holding their breath as the steps grew nearer. Professor Quirrell appeared at the corridor's end, his purple turban slightly askew, hands twisting nervously before him. Yet his face lacked the perpetual fear that characterized his classroom presence. Instead, his features held calculating determination as he approached the forbidden door. Harry felt Daphne tense beside him, her magical signature sharpening with alertness. Quirrell stopped several feet from the door, drawing his wand in a movement more confident than anything they'd witnessed during his fumbling classroom demonstrations. He began murmuring incantations, the stuttering entirely absent from his low, focused voice. Golden light flickered briefly around the edges of their ward, invisible to Quirrell but clear to its creators as the protective magic recognized and responded to the probe. For several minutes, the defense professor conducted increasingly complex magical tests, his expression growing frustrated as each revealed nothing useful. "Useless," he muttered finally, his voice entirely different from his classroom persona, harder, colder, with an edge of suppressed anger. The old fool has layered protections beyond mere detection wards. Then, to Harry and Daphne's shock, Quirrell appeared to address someone who wasn't there. Yes, I understand the urgency. The stone must be secured before. He trailed off, head tilting as though listening to a voice only he could hear. A sharp, burning pain lanced through Harry's scar, so sudden and intense that he nearly gasped aloud. Only Daphne's quick hand over his mouth prevented detection. The pain increased as Quirrell continued his one-sided conversation, speaking in deferential tones to his invisible companion. Of course, Master. I will find another approach. The oaf Hagrid surely knows more about the protections. Perhaps with the proper encouragement. Daphne's grip on Harry tightened as the implications became clear. Quirrell was indeed working for someone else, someone he called Master. The pieces aligned with terrible clarity, Quirrell as the would-be thief, the stone as the target, and most disturbing of all, the possibility that Voldemort himself was somehow involved, perhaps as the mysterious Master Quirrell addressed. They remained motionless under the cloak until Quirrell finally departed, his gait returning to the familiar nervous shuffle before he turned the corner. Even then, they waited several additional minutes to ensure he was truly gone before daring to move. Your scar, Daphne whispered once they'd retreated to a safer distance. It was hurting you when Quirrell spoke to his Master. Harry nodded, the pain having subsided to a dull throb. It's happened before around Quirrell, but never this bad. It felt like someone was pressing a hot iron against my forehead. Daphne's expression shifted to the focused analytical look he recognized from their study sessions. The scar is from when the Dark Lord attacked you as an infant. A magical wound from a killing curse that somehow rebounded. The fact that it reacts specifically to Quirrell's Master. She didn't complete the thought, but she didn't need to. The implication hung between them, too disturbing to articulate fully. Voldemort wasn't merely connected to the theft attempt, he might somehow be physically present at Hogwarts, working through Quirrell. We need to tell someone, Harry insisted as they made their way back toward the main staircase. Dumbledore should know about this. I agree, Daphne said, surprising him with her immediate concurrence. This extends beyond student research into genuine threat territory. However, she added with characteristic practicality, we need to be strategic about what we reveal and to whom. Our unauthorized warding activities could result in serious consequences. I don't care about detention or house points if Voldemort's trying to get the stone, Harry countered. Nor do I, Daphne assured him. But credibility matters. If we're dismissed as rule-breaking students seeking attention, the warning itself may be ignored. We need irrefutable evidence or a presentation method that cannot be dismissed. They paused in an empty classroom to continue their discussion with less risk of discovery. Removing the invisibility cloak, Harry paced the small space while Daphne perched on a desk, her posture perfect despite the late hour and tense circumstances. What about McGonagall? Harry suggested. She knows about our connection and has been monitoring our magical development. She might be more willing to listen. Daphne considered this. Professor McGonagall is certainly more approachable than the headmaster. However, she's also a strict disciplinarian who might focus on our rule-breaking rather than the information we're providing. Flitwick, then. He's been fascinated by our magical research. A possibility, Daphne acknowledged. Though his primary interest has been academic rather than security-oriented. What about Snape? Harry asked, throwing out the option despite his personal misgivings. Daphne's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. Professor Snape's allegiances are complex. While I believe his commitment to student safety is genuine, his personal history includes connections that complicate this particular situation. Harry sensed there was more to her assessment than she was saying, some Slytherin insight into their head of house that she either couldn't or wouldn't articulate fully. So our options are limited, he summarized in frustration. We can't approach Dumbledore directly without proof. The other professors might dismiss our concerns or focus on our rule-breaking. And we can't exactly confront Quirrell ourselves. Not directly, no, Daphne agreed. However, we do have one advantage: our alerting ward will notify us of any actual attempt to breach the door. That gives us time to intervene, either by alerting professors in the moment of crisis when our warnings can't be ignored, or by... She hesitated. By what? Harry prompted. By utilizing our connection to intervene directly if absolutely necessary, she finished carefully. Our combined magic has proven unexpectedly powerful in crisis situations. Harry stared at her, understanding dawning. You're suggesting we might confront Quirrell ourselves if we have to. As a last resort only, Daphne clarified quickly. If professors cannot be reached in time and immediate action is required. The protective aspects of our connection manifested strongly during the troll incident. It's reasonable to assume similar manifestation could occur in genuine defense of the stone. The pragmatic Slytherin assessment surprised Harry, though perhaps it shouldn't have. Despite her careful adherence to rules and protocols, Daphne had consistently demonstrated willingness to take necessary action when justified by sufficient cause. It was, he reflected, one of the qualities he most appreciated about her, the balance of caution and courage, analysis and action. All right, he agreed finally. We monitor the ward closely. At the first sign of actual breach attempt, we alert McGonagall immediately. If that fails for any reason, we consider direct intervention only as absolute last resort. Daphne nodded, satisfied with the compromise. We should also accelerate our research into protective magic. If our connection truly manifests defensive capabilities in crisis, understanding the theoretical framework will help us direct it more effectively. As they prepared to return to their respective dormitories, Harry was struck by the absurdity of their situation. Two first-years planning potential intervention against a professor potentially possessed by the darkest wizard of the age. Yet beneath the absurdity lay a deeper truth: their connection had created something neither could have achieved alone, a balanced approach that drew from both Gryffindor courage and Slytherin strategy. Be careful, Potter, Daphne said quietly as they prepared to part ways at the main staircase. If your scar's reaction indicates what we suspect, Quirrell may be more dangerous than anyone realizes. You too, Harry replied, genuinely concerned for her safety within Slytherin, where house politics grew increasingly complex as tensions rose throughout the school. If anyone in your house suspects what we're doing, I can handle Slytherin politics, she assured him with quiet confidence. Focus on monitoring your scar's reactions. It may provide advance warning if he is particularly active. The fact that neither needed to specify who he was reflected their growing alignment, thoughts and concerns shared through both spoken and unspoken communication. As Harry watched Daphne descend toward the dungeons, he felt the connection between them humming with shared purpose despite their physical separation. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, not because a magical hat had proclaimed them soulmates, but because they had chosen to be partners in something that mattered. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm of vigilance, research, and preparation. Their enhanced ward registered occasional probing magic but no serious breach attempts, suggesting Quirrell was still seeking alternative approaches to the stone. Harry and Daphne maintained their regular study sessions and supervised magical practice, using these legitimate meetings to further their understanding of protective magic while appearing to follow the prescribed curriculum. Harry shared their discoveries about Quirrell with Ron and Hermione, who responded with predictable reactions, Hermione insisting they tell professors immediately, Ron alternating between awe at their detective work and concern about confronting someone potentially possessed by you-know-who. Mate, this is mental, Ron exclaimed when Harry explained their theories. You can't seriously be planning to go up against Quirrell if he tries for the stone. It's only as absolute last resort, Harry assured him. We're hoping the ward will give us enough warning to alert professors before it comes to that. Hermione remained skeptical. I still think you should tell Professor McGonagall everything now. Even if you get in trouble for the unauthorized wards, surely protecting the stone from you-know-who is more important. Daphne thinks they'll dismiss us without concrete proof, Harry explained. Adults tend to think kids are exaggerating or misunderstanding what they see. Well, she's right about that, Ron admitted grudgingly. Remember when I told McGonagall I saw something moving in the forest from the dormitory window? She gave me that look and said my active imagination needed better outlets. But this is different. Hermione protested. This is potentially you-know-who trying to return. Which sounds exactly like an active imagination, without proof, Harry pointed out. For now, the ward is our best option. It will alert us if Quirrell makes a move, and then we'll have concrete evidence to take to professors. Despite their concerns, Ron and Hermione eventually agreed to support the plan, even offering to help with research into protective magic and the stone's potential powers. They established a rotation for monitoring the ward during different hours, ensuring someone was always alert to potential breaches regardless of class schedules or house activities. Meanwhile, end-of-year exams approached with alarming speed. Professors piled on additional homework, review sessions filled the evenings, and even Quidditch practice took on heightened intensity as the final matches of the season drew near. Harry found himself stretched thin between academic requirements, Quidditch commitments, and their secret stone protection project. During one particularly exhausting study session in their library alcove, Daphne observed this strain with her characteristic directness. Your magical reserves are depleted, she noted, watching Harry struggle with a simple color-changing charm they had mastered months ago. The connection registers fatigue patterns in your core. I'm fine, Harry insisted, though the dark circles under his eyes told a different story. Just a bit tired from Quidditch yesterday. Daphne set down her quill with deliberate precision. Magical exhaustion compromises both your academic performance and our ability to respond effectively if the ward alerts. Proper rest is strategically necessary, not optional. Her practical framing of concern as strategy rather than sentiment was so typically Daphne that Harry couldn't help but smile despite his fatigue. Are you ordering me to sleep more? Recommending optimal resource allocation, she corrected, though the slight softening around her eyes betrayed genuine concern. We should temporarily adjust our research schedule to incorporate mandatory recovery periods. All right, Harry conceded, recognizing the wisdom in her assessment. But what if the ward alerts while we're resting? I've been developing a modification that will channel alerts through our connection rather than requiring constant active monitoring. She pulled a small leather-bound book from her bag, not their communication journal, but something similar with intricate runes embossed on its cover. This records ward status continuously and synchronizes with our magical signatures. If triggered, it will create a distinctive magical pulse through our connection, unmistakable even during sleep. Harry stared at the book with newfound appreciation for Daphne's thoroughness. That's brilliant. How long have you been working on this? Since we observed Quirrell's interaction with his master, she replied matter-of-factly. The escalation of threat required enhanced monitoring capabilities. Once again, Harry found himself grateful for Daphne's practical approach to their unusual situation. Where he might have pushed himself to exhaustion trying to maintain constant vigilance, she recognized the strategic value of balanced resources and developed systems to support their efforts sustainably. What do we need to do to activate it? He asked, examining the runic book with interest. A simple synchronization ritual, Daphne explained. We'll need to perform it at the ward location itself, linking the book to both our magical signatures and the existing protective framework. They arranged to meet that night during the brief window between curfew checks, when prefect patrols were changing rotations. Under the invisibility cloak, they made their way to the forbidden corridor, the now familiar path requiring little conscious navigation. The synchronization ritual proved more complex than Harry had anticipated, requiring precisely timed magical pulses channeled through their connection into the runic book while simultaneously linking to the ward structure. Daphne directed the process with confident expertise, her knowledge of ancient magical theory guiding them through steps that would have been beyond most seventh years, let alone first-year students. There, she said finally as the golden threads of their magic settled into the book, creating a subtle glow that faded into the leather binding. Now it's linked to both our magical signatures and the ward itself. Any significant disturbance will register here and alert us through the connection. Harry felt the new magical pathway establish itself, a distinctive channel within their connection that remained dormant but ready, like a quiet alarm system awaiting activation. This should allow proper rest while maintaining vigilance, Daphne continued, tucking the book back into her robes. I suggest we alternate primary monitoring responsibilities. One of us sleeps normally while the other remains in lighter sleep state, switching every few days to prevent prolonged magical strain. I'll take first watch, Harry offered immediately. Daphne raised an eyebrow. Your magical reserves are already depleted. Logical sequencing would place me as primary monitor for the next 48 hours while you recover fully. Her practical assessment was irrefutable, yet Harry felt a protective instinct that resisted placing her at greater risk. But if something happens while I'm sleeping deeply, the connection will alert you regardless of sleep depth, she assured him. This is merely optimization of our response readiness, not elimination of shared responsibility. Put that way, Harry couldn't reasonably argue. They finalized the monitoring schedule and prepared to return to their dormitories, both feeling more secure with their enhanced warning system in place. As they reached the main staircase where they would separate, Daphne hesitated, something uncharacteristically uncertain in her expression. Potter, she began, then corrected herself, Harry. There's something I've been meaning to discuss regarding our connection. The use of his first name outside their most private conversations immediately captured Harry's attention. What is it? I've been researching historical accounts of similar magical bonds, she explained carefully. The solstice stabilization we experienced is typically a later developmental stage, occurring after years rather than months of connection. Its accelerated manifestation suggests our bond is unusually compatible at fundamental magical levels. Is that a problem? Harry asked, uncertain where she was heading. Not a problem, Daphne clarified. Rather, an opportunity that comes with certain considerations. Enhanced magical compatibility often enables advanced forms of cooperative spellcasting beyond what we've already experienced. Some historical accounts describe bonded pairs achieving wandless casting through shared channels, distance communication beyond our current journals, even a form of magical sharing during crisis situations. Harry considered this information, noting the careful precision with which Daphne presented it, neither alarming nor dismissive, simply factual with implicit possibilities. You think we might develop these abilities? He asked. I believe we already have the foundational structure, she confirmed. The question becomes whether we choose to develop them deliberately or allow natural progression to determine their emergence. The distinction was subtle but significant, active development requiring conscious choice rather than passive acceptance of whatever the connection might manifest. Once again, Daphne was emphasizing their agency within the bond rather than submission to magical decree. What do you think we should do? Harry asked, genuinely valuing her assessment. Daphne considered the question with characteristic thoroughness. I believe controlled development offers advantages over unpredictable natural emergence, particularly given our current circumstances. However, she added with unusual emphasis, such development would require deeper magical integration than our current connection, a deliberate strengthening of bonds that would have long-term implications beyond our immediate needs. Harry understood what she wasn't saying directly, that choosing to develop these abilities would mean embracing their connection as permanent rather than temporary, committing to a magical partnership that would extend beyond Hogwarts and current circumstances. It was, in essence, choosing each other rather than merely accepting what the Sorting Hat had proclaimed. I think, he said slowly, weighing his words carefully, that having options is better than not having them. If developing these abilities could help protect the stone or handle whatever else comes our way, we should consider it. But, he added, matching her careful phrasing, only if we're both comfortable with the implications. Something in Daphne's expression softened fractionally, relief, perhaps, or appreciation of his understanding of the nuances involved. We should research further before making any decisions, she suggested practically. The library's restricted section likely contains relevant texts, though access would require professor authorization. Or an invisibility cloak and midnight visit, Harry suggested with a slight smile. The corner of Daphne's mouth quirked upward in her version of amusement. A less orthodox but potentially effective approach. We could attempt preliminary research this weekend when monitoring rotations allows sufficient time. They parted with this tentative plan in place, each returning to their respective dormitories with much to consider beyond their immediate stone protection project. Harry found himself oddly unburdened by the prospect of deeper magical connection with Daphne. What might have seemed terrifying months ago now felt like natural progression of something that had already become significant in his life. Whatever choices lay ahead, they would make them together, partners by decision rather than decree. The restricted section expedition proved both fruitful and concerning. Under the invisibility cloak's protection, they located several ancient texts discussing magical bonds similar to their own, including detailed accounts of abilities that manifested between compatible pairs over time. The descriptions aligned with Daphne's research: enhanced cooperative casting, magical sharing during crisis, distance communication, but also revealed potential complications they hadn't anticipated. Magical resonance can create vulnerability as well as strength, Daphne summarized as they pored over a particularly ancient tome in the safety of the Room of Requirement, which had become their preferred meeting place for sensitive research. If one partner experiences magical attack or depletion, the other may suffer sympathetic effects through the connection. So if one of us is hurt magically, both might feel it? Harry clarified, frowning at the implications. To varying degrees, yes. The texts suggest distance provides some buffering, but in close proximity, significant magical trauma could affect both partners unless specific shielding techniques are employed. Harry considered this new information carefully. Does that change your assessment about developing the connection further? Daphne's expression remained thoughtful rather than alarmed. It introduces additional factors to consider, certainly. However, proper preparation can mitigate most risks. The shielding techniques appear complex but achievable with our current skill level, particularly given our natural affinity for protective magic. They spent the remainder of their session studying these protective measures, identifying techniques that would allow them to maintain connection benefits while preventing harmful resonance during magical confrontations. The work was intricate and demanding, requiring precise magical control and theoretical understanding that stretched their abilities. By the time they concluded their research, both felt confident they had grasped the essential concepts, though practical implementation would require careful practice. They agreed to incorporate these protective measures into their regular supervised sessions, framing them as general magical boundary exercises rather than specific preparation for potential confrontation. However, events soon intervened to accelerate their timeline. The following week brought disturbing news from Hagrid via Ron and Hermione, who had maintained friendly visits to the gamekeeper throughout the year. Hagrid's got a dragon egg, Ron reported in an urgent whisper during their study session in the library. An actual Norwegian ridgeback. Says he won it in a card game from some bloke down at the Hog's Head. That's illegal, Daphne noted immediately, her practical mind identifying the most relevant fact. Dragon breeding was outlawed by the Warlocks Convention of 1709. The penalties are severe. That's not even the worst part, Hermione added anxiously. He told the stranger exactly how to get past Fluffy, the three-headed dog guarding the stone. Said music puts it right to sleep. Harry and Daphne exchanged alarmed glances, the implications immediately clear. When did this happen? Harry asked urgently. About 3 weeks ago, Ron replied. The egg's about to hatch any day now, according to Hagrid. He's got it in his fireplace keeping it warm. And did he describe the stranger? Daphne inquired, her tone carefully controlled despite the gravity of the situation. Any distinguishing features or characteristics? Hermione shook her head. He said the man kept his hood up the whole time, wouldn't show his face. Hagrid didn't think it was strange because lots of people at the Hog's Head prefer anonymity. A hooded figure who conveniently happened to have a dragon egg and wanted to know about guarding magical objects, Harry summarized grimly. That has to be Quirrell, or Quirrell acting for his master. Which means he now knows how to get past the first line of defense, Daphne concluded, her composed expression betraying concern only through slight tension around her eyes. The timeline has accelerated significantly. That evening, their enhanced ward confirmed their fears, registering more intensive magical probing than previously detected, suggesting Quirrell was advancing his preparations now that he had crucial information about the stone's protections. "He's testing more aggressively," Daphne observed as they monitored the runic book in the room of requirement. "The magical signature is stronger, more focused. He's no longer merely exploring but actively planning entry." "How soon?" Harry asked, tension evident in his voice. Daphne studied the ward readings with analytical precision. "Difficult to determine exactly. The pattern suggests methodical preparation rather than immediate action. However, given the intensity increase, I would estimate within the next 2 to 3 weeks. That's right around final exams," Harry noted. "When everyone will be distracted and professors busy with assessment duties." "Strategic timing," Daphne agreed. "Maximum institutional disruption with minimal observation likelihood." They looked at each other, both recognizing that their theoretical preparations might soon face practical application. The protective measures they'd been studying would need to be implemented sooner than anticipated if they were to be ready for potential confrontation. "We should accelerate our connection development," Harry decided. "If Quirrell makes his move during exams, we need to be prepared to respond, either by alerting professors effectively or intervening if absolutely necessary." Daphne nodded, her practical nature accepting the logical conclusion despite its risks. "The room of requirement can provide appropriate practice space. We'll need daily sessions rather than our current schedule, preferably morning and evening to establish proper magical patterns." "What about exams?" Harry asked, aware of Daphne's academic priorities. A slight quirk of her lips. "Protecting a legendary artifact from potential resurrection of the Dark Lord takes precedence over herbology scores, Potter. Even for a Slytherin." The dry humor in her response lightened the moment, reminding Harry how far they'd come from their initial formal interactions. Whatever else their connection had created, genuine friendship had developed alongside magical partnership, an unexpected but welcome outcome of the Sorting Hat's proclamation. They established an intensive practice schedule for the coming weeks, arranging to meet in the room of requirement before breakfast and after dinner daily. Their focus would be twofold: strengthening their cooperative casting abilities while simultaneously developing the protective measures that would prevent harmful resonance during potential confrontation. The work proved even more demanding than anticipated, requiring precise magical control and deep concentration to establish protective boundaries without compromising their connection's benefits. Harry found the process similar to the occlumency techniques Daphne had taught him, creating selective filters rather than rigid barriers, allowing beneficial flow while preventing harmful intrusion. After a week of intensive practice, they achieved their first significant breakthrough, the ability to maintain protective boundaries automatically without conscious effort, allowing them to focus on cooperative casting without vulnerability to sympathetic magical trauma. The golden threads of their connection now carried subtle protective matrices visible only to them, intricate patterns that strengthened rather than limited their magical exchange. "Remarkable efficiency," Daphne noted with quiet satisfaction as they completed a particularly complex cooperative charm. "The protective matrices are enhancing rather than restricting our magical flow, an unexpected but beneficial outcome." Harry nodded, feeling the difference in their connection, stronger yet more controlled, powerful without the wild surges that had characterized their earlier work together. "It feels right. Like the magic knows what we need better than we do." "Intent-based manifestation responding to genuine necessity," Daphne suggested. "Magic at its most fundamental level, beyond taught spellwork or theoretical constructs." Their progress continued steadily over the following days, each session building on previous achievements as they explored the expanding capabilities of their connection. They discovered they could now cast cooperatively without direct physical proximity, maintaining the connection across the room rather than requiring palm-to-palm contact. They developed a form of magical shorthand that allowed complex casting with minimal verbal incantation. Most significantly, they found they could share magical reserves in controlled amounts, potentially crucial if one faced depletion during confrontation. Throughout this intensive development, their ward monitoring continued to register increasing magical activity around the forbidden door. Quirrell's probing grew more sophisticated and focused, suggesting he was systematically testing the various protections to develop his final approach. The timeline Harry and Daphne had estimated seemed increasingly accurate. The attempt would likely come during final exam week, when the castle's routine was maximally disrupted. As the critical period approached, they made final preparations with Ron and Hermione, establishing communication protocols and response plans for various scenarios. If the ward alerted during exam hours, Ron and Hermione would locate and notify professors while Harry and Daphne investigated directly. If it triggered outside class hours, they would implement a modified approach based on available staff and timing considerations. Remember, Daphne emphasized during their final planning session, our primary objective is alerting appropriate authorities. Direct intervention remains absolute last resort, only if immediate action is required to prevent stone acquisition. And if we do have to intervene directly? Hermione asked, concern evident in her voice. Then we utilize our connection's protective capabilities defensively, Daphne replied with careful precision. Not seeking confrontation, but preventing immediate threat while securing additional assistance. The practical, limited approach reassured even Hermione, who had been the most hesitant about their potential direct involvement. Ron, surprisingly, had become increasingly supportive once he understood the careful planning behind their approach. Better prepared than surprised, he noted with unexpected wisdom. Dad always says the most dangerous situations are the ones you haven't thought through beforehand. With plans established and preparations complete, all that remained was vigilant waiting as exam week began. Each day brought increasing tension as they divided attention between test questions and ward monitoring, magical theory essays and connection maintenance. The runic book remained constantly with either Harry or Daphne, passing between them at meal times to ensure continuous monitoring regardless of house separation or exam schedules. Their vigilance was rewarded, and their fears confirmed, on the third evening of exam week, as they completed their history of magic assessment. The runic book, currently in Harry's possession, suddenly emitted a warm pulse against his chest where it rested in an inner pocket. Simultaneously, the connection between him and Daphne flared with alert energy, a distinct magical signature they had designed specifically for ward breach notification. Harry's eyes immediately found Daphne's across the great hall where different houses sat separated by house for the written exam. Her slight nod confirmed she had felt the same alert. The ward had registered significant magical disturbance, likely an actual breach attempt rather than mere probing. As they filed out of the great hall after turning in their exam parchments, Harry managed to intercept Ron and Hermione in the entrance hall, while Daphne extracted herself from a group of Slytherins with practiced social maneuvering. "It's happening," Harry murmured once they converged in a quiet corner. "The ward just alerted, someone's attempting entry." Ron's eyes widened while Hermione clutched her exam papers tighter. "Right now? During exams?" Strategic timing, Daphne noted calmly, though Harry detected tension beneath her composed exterior through their connection. Most professors are occupied with assessment procedures, students focused on exams rather than corridor observations. "What's our plan?" Ron asked, dropping into the practical mode that had surprised them during preparation sessions. "You and Hermione locate Professor McGonagall immediately," Harry instructed. "Tell her there's someone going after the stone right now. Be specific, mention Flammel and the stone directly so she takes it seriously. We'll proceed to the third floor to confirm the breach," Daphne continued seamlessly. "Standard observation only unless immediate intervention becomes necessary. We'll send notification if additional information becomes available." Ron and Hermione nodded, their faces set with determination despite obvious concern. As they separated, Ron and Hermione heading toward McGonagall's office while Harry and Daphne moved toward the third-floor corridor, Harry felt oddly calm despite the gravity of the situation. Months of preparation, practice, and planning had created a readiness that transcended normal first-year capabilities. As they approached the forbidden corridor, Harry and Daphne automatically established their connection, golden threads manifesting between them as protective magic activated. They no longer needed direct physical contact to channel cooperative magic, proximity alone sufficed to create the necessary pathways, leaving their hands free for wand work if needed. The corridor ahead appeared empty, but their ward indicators suggested otherwise, magical disturbance patterns consistent with recent entry rather than mere tampering. At the door itself, they found confirmation. The ward remained intact but had recorded passage, its magical signature identifying the intruder as Quirrell beyond any doubt. "He's already inside," Harry whispered, examining the magical record embedded in their ward. "Entered approximately 12 minutes ago according to the temporal signature." "And hasn't emerged," Daphne confirmed, her wand held ready as she studied the door. "The music signature suggests he used auditory suppression to manage the guardian creature, consistent with the information extracted from Hagrid." They exchanged glances, mutual understanding flowing through their connection without need for words. The situation had progressed beyond observation to potential intervention threshold. Quirrell had already breached primary defenses and was proceeding toward the stone while professors remained unaware of the threat. "How long until Ron and Hermione reach McGonagall?" Harry asked, knowing Daphne's analytical mind would have calculated probable timelines. "Assuming direct path to her office, verification of her presence, and explanation time, minimum 15 minutes before professor response. Potentially longer if she requires confirmation or consultation with other staff. Too long if Quirrell already knows how to get past the other protections," Harry concluded grimly. "We need to at least delay him until professors arrive." Daphne nodded, her practical nature accepting the logical conclusion despite its risks. "Observation and delay tactics only. We maintain connection protective measures and utilize distance strategies where possible." They cast final strengthening charms on their protective matrices, golden light briefly surrounding them before settling into invisible but potent defensive layers. With a shared nod of readiness, Harry pushed open the door, and they stepped into the forbidden corridor together. The first chamber confirmed their suspicions. A massive three-headed dog lay sleeping beside a trapdoor left conspicuously open, a small enchanted harp playing softly in the corner maintaining the creature's slumber. Without disturbing the musical charm, they approached the trapdoor and peered into darkness below. "No visible bottom," Daphne observed quietly. "Likely a significant drop with cushioning charm or similar reception mechanism." "No way to know what's down there until we jump," Harry noted, his Gryffindor instincts meeting Daphne's analytical assessment with practical conclusion. "I'll stabilize our descent," Daphne decided, raising her wand. Cooperative levitation charm should provide controlled landing regardless of reception conditions. They positioned themselves at the trapdoor's edge, connection flowing strongly between them as they prepared cooperative magic. With synchronized movements, they cast the modified charm Daphne had suggested, creating a controlled descent field that would slow their fall regardless of distance. "On 3, Harry whispered. 1, 2, 3, they jumped together, the darkness swallowing them immediately as they fell through the open trapdoor. Their charm worked perfectly, transforming what would have been a dangerous plummet into a controlled glide that ended with them landing gently on something soft and yielding. "Successful implementation," Daphne noted with professional satisfaction, before her tone changed abruptly. "Don't move, Potter. We've landed in Devil's Snare." Harry froze, recognizing the dangerous magical plant from herbology lessons. Already, tendril-like vines were creeping around their ankles, seeking to entangle and constrict. Light and heat, he recalled from Professor Sprout's lectures. "It retreats from both." "Precisely," Daphne confirmed. "Cooperative incendio on 3. 1, 2, 3, incendio," they cast together, their magic combining to produce concentrated flames that caused the plant to shrink away immediately, creating a clear path to stone steps beyond. They proceeded cautiously into the next chamber, where the distinctive sound of fluttering wings drew their attention upward. Hundreds of small, key-like objects with wings filled the high ceiling, while a heavy wooden door with elaborate lock mechanism stood on the far side. "Flying keys," Harry observed, spotting broomsticks leaning against the wall. "We need to catch the right one for that lock." Daphne studied the mechanism with practiced eye. Large, silver, likely ornate to match the lock design. possibly damaged from previous handling if Quirrell has already passed through. Harry mounted one of the broomsticks, his seeker skills perfectly suited to this particular challenge. I'll locate it from above. You guide from below, your observation skills will spot patterns I might miss while flying. Their cooperation proved efficient. Daphne quickly identified several candidate keys based on size and coloration, while Harry's flying ability allowed rapid pursuit once they spotted a large silver key with bent wings struggling to maintain altitude. That one, Daphne called, pointing precisely. Damaged left wing consistent with rough handling. Harry captured the key with a quick diving maneuver, bringing it down to where Daphne waited by the lock. The key struggled in his grip but surrendered when inserted into the lock, the heavy door swinging open to reveal the next chamber. They proceeded with increasing urgency, aware that each chamber they passed had already been breached by Quirrell, bringing him closer to the stone with each passing minute. The next challenge presented a massive chessboard with pieces taller than they were, a giant wizard's chess set blocking the path forward. We need to play our way across, Daphne determined after quick assessment. Taking positions as pieces ourselves. Which positions? Harry asked, knowing her strategic thinking would identify optimal approach. You take knight position, mobility and unexpected movement patterns suit your magical signature. I'll take queen's bishop, diagonal influence and strategic oversight. They approached the board, and as Daphne had predicted, two pieces, a knight and bishop, moved off the board, clearly expecting them to take those positions. Once in place, the game began with white pieces moving first in aggressive formation. What followed was a masterclass in magical chess strategy. Daphne directed their movements with precise calculation, sacrificing pieces only when absolutely necessary and maintaining defensive formation around their positions. Harry followed her guidance while adding occasional tactical suggestions based on patterns he observed from his knight's perspective. Their combined approach proved effective, and within 12 moves, they had maneuvered the opponent's king into checkmate position. The white king removed his crown and threw it at their feet in acknowledgement of defeat, while the remaining pieces parted to allow passage to the next door. Efficient resolution, Daphne noted as they hurried forward. Though time elapsed continues to advantage Quirrell's progress. The next chamber presented a new challenge, a massive troll, even larger than the one they had faced at Halloween, lay unconscious on the floor, a lump on its head still losing blood. Recently subdued, Daphne observed, giving the creature wide berth. Quirrell's specialty, apparently. His stuttering incompetence appears increasingly theatrical rather than genuine. They passed quickly into the next chamber, where purple flames immediately sprang up in the doorway behind them while black flames blocked the path ahead. A table with 7 differently shaped bottles stood in the center, alongside a rolled parchment. Logical puzzle rather than magical challenge, Daphne noted, examining the parchment which contained a riddle about the bottle's contents. 3 poison, 2 wine, 1 advances through black flame, 1 retreats through purple. Harry watched as Daphne's analytical mind worked through the riddle with impressive speed, her finger tracing the clues and evaluating logical connections until she identified 2 specific bottles. Smallest bottle advances forward, she concluded confidently. Round bottle at right end retreats back through purple flames. Harry examined the smallest bottle. There's only enough for 1 person to go forward, he observed, the implications immediately clear. They looked at each other, mutual understanding flowing through their connection. One would need to proceed while the other returned for professors, the logical division of their skills and abilities. I should go forward, Harry said firmly. My connection to Voldemort through the scar might provide warning or insight if he's truly working through Quirrell. Daphne considered this with characteristic thoroughness, emotion set aside for practical assessment. Your magical affinity for defensive spells also provides tactical advantage, she acknowledged. However, our connection functions optimally in proximity. Separation during potential confrontation reduces effectiveness significantly. But someone needs to ensure professors come quickly, Harry countered. Your persuasive abilities and house status give you better chance of being taken seriously. A moment of silence as Daphne weighed options, then a decisive nod. Logical division of responsibilities, she agreed. I'll secure professor intervention while you delay Quirrell's progress. However, she added with emphasis, maintain defensive posture only. No unnecessary risks or direct confrontation unless absolutely unavoidable. Agreed, Harry promised, though both new circumstances might force more direct involvement than either preferred. Before they separated, Daphne did something unprecedented. She initiated physical contact, placing her hand directly against Harry's where their connection typically manifested. Golden light flared between their palms, brighter and more intense than any previous manifestation. Enhanced connection stability, she explained, her voice betraying rare emotion despite her composed expression. Should maintain partial effectiveness despite separation. If you require emergency magical support, focus intent through the connection, it should respond even at distance. Harry nodded, touched by both the practical support and the concern behind it. I'll be careful, he promised. Just make sure McGonagall believes you and comes quickly. I'll be persuasive, Daphne assured him, the slight curve of her lips suggesting she had Slytherin methods that might surprise him. Preservation of magical artifacts of historical significance is a compelling academic argument few professors can resist. With final nods of mutual confidence, they drank their respective potions, Harry feeling ice flood his veins from the forward path liquid, Daphne experiencing similar sensation from the retreat potion. They separated, Harry stepping through the black flames while Daphne returned through purple, their connection stretching but maintaining tenuous contact despite increasing distance. Harry entered the final chamber alone physically, yet still sensing Daphne's presence through their connection, distant but reassuring as he faced whatever waited beyond the flames. The chamber was circular, descending in tiered steps toward a central platform where a familiar mirror stood, the mirror of Eris that Harry had discovered during Christmas explorations. Before it stood not Snape as they had initially suspected, but Quirrell, his back to the entrance as he circled the mirror with frustrated movements. I see the stone, he was muttering, his voice entirely free of its usual stutter. I see myself presenting it to you, Master, but how do I extract it? How do I retrieve it from within? Harry remained in the shadows of the entrance, observing while reaching through the connection to alert Daphne that his suspicions were confirmed. Quirrell was indeed the one seeking the stone. He felt her acknowledgement pulse back through their stretched connection, along with reassurance that she was proceeding rapidly toward professors. Use the boy. A high, cold voice emanated not from Quirrell's mouth but seemingly from within him, causing Harry's scar to flare with sudden, blinding pain. The boy who watches from the shadows. Quirrell spun around, his face transforming from scholarly confusion to cruel triumph. Potter. I wondered if I'd encounter you here. Always interfering, just like during my little Halloween distraction with the troll. Harry stepped forward cautiously, defensive magic ready but not yet manifested. It was you all along. Not Snape. Severus. Quirrell laughed coldly. Yes, he does make a wonderful suspect, doesn't he? So dark and threatening, always swooping around like an overgrown bat. Quite useful to have everyone watching him while I worked unnoticed. You let the troll in on Halloween, Harry stated, piecing together events while stalling for time. As a diversion to check the protections. Very good, Potter, Quirrell smirked. Reasonably intelligent for a Gryffindor. Yes, I have a special gift with trolls. You saw the one I defeated in the previous chamber, I presume. Unfortunately, Snape suspected me from the beginning. He headed me off at Halloween, preventing me from reaching the stone while everyone else chased the troll. Even tried to frighten me at the Quidditch match, as if his amateur jinxing could compare to my power. Harry recalled the incident during his first Quidditch match, when his broom had bucked wildly until Hermione allegedly set fire to Snape's robes. They had assumed Snape was casting the jinx, but perhaps he had actually been performing the counter-curse while Quirrell was the true culprit. And now, Quirrell continued, gesturing to the mirror, I'm so close to obtaining the stone, yet this final puzzle eludes me. How does one extract what lies within reflective enchantment? Let me speak to him. The cold, high voice spoke again, emanating from Quirrell though his lips hadn't moved. Face to face. "Master, you are not strong enough yet," Quirrell protested, suddenly deferential. "I have strength enough, for this." Harry watched in horrified fascination as Quirrell began unwrapping his purple turban, layer after layer falling away until the back of his head was revealed, except it wasn't the back of a normal head. Where there should have been ordinary skin and hair, a face projected from Quirrell's skull, chalk-white with glaring red eyes and snake-like slits for nostrils. "Harry Potter," the face whispered, its voice now emanating directly rather than through Quirrell. "See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. Unicorn blood has strengthened me these past weeks, but the elixir of life will restore my body fully. And then, I will finish what I began in Godric's Hollow." Harry's scar burned with excruciating pain, yet through their connection, he felt Daphne's steady presence, distant but unwavering, providing anchor against the terror threatening to overwhelm him. Their months of practice in maintaining magical composure under stress allowed him to function despite the shock of confronting Voldemort himself. "Why not kill me now, then?" Harry asked, buying time while gathering his magic. Through the connection, he sensed Daphne had reached McGonagall and was returning with professors, but they were still minutes away at minimum. "Because you may yet be useful," Voldemort's face replied. "Come here, boy. Look into the mirror and tell me what you see. Your cooperation may earn you a place in the new order I will create." Harry approached carefully, defensive magic ready beneath his calm exterior. As he stood before the mirror of Eriste, he recalled its properties from his previous encounter. It showed one's deepest desires. Right now, his deepest desire was finding the stone before Quirrell/Voldemort could use it. The mirror's reflection showed Harry as he currently stood, but then his reflection smiled and reached into its pocket, withdrawing a blood-red stone. The reflection winked and returned the stone to its pocket, and Harry felt a sudden weight appear in his actual pocket. Somehow, the mirror had given him the real stone. "Well?" Quirrell demanded impatiently, unable to see what Harry's reflection had done. "What do you see?" "I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore," Harry lied smoothly, drawing on techniques Daphne had taught him for controlling surface thoughts during their occlumency lessons. "I've won the House Cup for Gryffindor." "He lies." Voldemort hissed immediately. "Seize him." Quirrell lunged forward, hands outstretched to grab Harry, who dodged sideways while drawing his wand in fluid motion. The months of practice with Daphne had improved his reflexes and magical response timing significantly, allowing him to cast a shield charm that momentarily blocked Quirrell's approach. Impressive for a first year, Quirrell sneered as he dispelled Harry's shield with a casual wave. But futile against a fully trained wizard. "Surrender the stone, Potter. I know you have it, I can see the truth in your mind." Harry felt magical pressure against his mental defenses, crude but powerful legilimency attempting to extract knowledge of the stone's location. The occlumency barriers Daphne had helped him develop held temporarily, but Quirrell's adult magical power gradually overwhelmed them. "His pocket!" Voldemort shrieked. "The stone is in his pocket." Quirrell cast a summoning charm, but Harry had anticipated this, having secured the stone with an anti-summoning charm, another precaution Daphne had insisted they practice for protecting valuable objects. When the stone didn't fly to Quirrell's hand as expected, his face contorted with rage. "I'll take it from your corpse, then," he snarled, raising his wand for what would surely be a lethal curse. In that moment of genuine life-threatening danger, the connection between Harry and Daphne flared with unprecedented power. Despite the physical distance separating them, Harry felt her magic surge through their connection, not just emotional support but actual magical reinforcement, her precise protective energy combining with his more intuitive defensive capabilities. Golden light erupted around Harry as he cast not a spell they had learned in class, but one created through their connection research, a hybrid protective charm that incorporated elements of shield charm, disarming spell, and reflective warding. "Contigo Reverso," he shouted, channeling both his own magic and the supportive energy flowing through his connection with Daphne. The resulting magical shield surpassed anything they had achieved in practice, a dome of golden light that not only blocked Quirrell's curse but reflected its energy back toward the caster, sending him staggering backward with a cry of pain and surprise. "What is this magic?" Voldemort demanded, his high voice cracking with unexpected fear. "No first year could," the girl, Quirrell gasped in sudden understanding. "The Greengrass girl, the soulmate connection the whole school witnessed. They've been developing it secretly." "It doesn't matter," Voldemort hissed. "No juvenile bond can withstand our power. Kill him now, quickly, before Dumbledore arrives." Quirrell charged forward, abandoning magical attacks for physical violence. He crashed through Harry's weakening shield and grabbed him by the throat with both hands. The expected choking pressure came, but something else happened simultaneously. Where Quirrell's skin contacted Harry's, the professor began to scream in agony as his flesh blistered and smoked. "Master, I cannot touch him!" Quirrell shrieked, releasing Harry and staring at his burning, blistering hands in horror. "Then kill him with magic, fool!" Voldemort commanded. Harry didn't wait for Quirrell to recover. Understanding instinctively that physical contact caused his opponent pain, he lunged forward and pressed his hands directly to Quirrell's face. The result was immediate and horrifying. Quirrell's skin bubbled and burned wherever Harry touched, while Voldemort screamed in shared agony from the back of his head. Through the connection, Harry felt Daphne's presence growing stronger. She was physically approaching, likely with professors in tow. The knowledge gave him renewed determination as he maintained contact with Quirrell despite the excruciating pain in his scar and the weakening of his own strength as the magical confrontation drained his reserves. Quirrell thrashed and fought to break free, his flesh continuing to disintegrate under Harry's touch while Voldemort howled with rage and pain. Just as Harry's vision began to darken from magical exhaustion, he heard the chamber door burst open and multiple voices shout spells he couldn't comprehend through his fading consciousness. The last thing he registered was Daphne's voice, unusually emotional, calling his name, and the sensation of their connection stabilizing his depleted magical core before darkness claimed him completely. Consciousness returned gradually, sensory impressions filtering through layers of exhaustion. The antiseptic smell of the hospital wing. Soft sheets against his skin. Distant, hushed voices discussing magical trauma and core depletion. And most distinctively, the warm, steady presence of a familiar magical signature nearby, Daphne, sitting quietly beside his bed, her composed exterior betrayed only by the intensity of concern flowing through their connection. "He's waking up," her voice stated with characteristic precision, though Harry detected subtle relief beneath the factual observation. "Indeed he is," came Dumbledore's serene reply from somewhere beyond Harry's limited field of vision. "Remarkable recovery speed, considering the circumstances. No doubt partially attributable to your extraordinary magical assistance, Miss Greengrass." Harry opened his eyes fully, the hospital wing coming into focus around him. Daphne sat in a chair directly beside his bed, her posture perfect as always, though slight shadows beneath her eyes suggested she had maintained vigil for some time. Dumbledore stood at the foot of the bed, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles despite the seriousness of recent events. "Welcome back, Harry," the headmaster greeted him warmly. "You have been unconscious for 3 days, during which time rumors about your heroic confrontation have reached truly impressive proportions. I believe the current favorite suggests you transformed Professor Quirrell into a turnip and fed him to the three-headed dog." Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling weakly at the absurdity. "Not quite that exciting, sir." "Indeed not," Dumbledore agreed. "Though the truth is, in its way, even more remarkable. Very few first-year students could have faced Lord Voldemort and survived, even with exceptional magical assistance." Harry glanced at Daphne, who maintained her composed expression though their connection revealed both relief at his recovery and pride in their combined accomplishment. "The stone," Harry remembered suddenly. "Is it safe?" "Did Quirrell, the stone has been destroyed," Dumbledore assured him. "Nicholas and I had a little chat and agreed it was for the best. He and Perenelle have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order, and then, yes, they will die. To one as young as yourself, I'm sure this seems incredible, but to Nicholas and Perenelle, it's like going to bed after a very, very long day. And Voldemort? Harry asked, dreading the answer. Ah, Dumbledore sighed. I fear he is not truly gone. He left Quirrell to die and fled, a spirit once more, as powerless as he was before encountering his unfortunate host, but not, I fear, destroyed. He remains out there somewhere, seeking another body to share, not being truly alive, he cannot be truly killed. He may seek other means to return, other routes to immortality. The gravity of this assessment settled heavily in the room. Even Daphne, normally unflappable, showed momentary concern before her practical nature reasserted itself. Which means our defensive research remains relevant, she noted with typical focus on pragmatic implications. The protective aspects of our connection demonstrated significant efficacy against dark magic. Indeed they did, Miss Greengrass, Dumbledore nodded, his expression both impressed and thoughtful. Your combined magical capabilities proved rather more developed than anyone anticipated, certainly beyond what the Sorting Hat's initial proclamation would have suggested for first years. Harry sensed mild reproach beneath the headmaster's genial tone. We were just trying to understand the connection, he explained. After the troll incident, it seemed important to learn how to control it properly. Commendable academic initiative, Dumbledore acknowledged with a slight smile. Though perhaps next time, informing professors about potentially life-threatening situations might be incorporated into your otherwise exemplary planning. We attempted to balance information security with appropriate response mechanisms, Daphne replied with diplomatic precision. In retrospect, earlier faculty notification would have been advisable despite potential disciplinary concerns. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with what appeared to be suppressed amusement at her formal phrasing. Very diplomatically stated, Miss Greengrass. I see your family's legendary negotiation skills have not been exaggerated. He turned his attention back to Harry. There are, I'm sure, many questions you would like answered. I shall attempt to do so, with the understanding that where I cannot tell you the full truth, I shall not lie. What followed was a discussion of events surrounding the stone's protection and Quirrell's attempts to steal it. Dumbledore explained the Mirror of Erist's role as the final safeguard, designed so that only one who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. He confirmed that it was Lily Potter's protective sacrifice that caused Quirrell pain when touching Harry, love being a force Voldemort could neither understand nor endure. Throughout this explanation, Daphne remained silent but attentive, her analytical mind visibly processing each piece of information and filing it away for future reference. Harry found her presence reassuring, her practical perspective balancing his own emotional response to these revelations about his mother's sacrifice and Voldemort's continued existence. Now then, Dumbledore said finally, I believe Miss Greengrass and I should allow you to rest. Madame Pomfrey has been most insistent that your visitors be strictly limited, and has only permitted Miss Greengrass's presence due to evidence that your magical recovery accelerates in proximity to your connection partner. Harry glanced at Daphne, surprised by this revelation. You've been helping me recover. Magical resonance appears to facilitate core regeneration, she explained matter-of-factly, though Harry detected warmth beneath her clinical assessment. Professor McGonagall has documented the effect for her research on our connection. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. Most fascinating results. However, other friends are quite anxious to see you as well. Perhaps tomorrow, if Madame Pomfrey permits, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger might be allowed a brief visit. As Dumbledore prepared to leave, he paused, looking between Harry and Daphne with keen interest. I must say, the development of your connection has progressed quite differently than historical precedent suggested it might. Most intriguing, and potentially quite significant. With those cryptic words, he departed, leaving Harry and Daphne alone in the quiet hospital wing. For a moment, neither spoke, simply allowing their connection to communicate what words might inadequately express, mutual relief, shared accomplishment, and the deepened trust that comes from facing genuine danger together. Your parents? Harry asked finally, wondering how the Greengrasses had responded to their daughter's involvement in such dangerous events. Concerned but measured, Daphne replied with characteristic understatement. Father emphasized the importance of discretion regarding certain magical capabilities we demonstrated. Mother seemed unsurprised by our connection's advanced development, suggesting she may have anticipated something similar based on family records. They're not angry that you were involved. A slight quirk of her lips. They're Slytherins, Potter. Result assessment tends to outweigh process critique when outcomes are favorable. The connection performed admirably under genuine threat conditions, that fact overshadows disciplinary concerns in their evaluation. Harry smiled, increasingly able to appreciate the practical Slytherin perspective that balanced his own more impulsive Gryffindor tendencies. And the rest of the school? How much do they know about what happened? Official explanation cites unauthorized exploration of restricted areas leading to accidental encounter with dangerous magical artifact, Daphne summarized. Unofficial rumors are considerably more dramatic, ranging from dragon battles to secret ministry operations. Our specific involvement remains somewhat ambiguous in public accounts, though our houses have drawn their own conclusions. Meaning? Harry prompted. Slytherin perspective assumes calculated risk for significant gain, political maneuvering for favor with Dumbledore, she explained with dry humor. Gryffindor interpretation leans toward heroic rescue of magical artifact from nefarious theft. Both contain elements of truth while missing essential facts. Harry chuckled weakly, then grew more serious. I felt you, you know. Through the connection when I faced Quirrell. Not just emotionally, but your actual magic supporting mine, even though you weren't physically there. Daphne nodded, allowing rare vulnerability in her expression. Distance connection manifestation exceeded theoretical parameters. When your life was genuinely threatened, the protective aspects activated automatically. Magical resonance apparently transcends physical proximity in crisis conditions. It saved my life, Harry said simply. Your magic combining with mine created something neither of us could have done alone. Synergistic manifestation rather than mere additive effect, she agreed, her academic phrasing belying the significance of what had occurred. The connection appears to optimize complementary magical attributes when genuine necessity arises. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, neither needing further words to acknowledge how profoundly their partnership had evolved from the Sorting Hat's unexpected proclamation at the start of the year. What had begun as an unwanted magical curiosity had developed into something they both valued deeply, a connection chosen rather than merely accepted. End-of-year feast is tomorrow evening, Daphne noted eventually. Slytherin is currently leading the House Cup, though rumors suggest last-minute point adjustments may occur regarding recent events. Will it cause problems for you if Gryffindor wins? Harry asked, genuinely concerned about her house standing given the complex politics she navigated daily. The question seemed to touch her, though her expression remained composed. House Cup results are transitory accolades, Potter. More significant matters have been established this year. The simple statement, delivered in her characteristically understated manner, conveyed deeper meaning that flowed clearly through their connection. Their partnership transcended house rivalries and school competitions, having proven its worth in genuine crisis. Madame Pomfrey insists I must leave soon to allow proper rest, Daphne said, glancing toward the matron's office where the witch could be seen organizing potions. Is there anything you require before I go? Harry shook his head, then hesitated. Just, thank you. For everything. Not just the magic and the research, but for believing in me from the beginning. For approaching this whole soulmate thing with an open mind instead of just rejecting it outright. Daphne's composure softened fractionally. The Sorting Hat may have identified potential compatibility, Potter, but what developed afterward was our choice, a partnership based on complementary capabilities rather than magical decree. That distinction matters. As she prepared to leave, she hesitated briefly, then did something entirely unprecedented. She reached out and briefly squeezed his hand, a moment of deliberate physical contact that sent golden sparks flickering between their skin. Rest well, Harry, she said quietly, using his first name with rare personal warmth. I'll return tomorrow. As Daphne departed with her characteristic precise movements and perfect posture, Harry felt the connection between them stretch but maintain its steady presence, no longer the uncertain pull of earlier months but a stable, comfortable awareness that remained regardless of physical separation. Whatever the Sorting Hat had seen between them that first night, what had developed was something neither could have anticipated, a connection formed not by magical proclamation but through shared experiences, mutual respect, and deliberate choice. Soulmates still seemed an excessive term for 11-year-olds, but partners felt increasingly right, complementary individuals who created something greater together than either could achieve alone. With that reassuring thought, Harry allowed healing sleep to claim him once more, the golden thread of connection to Daphne a steady comfort as he drifted into dreams. The end-of-year feast exceeded even Harry's expectations. Released from the hospital wing just in time to attend, he entered the great hall to thunderous applause from 3 of the 4 house tables, Slytherin being the exception, though even there he noticed a few students, Daphne among them, offering subtle acknowledgement of his presence. The hall was decked in Slytherin green and silver, celebrating their apparent House Cup victory. Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table where Ron and Hermione had saved him a seat, their faces alight with relief and excitement at his recovery. "Blimey, mate," Ron greeted him enthusiastically. "Thought Pomfrey might keep you locked up through summer holidays." "She nearly did," Harry grinned, settling between his friends. "Kept muttering about magical core depletion and reckless Gryffindors until this morning." Hermione leaned forward earnestly. "We've heard all sorts of stories about what happened with the stone, but nobody seems to know exactly what's true. Did Quirrell really have you-know-who attached to him somehow?" Harry nodded, lowering his voice as he summarized the confrontation in the chamber with the mirror. He kept certain details private, particularly the more advanced aspects of his magical connection with Daphne, but shared enough to satisfy their curiosity about the core events. "That's extraordinary magic," Hermione whispered when he described how his touch had burned Quirrell. "Protection through sacrifice is some of the most powerful magic in existence. It's mentioned in ancient protective bindings as transcending normal magical limitations." Before they could discuss further, Dumbledore arrived and the hall fell silent. The headmaster beamed at the assembled students, his arms opened wide in welcome. "Another year gone," he announced cheerfully. "And what a year it has been. Hopefully your heads are all a little fuller than they were. You have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts." Laughter rippled through the hall, though the Slytherins looked impatient to begin their victory celebration. "Now, as I understand it, the House Cup here needs awarding," Dumbledore continued. "The points stand thus: in 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points, in 3rd, Hufflepuff, with 352, Ravenclaw has 426, and Slytherin, 472. A storm of cheering broke out from the Slytherin table, led enthusiastically by Draco Malfoy, who banged his goblet on the table in celebration. Harry glanced across the hall to where Daphne sat, her expression properly pleased for her house's success though notably more restrained than her housemates' exuberance. Yes, well done, Slytherin," Dumbledore nodded. "However, recent events must be taken into account." The room went very still, the Slytherin smiles fading slightly as they sensed what might be coming. "I have a few last-minute points to dish out," Dumbledore announced. "First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor 50 points." Ron turned purple with shock as Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Percy could be heard telling other prefects, "My brother, you know. My youngest brother. Got through McGonagall's giant chess set." Once silence returned, Dumbledore continued, "Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor 50 points." Hermione buried her face in her arms as Gryffindors up and down the table celebrated the narrowing gap with Slytherin. They were now 100 points up, just 60 points away from tying. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, Dumbledore's voice caused expectant hush to fall, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor 60 points. The din that erupted was deafening. Those keeping score realized that Gryffindor now tied with Slytherin at 472 points each. Dumbledore raised his hand for silence, which gradually fell as everyone wondered if there could be more surprises. Valor comes in many forms, Dumbledore continued thoughtfully. Sometimes it appears as charging forward into danger. Other times, it manifests as calculated risk assessment and strategic intervention when easier paths exist. Therefore, fourth, to Miss Daphne Greengrass, for cool-headed analysis in crisis, extraordinary magical cooperation across house boundaries, and the courage to challenge expectations when necessary, I award Slytherin 40 points. The hall erupted in confused murmuring. Slytherin students looked torn between celebrating their increased lead and confusion about one of their own being recognized for cooperation with Gryffindor. At the Slytherin table, Daphne maintained her perfect composure despite suddenly being the center of attention, accepting congratulatory nods from housemates with appropriate grace. Which means, Dumbledore called over the buzz of conversation, Slytherin retains the house cup with 512 points. The green and silver decorations remained in place as Slytherin celebrated their 7th consecutive House Cup victory, though the tone had shifted noticeably. Rather than the outright triumphalism of previous years, there was a curious undercurrent of thoughtfulness as students processed Dumbledore's unusual point distribution, recognizing both Gryffindor courage and Slytherin strategic thinking while highlighting inter-house cooperation. "Didn't see that coming," Ron muttered, looking both disappointed at not winning outright yet impressed by Dumbledore's evident message. "Thought for sure he was setting up Gryffindor for the win." "I think he made his point more effectively this way," Hermione observed shrewdly. "Showing that both approaches have value and that working together achieves more than competing." Harry nodded, his eyes finding Daphne across the hall where she sat receiving congratulations from her housemates with composed dignity. Through their connection, he sensed her surprise at Dumbledore's decision, along with satisfaction that her contribution had been acknowledged without undermining her house standing, a delicate balance that respected the complex politics she navigated daily. When their eyes briefly met across the hall, a moment of silent understanding passed between them, appreciation for Dumbledore's wisdom in finding a solution that honored both their contributions while encouraging future cooperation rather than division. The slight upward quirk of Daphne's lips conveyed more to Harry through their connection than words could have expressed in that moment. The remainder of the feast passed in high spirits, with exam results distributed, Hermione top of their year, as expected, and final preparations made for the journey home. The mood throughout the castle was light-hearted and celebratory, even Malfoy's usual sneering somewhat subdued after Dumbledore's pointed recognition of inter-house cooperation. The following morning found students dragging trunks down to the entrance hall, collecting end-of-term notices reminding them not to use magic over the holidays, and saying farewells to friends and teachers. Hagrid transported them by boat back across the lake, a fitting bookend to their arrival nearly a year earlier, though the boats now carried students who had experienced far more than they could have anticipated during that first crossing. On the Hogwarts Express, Harry shared a compartment with Ron and Hermione, enjoying chocolate frogs and discussing summer plans. As the journey progressed, Harry excused himself briefly, making his way through the train until he found the compartment he sought. Daphne sat with Tracy Davis and a younger blonde girl who resembled her enough to surely be her sister Astoria. "Potter," Daphne acknowledged with appropriate formality given their public setting, though her eyes conveyed warmer greeting through their connection. "Greengrass," Harry returned with equal decorum. "Could I have a word about the summer arrangements?" Daphne nodded, excusing herself from her compartment with practiced social grace. They found a relatively private spot at the end of the carriage, where the noise of the train provided cover for their conversation. "My parents have confirmed the 2-week visit beginning July 28, Daphne informed him once they had established basic privacy wards, a habit that had become second nature during their months of research together. "Mother is corresponding with Professor Dumbledore regarding transportation arrangements from your relative's home." "Brilliant," Harry said with genuine open and read the next chapter. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.